Hello friends, this is Otz, I serve my mom, and today we're going to be talking about survivor perks. How many of them? All of them. We're going to be talking from the best to the worst, everything in between, explaining what the meta looks like and giving some examples of what meta builds look like at the end of the video. And we'll dedicate a little bit of time to each perk to explain what makes it unique and whether or not you might enjoy running it. Now, you can use timestamps to go to each individual perk that you might be interested in. If you're a beginner, this might be a bit overwhelming. I highly recommend instead that you check out this infographic that I'll link down below that has slightly simpler guidelines to get you started. You don't need to understand all of these perks as a survivor or as a killer to learn how to deal with them. So don't worry, it's not that brutal. You can start simple. But if you have a minute and you really want to know all about these perks, let's get to it. We won't go down into massive detail in the interest of time, but I'll tell you almost everything you need to know about every perk and hopefully justify their placement on this tier list. All right. So starting out with Adrenaline, which is one of the most ubiquitous and powerful perks in the game right now. This is a perk that gives you a speed boost and a heal state at the end of the game when the killer kicks the hatch closed, or more frequently when all the gens get done, the perk activates. If you're playing against Freddy, it will wake you up for some reason. If you're on the ground, you will get back to on your feet. If you escape from the killer's grasp or out of the hook, you will be healthy. If you were injured, you will be healthy. If you are healthy, you'll still be healthy. And then you'll get a massive 5-second speed boost of the average 150%, which is insane. 5 seconds of 150 speed is enough to make a lot of distance from most killers and extend or completely destroy any chase you might be finding yourself in. One of the reasons why this perk is so good is that killers have a lot of ways to delay or slow down healing, and this perk ignores all of them. If you're exhausted from any perk, which are common, like Sprint Burst, it doesn't matter. Even though the perk causes exhaustion, you will still get it. It causes exhaustion, but doesn't need you not to be exhausted. This is a really mean perk that typically solidifies already winning games for survivors. If a killer was about to get one kill and then maybe confirm another, that one kill is no longer guaranteed. The exit gates are slowly being opened, but surely. And now it's very possible for 3 or all 4 survivors to get out. The fact that it also works out of a hook means that not confirming kills is particularly punished on the killer. Keep in mind that there are a lot of perks to help survivors during the middle game and during the early game from being tunneled, such as Decisive and Off the Record that we'll talk to. But those perks often disable in the end game. And the really nice thing about Adrenaline is that it's one final resort to avoid being confirmed as a kill as a survivor in the end game. The fact that now you have a HUD icon that lets you know when the last gen is about to pop makes this perk somewhat even reliable as a solo player. But the real strength of the perk really shines when you play as a team. If survivors are smart and they have lots of healthy people, they will come and take hits for other people that are maybe more vulnerable, and those hits won't really matter. You can use health states very aggressively as survivors to take hits for each other and do very risky rescues and risky altruistic plays, knowing 100% that the health state is coming. And as a killer, there's not a lot of counterplay to this other than one perk that doesn't work super well, and thus it's basically a very easy pick on almost any survivor build. Next up, hold up. Next up is Off the Record. Off the Record is one of those perks that's easy to forget just how strong it is and how many things it does. This perk triggers when you become unhooked, either by yourself or by someone else, and that obviously can happen twice, so this perk can happen twice per game. It lasts 80 seconds, and during these 80 seconds, you get 3 different effects. 2 of them are always there, and they are the fact that it hides your aura from any killer reading, auto-reading perks, items, add-ons, whatever. And it also makes you completely silent if you're injured, much like the old Iron Will. So it makes you silent and your aura is not seen. That already is very good. There are a lot of killers that need to hear you well to track you, especially top-tier killers such as Spirit or Nurse, and being completely quiet does give this perk away a little bit, but it's still a really incredible boon, and it can save your butt many times. On top of this, there is a third effect that stays on as long as you don't do a conspicuous action such as touching a generator, and that is a 80-second long endurance. That is crazy. With 80 seconds, you can do a lot of things, or go ask for a heal, or try to get healed by other means that are not conspicuous actions, such as inner healing. And if the killer by some means finds you, you still have a layer of protection so that you don't go down in one hit. This perk is incredible. On top of this, you can also use it very aggressively, meaning that if you're unhooked, but you're in less trouble than another teammate, you can go and take a hit for that teammate and you won't go down. And the killer cannot wait it out. 80 seconds is an insanely long duration. The killer will typically understand that you have it because they'll hear that you're not making any sound and they'll have to hit you. And if they refuse, you can just body block for free. So it is a very, very mean perk, and it pairs particularly well with Adrenaline, because if you have this perk, getting tunneled is a little bit hard, and getting tunneled in the endgame with Adrenaline is risky. So it's just a perk that does a lot, and the fact that it exists probably conditions killers quite a bit to not default into tunneling. In other words, if this perk didn't exist, it would be meta for killers to wait out 10 seconds and hit you off the hook. This perk is so good that killers basically want to hit you off the hook immediately just to get rid of the endurance effect, but still, you still have the other two effects which can save your life. There are so many times where killers will have barbecue, floods of rage, other auto perks to find the person that they want to kill, to find you off the hook, and they won't realize why, because you have this perk. Also, a lot of high level, very rare add-ons that are auto reading based that get completely countered by this. So very, very, very good perk that does way, way too much, and is, in my opinion, the second strongest perk in the game. Next up is Deliverance, and this is one of those perks that you do not necessarily see a lot in public matches, because it is a perk that is a little bit awkward to use in solo play, where your teammates are unreliable and communication is difficult. And many times when you play with your friends, you don't feel like you need it. But this is a staple of competitive play, and there's a very good reason why. This perk can kill the pressure of a killer, and it's very easy to use it. If you give it to a couple different people, it's almost guaranteed that you will trigger it. This is a perk that triggers when you rescue someone from the hook safely, so you need to rescue. Rescuing safely is pretty common, since survivors that you rescue by default have a 10-second endurance. It's almost impossible for them to go down unless some really nasty situation happens. So it's almost guaranteed that if you get a rescue, you will get this perk active. And when you do, next time you're hooked, you have a 100% chance to unhook yourself. And when you unhook yourself, guess what? You can get off the record, which we just talked about. So unhooking yourself is incredibly powerful. If the killer is camping you, you can make them waste 59 seconds and then unhook yourself last second, which makes them waste an entire minute of camping. Hopefully they're not stupid enough to do that. If the killer is proxying you and defending you, you can do something similar. If the killer tries to hit you after you use this perk, you can have off the record and still, or decisive, and still be completely fine and still hold your own while all of your teammates have time to heal, do gens, and anything they need. And also, unlike some other perks, this one absolutely works during the end game. And this does create some situations where if the killer hooks you next to an exit gate, and that exit gate gets open, you can just basically unhook yourself and walk out, and there's nothing the killer can do. So it's a very, very powerful perk that also outplays several unhooking perks that the killer might have. So if killer is running Make Your Choice, this perk will do nothing. Floods of Rage, this perk will do nothing. Devour Hope, it will not gain a stack. So it also kills the momentum, not just in the sense of the flow of the gameplay, but also in terms of many killer perks that trigger upon unhook. So it's very, very powerful. And when used correctly, teams that use this perk basically have a massive, massive advantage over an average killer that honestly cannot afford to hook multiple people and keep up. It is a sad thing that this perk kind of encourages you to tunnel the same guy so that you don't have to deal with it. It puts many killers in lose-lose scenarios. Essentially, that's what makes it so powerful. Next up is Reassurance. This perk is far simpler than the previous ones and much simpler than many of the other perks we'll see. You put on this perk, you walk to someone on the hook, you press F, you need to be a little bit close, there's a little bit of risk, it's hard to use it in basement, not impossible, but hard and risky, and then the person gets 30 extra seconds on the hook. If multiple people have it, they can use it on the same person. So two reassurances can extend a hook stage by 60 seconds, but you yourself cannot use it multiple times on the same person, but you can use it on multiple people. And one really nice thing about this perk is that even though you need to be close, it works on multiple floors. So if you are in a bit of a rush and there's someone above you in mid-witch, or you can totally walk underneath them and press F, and now you have a lot more time. Let's talk about the simplest things this perk can do. If you find a killer that is just obsessed with camping and is just sitting at the hook, you go there, you press F, and you have 30 seconds for yourself and for the other two teammates to do gens and probably outplay the camper completely. Even in situations where the killer isn't camping a lot but just decides to camp last second, this perk will still buy you enough time to get a good heal, and you can use it in endgame as well. And basically it flips the table completely on the killer, makes their investment of time on camping completely wasted. Even in situations where there's no camping at all, if you're injured, many times going for the rescue can be a bit risky. With this perk, you can delay the rescue while everyone gets healed, or a couple people get healed, so that it's safer to do it. And even if there's no camping whatsoever, and even if the killer is not interested in coming to the hook at all, this perk allows you to go to a hook, and if the survivor is about to hit stage 2, you can delay that. So you will never have those situations where someone hits stage 2 because you were a second too late. You will always have time. This perk is so incredibly good. The fact that it exists and that anyone could have it makes killers less likely to camp. I know myself that when I take games seriously, if I have the ability to camp and I can get away with it, many times it is an amazing shortcut to turn a game upside down and win. But with this perk, you never ever get the chance to do it for free. You always risk, unless you manage to hook someone in basement where they can't reach them, you always risk wasting a lot of time for absolutely nothing. So it's a perk that single-handedly stops most camping, and that makes it really, really powerful. It's a very game-changing perk. Even if it's not there, killers will play different because of it. Next, we move on to Made for This, which is one of our 3 newer perks from the Entrance Mission chapter. This perk is pretty insane. It is an exhaustion perk of sorts, where it doesn't cause exhaustion, but it will not work if you're exhausted. The main counter to this perk, thus, is Fearmonger, Genetic Limits, and all the exhaustion add-ons and so on. But if you're not exhausted, the perk is on, and it has 2 effects. The first one is the most obvious and nutty, which is that it makes you run 3% faster. And then it has a second effect that we'll get to in a second. The 3% is already really, really, really good. A bad player running a straight line will take longer to catch up to. If you are playing a killer that is a little bit slower than the average, such as, for example, a hag that doesn't have any traps around, this will take even longer because they are slower. And even a normal killer will take a couple seconds extra longer to catch up. This, at the very least, will buy you a little bit of time. At the very most, it might let you reach a window or a pallet that you wouldn't reach otherwise. And after trying it a lot myself, it feels incredibly good. It is so, so good. Keep in mind that survivors have a smaller hitbox than killers do. So if you're running the killer not in a straight line, but around some kind of obstacle, the 3% actually, that difference, it actually makes quite a bit of an impact, because it's no longer just a difference of 100 from survivors and 115 or 110 with killers. Now it's 103, plus you have a smaller hitbox. So it can get pretty mean, and looping with this feels generally really, really good around many places. Killers that are clumsy will just straight up never catch up to you. And even killers that are smart will often not quite realize why their normal chasing is not being quite as effective. So that alone makes this perk very, very good. And as we'll talk about later, this stacks with several other speed perks. The most effective one being Hope, so you can make yourself 110 speed with this perk, and that already would be pretty damn good, but maybe not this high. But the thing that really crowns this perk as one of the current meta 5 out of 5 perks for survivors is the secondary effect. The secondary effect, which only happens if you're not exhausted, let's remember, is that if you heal someone else from injured to healthy, or from down and dying to injured, you get 10 full seconds of endurance. That is insane. This makes this perk an extremely powerful anti-slugging counter. So if you have a teammate on the ground that's being slugged, that's being left on the ground, you can go pick them up, and then go and take a hit for them for free. And the killer, most situations, cannot outwait a 10-second endurance. You can also do this completely in the open. You can have a friend that's 99 and you can tap them and then take a hit relatively for free without exhausting yourself, which means that yes, you still get the speed boost. So between one thing and another, you have a perk that does a lot and that makes it very difficult for the killer sometimes to realize why the hell they're not catching up and why the hell the person they just hit didn't go down. So that alone, without even talking about the other ways you can combine it with other perks to heal and get extra effects, such as for the people and so on, it is super, super, super strong. And it's very easy to use at almost any level, but obviously a little bit scarier at the higher level and when you pair it with other perks. So we talked quite a bit about this perk because it's the new one, but the next one hopefully won't be so difficult. The next perk is Unbreakable. And this perk, much like Reassurance or Deliverance, doesn't see a lot of use in public matches, but its mere existence alone is a huge, huge deterrent to killers. If a survivor has this perk, two things will happen. Number one, they will recover on the ground from the dying state 35% faster. Instead of taking about 31, 32 seconds to be ready, now they'll take only a little bit over 24, I think 20, a little over 20 seconds. That is amazing. That is incredible. This means that alone would make this perk really, really good. This means that if the killer has down multiple people on the ground, you now take about 10 seconds less to be ready to be picked up. And that means that your teammates can come and pick you up much quicker and get out of a sticky situation in some endgame if that happens. But the real gem of this perk is that it allows you to pick yourself up from the ground once. If you normally you can only heal yourself on the ground and recover to 95, but this perk lets you go all the way to 100. You can also 99.9 your recovery so that someone else can pick you up faster without wasting the self pickup. And if you pick yourself up within the range of some other perks such as Exponential, you don't waste it. So it's very easy to use this perk. You always get the recovery speed, and even if you've used up the self pickup once, you still have the recovery speed. So this perk is great. Allowing yourself to be picked up makes it so that anytime survivors do plays that seem stupid, you might realize they're not so stupid at all. If you down a survivor and by some luck you down another, you don't have time to pick one up, hook them, and come back. It's very likely that by the time you do that, the second survivor is already up. So this perk can steal hooks from you. It can steal downs from you. It can steal, well, not downs, but it will steal kills from you. It will steal a lot of pressure if survivors keep picking themselves up. There are times where 3 survivors are on the ground. You have nothing else. You don't have the time to pick them up. You're chasing the 4th guy, and one of them will have Unbreakable, and then they'll pick each other up. And all of your pressure is gone. And that scenario is really, really scary. And for that reason, typically killers would be very reluctant to leave multiple people on the ground, because if one of them has this perk, it's over. And unlike other perks that also allow you to pick yourself up, it doesn't have any downsides, and it doesn't have any conditions, and you can use it whenever. So it is a very, very impactful perk. If this perk didn't exist, if it got kill switched tomorrow, then killers would play very different, and you could expect that most of them in endgame or middle game would begin to slug very aggressively, especially once there's only 3 survivors left. But with this perk being in there, doing that is extremely risky. That's why, in my opinion, it's one of the best perks in the game for Survivor. Next up is Sprint Burst. Sprint Burst is one of the most basic exhaustion perks in the game. It follows the trend of giving you a 150 speed boost for 3 seconds and then exhausting you for 40 seconds. It does get countered very, very directly by things like Fearmonger and other exhaustion-inducing add-ons and perks. But other than that, you have an extremely versatile perk that gives survivors mobility, and this mobility can translate into a wild array of benefits. Number one, you get to places faster. You can open a gate sooner, you can go for a rescue faster, you can get to a gen a little bit quicker. That speed also allows you to get out of a sticky situation. There are a lot of killers that if they get close to you and you don't reach safety, not only you will take one hit, you might go down immediately. I don't need to name the killers, you know which ones I'm talking about. Sprint Burst completely destroys that. It also allows you to be in gens and do risky things in places that would normally be a death sentence while still being relatively safe. The speed boost can let you get pallet saves, can let you get flashy saves, can let you get out of sticky unhooking situations. You can also 99 your exhaustion and run around with a spin burst ready to go. You could even convince a killer to chase you for a little bit, and when the chase looks like it's in their favor, then you stop sprinting for a second and then run off. So it's a very, very flexible perk that, for the most part, works really well with almost any build and against most killers. Very, very flexible, very, very solid, and pairs well with just a variety of situations. It does have the major inconvenience of having to manage the exhaustion, but that's something that is basically a personal preference whether or not you want to invest some time in doing that. Next up, we have Prove Thyself. Prove Thyself is a perk that completely... Well, first of all, it gives you points for doing things together, such as healing with 2 people together, or doing gens with 2 people together. And these points are incredible. They are very, very massive. It makes you reach your maximum amount of objective points and sometimes altruism points very quickly. So that's awesome. And on top of that, it completely removes the multiple survivor on a gem penalty to you and the teammates that you're working with. So the game has a penalty that encourages survivors to kind of split up and makes it so that doing a gen together is not as efficient. If you work on a gen with a survivor, and it's only 2 of you, each of you gets a -15. If it's 3 survivors, each of you gets a -30. And if you somehow manage to find a gen where 4 people are doing it together, all of you are hit by a -45. So that -45, -30, and more commonly -15, this perk completely undoes. And not everybody needs to run it. Just one person running it will affect everyone. What this means is that if you do a gen with 1 person together, that's -6 seconds, give or take. You do a gen with 3 people, you're shaving that time, not across the board, but on each individual survivor. So when you do the math, this perk is crazy good. Those few seconds might not seem by a lot, but when you take into consideration that it's saving seconds on multiple survivors from just one perk, that the perk has no conditions, that it always works, that it doesn't have any weird timer or activation requirement, nothing like that, it is really, really good. This perk is most deadly at the start of the match when the killer is busy and maybe doesn't bring enough info or stalling perks, and then you get to go on a gen, God forbid, with another teammate who has a toolbox or something like that. With Prove Thyself on a toolbox, you can do gens together in little over 30 or 40 seconds. It can be disgusting. And those extra few seconds that you shave off many times make the difference between the killer interrupting you or using some perk to stall on the gens and not getting to do that. The nice thing about Prove Thyself too is that in the end game, when there's only 1 or 2 gens left to go and survivors are forced to do them together, it can also shave off very precious moments and throw off a killer's calculations. So many times a killer will be calculating in their head, all right, this gen has maybe 20%, I can down this person and hook them and get my perk to stop the gen. But they don't realize that with this perk on, you're shaving so much time. In 20 seconds, that gen can go from 50 to fully done if enough perks and enough toolboxes are used. So it is a perk that basically shaves off very, very precious seconds and gives massive team value, again, when you consider that only 1 person needs to run it. That's pretty much it. Very, very simple stuff. Next up is Windows of Opportunity from Kate. This perk simply highlights the stuff around you. It highlights breakable walls, which are not a big deal. Vaults, which are also not a huge deal. Some of them are pretty fixed and you might learn them. And pallets. And you will see whether the pallet is up, down, or completely gone. Obviously, if you see nothing, if that will mean that the pallet or the breakable wall is gone. Other than being affected by blindness, it doesn't have any natural counter. And this perk isn't really all that good. It doesn't really have any effect. It doesn't make more pallets spawn. It doesn't make the windows more safe. It doesn't do anything directly onto the gameplay. It basically simply informs you of what you have around. And the effect that this perk has on average survivors is incredible. It is a perk that obviously benefits everyone. For beginners, it is really, really useful when they know where to go for safety and don't go down in 5 seconds. And even advanced players get quite a bit of information from this perk, because advanced players, they are very quick at identifying what is going on. So if they see one window from a bit of a distance and they have a glance at the structure, they'll be able to tell immediately, okay, so this is a jungle gym and it's facing this way and it's connected to the main building. And if I go here, I can connect it to the shack. And if I take a hit, then I'll be fine. And oh, never mind, shack doesn't have a pallet because my teammate dropped it and I see that it's not there, so I'm maybe not going to run there. You can make a lot of infer a lot of stuff from what you see or don't see with this perk. And an average player with this perk will many times avoid going down in their first or second chase, which can be super critical, by quite a bit of time, just because they find a pallet that they otherwise wouldn't. There are a lot of maps where pallets are not super obvious, or you can go to a place where you think there's a pallet and there's none, and this perk will prevent you from making those mistakes. There are a lot of situations where I, as a killer, downed survivors, and I realized that they had a pallet that they didn't see, but I did. And if they had this perk, they would have seen it. And if they had this perk, they would have dropped it. And if they had dropped it, that's another 15 seconds or 20 seconds in chase. And 15 or 20 seconds extra in chase across the board, or God forbid, at the start of the match, is extremely crucial. Sometimes all it takes is 20 more seconds in chase for 3 gens to pop and the game to be completely unwinnable for killer. So the fact that this perk helps some players achieve that makes it incredible in my eyes. The perk itself doesn't actually do that much. If you're a person that is extremely perceptive, or if you go to a map that is very fixed and you remember everything and you have excellent map knowledge or excellent communication, then its value definitely drops down. Next up, we have another perk that is also very contingent on whether or not you're playing with friends and you are being on comms and you're being perceptive. There's a lot of players that don't benefit from it, but even playing in a team, this perk is quite nice. We're talking about Kindred. This is a perk that does 2 things. When someone is on the hook, the aura of the killer will be shown to the teammates. So if the killer is hanging around the hook, that will be very, very obvious to everyone, and they'll be able to deal with that and do what they got to do. And they will also see each other's auras. And Kindred is 2 perks in 1, because this happens when you yourself are on the hook to your teammates, so you help them. And you also get to see these auras when someone else is on the hook. So it is a perk to let you know what you have to do when your friends are in trouble. And it's a perk to let your random friends know what to do when you are the one that's in trouble. This is so helpful. This helps coordinate even the most clueless teams into action. If you see that someone is close, you will avoid many situations where you are going to go for the rescue and waste a few seconds. And sometimes if you notice that no one is there to do it, you will realize that, oh, okay, I'm far, but actually this is on me. I need to go do this. So this perk is incredible and honestly a very, very quick pick for any person playing solo queue. When you play with friends, the perk is still very nice. Being able to accurately see your team's precise position makes callouts a little bit easier and allows for some quicker deployments of body blocks here and there. It can make teamwork a little bit even more precise and nice. And seeing the killer is very helpful. So sometimes you can see a hag or a trapper doing traps and know where to expect them. You can see a stealth killer before they become undetectable and kind of expect them to show up a certain place based on their direction. And if you have a perk like Open-Handed, the aura where the killer is seen around the hook is absolutely massive, which means you can get a lot of info even in chase thanks to Kindred, which is pretty cute and pretty wild. So overall, very, very strong perk, even though it's an information perk. And as we all know, information perks, they're not the most impactful. Next up is Hope. And this is a perk that has climbed the ranks massively, thanks to a little buff that it got recently. Well, relatively recently. It makes you 7% faster during the endgame permanently, forever. It doesn't have a 2-minute timer anymore. This also includes, by the way, when you're on the ground. It's not very noticeable, but, you know, sometimes if you're on the ground and you're crawling towards the exit gate, this perk will make you slightly faster. The 7% is very, very mean. If you play a killer that's 110 and you're chasing someone that has this perk, you will notice it. You will notice it. It will make most killers not catch up quickly at all. In most maps, if you take a basic attack hit and you're healthy, you will be able to go the entire length of the map and beat the killer to the exit gates if they're open, which is super, super awful from the killer point of view. I've lost many games to this exact scenario, unless the killer has some mobility. And of course, as we mentioned earlier, it also stacks with other mobility perks, in particular with Mate for this. So you can make yourself 110 if you're injured. Now, you don't even need to be 110, even 107 is very, very powerful. What this perk will basically do is make a survivor so fast that the act of catching up to them turns from a 10-second into a 20-second deal, or a 30-second deal, or an infinite deal, because they keep reutilizing a window or a pallet, and now you have to break it. It basically makes it so that your chase with one survivor who has this perk in the endgame is a bit of a stalemate. And while that stalemate is happening, if everyone is dead, well, you're going to kill them anyway, or they'll die to endgame. But if everyone is alive, or if there's only a person or two alive, you will basically lose those people. So much like Adrenaline, it is a perk that makes a winning endgame for survivors completely irreversible for killer. You will not be able to wrap up a chase in the endgame and quickly stop people from going into the gates if you first have to chase a person with hope. And it doesn't go away. It can go on for a very long time. It's not very obvious to you as a killer until you've experienced it in chase a few times and you've chased a person for a while. So it induces killers into making mistakes very, very often. So yeah, it's a perk that doesn't do a lot against the higher tier killers, against certain killers where 7% speed is not a big deal. But for almost everyone else, it is a very, very mean perk. And even against those high tier killers, it can still help quite a bit. So very, very strong perk. Next up is Decisive Strike. Now this perk triggers every time you become unhooked. For a minute it will be active and it will not go away unless you do a conspicuous action such as touching a generator or doing something that advances the objectives. It also gets disabled in the endgame, so it doesn't work in the endgame as it did before. If the killer grabs you from a locker or from the ground after they down you and they try to tunnel you, get you back on the hook, you will have a skill check, which is a little bit tricky, but most people can learn to hit it consistently. And when you hit it, you will break free from the killer's grasp and stun them for just a few seconds. Now, the stun from this perk is nowhere near as strong as it used to be. Some of the faster killers will shrug it right off. You will hit them with this, and they will immediately, feels almost immediately, get back into action and hit you right away. It is very important that you don't run Decisive and use it blindly. If you have Decisive, if it's on, do not run into the open and use it in the open. You will get caught. It's very important that you use this perk with your teammates coming and taking hits in anticipation to an upcoming Adrenaline, or in conjunction with other perks such as Dead Hard, which you'll be able to use right after this because, you know, it will remove the deep wound that you might have. So you need to use this perk with a little bit of a brain. And if you do, the perk is pretty good. Even though it's not an off the record and it's not what it used to be, this is still a very unique perk that does something that very few other perks can do. And it will help you. If you use it against top tier killers and you get your Dead Hard back, or you're about to get Adrenaline, that might save your life. And even if it doesn't, you're still buying a little bit of time. And if you use it against more regular killers that don't catch up so quickly, it can be a complete game changer. Buying a little bit of extra time and fighting and delaying the killer while your teammates get as many gens done as possible, even if you end up dying, is very, very valuable. And as I said, if you use it in conjunction with other resources, if you use it next to a window and then use Lithe or something like that, it can actually buy you quite a bit of time. It does get countered by a few things such as Moris and Pyramid Head players and so on. So it's not a flawless strategy. And obviously, if the killer isn't tunneling, you will not get to use this perk. But guess what? If the killer isn't tunneling, then they're playing kind of nice, and hopefully you're winning through other means. Next up, we have For the People. This is another one of those difficult to use altruistic perks that sadly you cannot expect your solo teammates to run or use competently or let you use on them. So it's a perk that mostly shines when you use it as a team. And when you use it as a team, there's a lot of things that this perk allows you to do. First of all, it changes the obsession, much like Decisive before it, which can completely throw off some killer perks. So things such as Save the Best for Last, Rancor, you might be able to smartly play around with this perk if you're sharp. But more importantly, what it does is you do like a little transfusion of health states from you, who has to be healthy, to another survivor. And you can bring them from injured to up, or from injured to healthy, or from dying to injured. So basically give them one health state. The perk makes you broken, so you cannot use this and then get adrenaline or heal yourself immediately after. That would be a little bit too much. But it's only for 60 seconds, so it's not too bad at all. So what makes this perk so powerful? A survivor that is not dead on hook can use it on a survivor that is dead on hook, and now they might have 2 or 3 health states. So if you use this on a survivor, let's say you're playing against a clown or any other killer that has to hit you normally, and you use this perk on a survivor that just got unhooked. Now the survivor will need to get hit once, now injured, now twice because of off the record, now deep wound, and now 3 times. And if at any point they have Decisive or Adrenaline, you're making tunneling extremely, extremely difficult. It also allows you to be injured, and sometimes this can be advantageous. If you have a build where you being injured helps, such as Resilience, Made for this, and Iron Whale, a bunch of other perks, you can actually make your own injury not that bad while helping others. And if you heal for a little bit before propping it, it's a bit buggy, but if you do a bit of healing and then use the perk, you can also trigger other perks, such as We're Gonna Live Forever, which will protect the person that you're picking up, which will give them endurance. And you can also trigger Renewal, which we'll talk about later. So basically, you can heal someone with Renewal, and then when you go on the hook, you will get automatically healed upon on hook, kind of for free without wasting any time. So that's kind of amazing. So yeah, the clutch that this perk allows coordinated teams to pull off is quite spectacular. Next up is Lithe. Lithe is a slight downgrade from Sprint Burst in terms of versatility. It has a very similar effect where it will give you a 3-second Sprint Burst, and it's a very, very good perk. The not so nice thing about this perk is that you need a vault location. That would typically be windows, but also drop pallets. And this makes you a little bit more predictable. There are a lot of survivors that I chase that have this perk, and I know they have this perk because I've seen them use it. And their options in chase are a little bit limited. Sometimes if they try to do something a little bit too obvious, they might get hit before they can use this perk effectively. Either way, what it gains in being not so flexible and versatile as Sprint Burst, it makes up for how nice it is to use, and you don't have to manage your exhaustion like with Sprint Burst. So this is a perk that you can use in almost any tile to make it very far, and it's super easy to use. Beginners use it well. Advanced players can also use it very well. It can even be used in some smart ways to unzone yourself. If you drop a pallet onto a killer, and then you realize that, wait a minute, I'm on the edge of the map. After this killer breaks the pallet, I'm going to die because I don't have anything. You can stun the killer and then vault it, do what some people call a dump tech. And normally the killer here would hit you, but because you have Lithe, you make it very, very far. So you can use this perk in some very creative ways, and it can be combined with some other perks to some more or less quirky effects. And overall, it is a really, really nice chase perk. Not much else to say about it. It's a pretty straightforward one. Next up is Distortion. Distortion starts out with 3 tokens. Anytime the killer would use anything that would show them your aura, a perk, an add-on, anything like that, the perk will trigger, you will lose 1 token, and for the next 10 or so seconds, your aura is protected, you're basically hidden, and you also stop leaving scratch marks on the ground, which is not a huge deal, but can help sometimes. So, this perk can already be used in 2 major ways. The first, that's not that crazy, but still useful, is just to be a stealthy player. Anytime the perk triggers, you know that the killer would have otherwise found you, and now you can maybe avoid detection for a little bit and let your teammates take the heat, which is, in some situations, a really good thing. But the more interesting part about this perk is the information that you can gather and the perks that you can deduce, or add-ons that you can deduce from the other side very quickly. At the start of the match, you can immediately tell your teammates whether or not the killer has Lethal Pursuer, which is the auto-reading perk that triggers at the start. If the killer has Lethal Pursuer, you tell everyone, hey guys, I lost a stack, killer has Lethal Pursuer, and then they will prepare. If it doesn't, then you tell them, no Lethal Pursuer, and they know that they can hide without being seen. Anytime the killer hooks, you can rule out barbecue and chili. Anytime the killer gets close to you and uses some power, you can check if they have an add-on to read your aura. So if you know the game well and you use that information, you can very quickly figure out which perk the killer has and doesn't have to play around them, or expect other perks instead. So that is wonderful, and it makes this an amazing solo perk, sure, but even more so an amazing team perk, an information perk. That's mostly all there is to it. You also gain stacks if you stay within terror radius of the killer, so even in long games, this perk will not be completely useless after a little while. So that's really, really nice. Next up is Resilience, a very simple perk that essentially makes you do everything 9% faster while you're injured. Opening gates, doing generators, healing others, healing yourself, unhooking, almost doing totems, almost anything at all that's not related to some killer power that you can do, you will do faster with Resilience. And most of the time, this translates to slightly faster healing, slightly faster gens if you're injured, and also, this is the most critical, perhaps, slightly faster vaulting. This makes going through windows a little bit faster. If you're going through a window just to make distance, you start running a bit sooner. If the killer's trying to hit you many times, if the killer's going for a very, very narrow hit, they will miss thanks to this perk, so that feels pretty good. Even if the killer has a little bit of dodgy connection, this perk might help you avoid those silly hits that sometimes happen when the killer is a little bit laggy. So it is overall a very, very nice perk. Now, personally, I think this perk used to be a little bit overrated. I think survivors were a bit too crazy over this. The 9% wasn't all that crazy. But now we are in a meta where staying injured has its perks, especially with the made for this inclusion that we talked about earlier. You can also use a medkit if the killer doesn't have mangled or hemorrhage to make your healing 99 and keep it at 99 to get the benefits of this perk. And if you're in danger of being hit, you're just healed to full. So if the killer doesn't have hemorrhage on you, you can stay 99 healed to get the benefits of resilience with none of the downsides, because you can always heal on command. So overall, very versatile perk that suits some builds well, and it makes really, really tight survivors a little bit harder to catch. Not bad at all, but I don't recommend it for beginners. Next up is Overcome from Jonah. This is a perk that triggers when you get hit, and it extends the normal speed boost that you get from a hit quite significantly to an extra 2 seconds. It's basically it's like getting a sprint burst of sorts that happens when you get hit automatically. It's an extremely easy perk to use. Anyone can really run it. Obviously, it will not trigger if the killer that you're playing against is an insta-kill, insta-down killer, such as Cannibal, Hillbilly, Ghostface, Myers. But hopefully, if you play against these killers, you can sometimes force them to hit you with a basic attack, and then the perk works just fine. If you get tunneled very aggressively, since you're going to be injured, you don't really get it. If you get hit with injured, you need to be going from healthy to injured. So it's a perk that has a few more holes than some of the other ones, and it's a little bit more situational, but it makes up for some of that in how simple it is to use. When you get that massive speed boost, you can outzone yourself. If you were in a really bad spot, you can actually make it to safety. There are a lot of killers that are very good at zoning, and with this perk, you will counter them slightly. Anecdotally, for example, I've played Wesker sometimes, and I grab someone and I throw them against the edge of the map, and I think to myself, oh, I'm going to catch them for sure now, because they can't really make it anywhere. But with this perk, they do make it to safety. So there are a lot of situations where it is super, super handy to have. You can also combine it quite nicely with Lucky Break or other perks to make that distance that you make quite nasty. So yeah, you need to know a little bit what are some of its weaknesses, but overall, it's a decent perk to have that can make it even harder for an average killer to catch up to you. It's also really, really good when the killer is trying to zone you into a certain territory, like Hag and Trapper typically will. So you can take a hit and go all the way back to your Boon area or to your team or to the area that you know is safe. And that's pretty much all there is to talk about it. Next up is Built to Last. This is a perk that allows you to spend about 12 seconds in a locker, which is a bit of a waste of time, to fully recharge an item. You can also do it again to get 2/3 and then again to get 1/3, but for the most part, you will be using this perk once and that's it. So you get into a locker for 12 seconds and you get a whole item back. I'm going to tell you right now, if you don't have an item on your hand, this perk is worthless. And if you have a weak item on your hand, such as a brown toolbox, or I don't know, like a green map or something, it's not very good at all. This perk, however, shines when you duplicate, you refill an already very strong item. What are some good candidates? Having a good medkit and duplicating it with this is nice. Having a nice key to see the killer's aura and duplicating it with this is a bit of a kill, but still very nice. And mostly toolboxes. You can get on a gen and burn a very strong toolbox in just a few seconds and get a lot of seconds off the gen. And then get the toolbox and then do the next gen and still save a little bit of time. Now, it's true that some of the time that you're saving is diminished when you consider the 12 seconds that you spend on a locker to get the item back. But these are 12 seconds where the killer is not aware of you. They don't know where you are. So it can still be used quite well, and sometimes while you're in the locker, you can also be doing other things such as charging up inner strength. So it's really, really nice. It's really, really nice. Getting that, even if you have to waste 12 seconds, maybe you've already popped a gen, and the killer really can't do anything during those 12 seconds. So by the time they check a gen, go away, and now you're back, and you have the toolbox, and now you use it on the next one. The next perk is Streetwise, and much like Build to Last that we just talked about, this perk is very weak on its own. If you run it by itself with no items, it is basically useless. If you run it with a weak item, it is essentially useless. This perk shines in two situations: when you bring an item that's very, very strong, and when your team who is close to you also brings an item. This is a perk that affects you and gives you 25% extra charges on your item, including it also multiplies all the charges that the item has through add-ons. And this stacks with other Streetwises, forgive me, unlike Prove Thyself, which doesn't stack, and multiple people can run it. So if you have it and your teammate has it, you're both giving it to each other. And even if they don't run it, they're still benefiting from you. So what are some practical applications of Streetwise? If you have a medkit with a single gel dressing, the iridescent thing, you can have a medkit with 2 heals and 1 syringe or 1 styptic. And those 2 heals you get thanks to Streetwise. If you have a key, you can make it last longer, and it's a very simple one. You don't need to go into a locker, even though it's only 25%. And more importantly, this goes extremely well, again, with toolboxes. If you have a toolbox, and God forbid your teammate also has a toolbox, and one of you or both have Streetwise, you can sit on a gen, get an extra 25% juice out of that toolbox, and give the same effect to your teammate. That might only translate into an additional 4 or 5 seconds or 6 seconds off a gen, but that's still pretty wild. That's still pretty wild. And guess what? If you use Build to Last, you get another 25% off that new toolbox that you're getting. So yeah, this perk is very, very strange. It really only shines upon on very specific scenarios, but when those scenarios happen, I think it's pretty crazy. Now we arrive at Deja Vu. This was a perk that was pretty nice earlier, but that now has been buffed slightly if you didn't reach the patch notes, and it's now a very solid perk. So Deja Vu shows you the 3 generators that are closest to each other. So at the start, that might be 3 random gens, and at the end, when there's only 3 gens left and you have to repair the last one, obviously it's all the gens. If you are smart, you will work on those gens as much as you can and break them. And this will result in the 3 gens slowly getting bigger and bigger and bigger until the last 3 generators are spread out. If you do that as a general norm, and your teammates maybe also run this perk and also do that, the killer will often find themselves in an endgame where they still don't have any kills. They want to defend an area, but no matter which area they stake in, the gens are way too spread. And there will always be one gen being worked on slowly, and the final gen will be inevitable, and adrenaline on everyone is on the horizon. So knowing the 3 closest gens is already a very good thing, but this perk also makes you work on them 6%. Wait, did they buff it to 7? No, they buffed it from 5 to 6. 6% faster, forever, with no countdown, no condition, no trigger. So if you work on one of those 3 gens, you do it 6% faster. Now, doing 6% faster, that's only about 5 seconds that you're saving. It's not insane, but guess what? It stacks with everything else. So if you have Prove Thyself, if you have Streetwise, if you have a toolbox, you are adding on to that small 6%. So It's a really nice perk that gives you good info to avoid potential endgame situations where the 3 gens are all too close, and it just helps you to do gens a little bit faster. Super simple to use, and much like Windows of Opportunity, the nice thing about this perk is that it might help average survivors to play a little bit better and make fewer mistakes. So, in my opinion, it is great. And now he's in a very, very solid place, solid spot. Now we reach Troubleshooter, the second perk from Gabriel. This perk is really, really, really strong. When you start being chased, it shows you the aura of the gen that has the most progress. This is an incredible thing for teams that are constantly communicating, even though it's still kind of nice to see it visually. But if you're playing solo, this will help you put the pieces together. So if you see on your HUD that your teammate Meg is working on a gen and it's 99, and now you see that gen on main with this perk, you know that Meg is there. You can kind of figure out what's going on even if you play as a solo player. So that's a really nice thing, seeing where the most progress gen is. The main goal of this is obviously to avoid bringing the killer there. You don't want the killer to down you next to a gen and then defend you both. That would be horrible. So basically this perk allows you to know what place of the map you should stay away from during chase. But the more important part of this perk is that anytime you drop a pallet in chase, the aura of the killer is shown to you. This is so good. It's only for a few seconds, but it's so good. There are so many tiles where if you drop the pallet and you immediately keep running, you open yourself up for all kinds of mind games on all kinds of risky 50-50s. This perk cuts that off. Unless the killer is somehow undetectable, which is not the majority of the cast most of the time, you will see their aura. So if they try to play around the pallet, you will go the other way. If they mind game themselves and fool themselves, you will go right away in an opposite direction. So there are a lot of situations where this perk allows you to identify the killer's making a mistake and immediately punish it, and punish it in the most precise way possible. If the killer somehow has the chance to hit you through a wall, which is something that some killers can do, this perk will also give you a hint. So say you're playing against an artist and she's placing birds behind a wall, which is a thing that artists will do, or a nurse who's charging up a blink, you will see their model, which means that you will know exactly where they're landing, and they won't know that you know. They have no way of knowing that you have this perk unless they somehow guess it. So they will expect to be landing or hitting you, and you will know exactly where to dodge it. That information is so good. So good. Knowing exactly where the killer is coming, what they're going to see, and being able to hide and take the best path, it is really, really, really strong. Honestly, now that I talk about it, you would almost think this perk is even stronger than this. It does get countered a little bit if you are blind, if you have the blindness status effect, but that's about the only potential downside of this perk. An amazing chase perk that will work very, very well against most killers. In some other situations, maybe seeing the aura of the killer might be a bit redundant, but still an amazing perk nonetheless. Next up is Balance Landing. This is another exhaustion perk that is honestly quite incredible. The nicest thing about Balance Landing is that it turns normally weak spots of the map into actual strengths. If you have to do a generator on a second floor, or a hill, or some other elevated structure or platform, that would be a massive downside, because if the killer interrupts you, you would drop, you would get slowed down, the killer doesn't get slowed down, so you get caught. But with this perk, not only do you not get slowed down much, you actually get a speed boost out of it, so it makes you a great team member to work on those elevated gens. In fact, it's not uncommon in tournaments, since there are perk restrictions, to have one person with this perk work on gens in main buildings and other elevated areas. So that perk is incredible. You can also trigger it on a lot of little spots that might not be very obvious. If you know the maps well, you know that in some areas you can jump on little rocks or little elevations in the terrain. So you can use this perk very creatively to get a speed boost that is not quite as on command as Sprint Burst, but that is still very, very good. Now, what is the main downside of this perk? Number one, against certain killers, it is a little bit predictable. If you're playing against a nurse and she knows that you're going towards a window, she will land right at your feet and hit you before you can pull it off, so be careful. And number two, and this is the saddest part, there are a lot of maps that have no elevation. If you go to Cowshed and get a little bit unlucky, you will have 0 places to use it other than the basement stairs. If you go to Azerov's resting place, there's like maybe a couple spots where you can run it. and most of them are not super accessible. So yes, if you don't know which map you're going to, which for the majority of players that's the case, this perk has the risk of being a little bit useless. And every now and then I play a game where I realize, oh, someone had this perk and they didn't get to use it at all. So that's one thing that holds it back. If all the maps had at least 1 or 2 good spots, then this perk would certainly be a little bit stronger. Next, we have Will Make It. Very simple perk. Once you unhook someone, you have a boost to altruistic healing speed that is 100%. 100% means that it doesn't mean that you heal immediately. It means that you do things twice as fast. So instead of healing them from 16 seconds, it will take about 8 seconds, maybe 10 if they have mangled or so on. So it basically cuts your healing time in half. And this doesn't work on self-healing, but it also works for the next 90 seconds on anyone else you find. So you can unhook a person, then go pick someone from the ground or heal someone else to full, and you will keep this bonus for a very long time. This is an incredible perk if used correctly, and the efficiency that you can gain from this perk is fantastic. Not to mention that healing others quickly can allow you to trigger up your own perks, such as Renewal, that we're going to talk to in a minute. What else can you charge with it? Renewal. I guess you could also get autodidact value, but we're not going to talk about that. Yeah, healing other people is typically good and can lead to some good things. Now the problem, if the killer is camping or if the killer is tunneling the person off the hook aggressively, going right for them, you don't get to use this perk. And if you're the person on the hook, this perk doesn't have any side effect to help you. So it is a perk that kind of relies on the killer being a good boy and helping you a little bit. When this happens though, the perk is incredible, but it does have that downside. If you use the 90 seconds well though, it can be a game changer and it can help the team efficiency tremendously. And in most games, you're gonna have at least 1 or 2 save on hooks, no matter how bad it is. So it is quite nice. Moving on, we have Renewal, aka Second Win, before it was renamed. This is a perk that triggers when you have healed someone else. You need to have healed them properly. You can't just finish them when they're 99. If you use for the people, be sure to hold the healing action for a little bit so the game registers that you're healing someone. And then the perk will trigger. You can do this up to twice. And this perk will activate when you become unhooked. When you become unhooked, you will be broken. And after 28 seconds, I think it is now, you get a health state back. If the killer has hit you, you will be in deep wound, so this will heal you from deep wound to health, to injured. And then you can use maybe Dead Hard or be ready for adrenaline. And if you didn't get hit by the killer, then you will be fully healed. And this is really nice. Essentially, what this perk translates to is if you heal someone else once, you will get 1 somewhat free heal over time. This is incredibly efficient. The only reason this perk isn't more popular is because, let's be honest, adrenaline is much easier to use and has a similar effect. So this is a perk that maybe gets overshadowed by other healing perks and other utility perks, but it is very, very good. It is true that if the killer tunnels you, it is a little bit less useful, but it can still have its niche use even when you're being tunneled. Not to mention that if the killer sees you broken, they might think that you have Deliverance because it has a similar effect, and they might not realize that you actually got unhooked, so it might confuse them a little bit. Next up, Botany Knowledge. Right off the bat, this perk has a downside. It makes items be consumed a little bit more. It has like a penalty to consumption, makes them consume more charges if you heal with medkits yourself or others while using this perk. It's at 20%. This isn't a big deal. If you have a little brown extra charge, that will be enough to offset it. But it does mean that unless you hit some lucky skill checks, you might not get 2 full heals or 1 full heal from a single medkit anymore. So this is a perk that you need to use a little bit carefully, and you need to understand that you need to use items in a specific way or not use items at all. And what you get from it, however, is pretty good. It is a 50% reduction in 50% faster healing. So it's half as good as Will Make It, but that's still really, really nice. 50% faster healing to everyone, including yourself, is pretty incredible. It makes self-care a lot more usable. It makes normal heals take only about 12 seconds, maybe a bit less if you hit some skill checks. And this is amazing for overall altruism and overall teamwork. In endgame situations where multiple people are injured, you can heal one, then heal the other, and quickly get 2 people that are injured back into good shape so they can go and take hits or go for a rescue. It's a really nice perk that just helps with efficiency. It doesn't have any crazy use, but the numbers on it are quite nice. Next up, we have Bond, a very simple perk that shows you the aura of your teammates within a very massive, I believe, 36-meter range. This is incredible. There is so much that comes from seeing the exact location of your team. Much like Kindred, you can figure out exactly what is happening before you actually get there. And with a little bit of additional information from looking at the environment, listening to what's sounding in the distance, and looking at the HUD indicator, with Bond, you can pretty much figure out any situation. If you hear the turret radios get louder, look at the HUD and see that your teammate Claudette is being chased, and then you see Claudette running at you, then you know, okay, so she's being chased, the killer's getting closer, the killer's chasing her, and they're chasing towards me, and I'm injured and I'm vulnerable. Okay, I need to get out of the way. Or actually, I'm healthy and she's about to die. Let me go help her. And because I know exactly where she is, I can go and take a hit very reliably, or I can set up for a flashlight save, or all other kinds of altruistic plays. So this is a perk that's really nice for solo players to figure out that, oh, wait, that girl is running ahead of me. She's going for the rescue. Let her do it. But also for teammates in actual comms. Oh, I see which locker you went into with head on. Okay, I'm going to run in there so that you can stun the killer. So you can do a lot of things with this perk. And it's a bit of a lubricant that makes all the teamwork a bit smoother and happen a bit more naturally. Very, very good information perk. But again, it's an information perk. Do you need this at the highest level? Possibly not. Is it always going to be useful? Possibly not. Sometimes it might be a bit redundant. But as far as information perks, is almost as good as it gets. Lucky Break is a stealth perk that triggers when you become injured. It makes you not drop any blood at all, which is a pretty unique feature. Almost no other perk does this in the game. It does it for a very long time. And you also leave no scratch marks. The combination of leaving no scratch marks and no blood makes you essentially untrackable if the killer loses sight of you. The only other thing the killer can go by at that moment is maybe birds, if there's any, or your sounds when you're injured. But if you have Iron Will, or Off the Record, or some other perk to be quiet, or you're playing one of those characters that is a little bit less noisy than others, such as Sheva, then you can pretty much disappear. This is an amazing perk to get hit, go around the corner, maybe use Quick and Quiet to go into a locker. Killer will have no clue what just happened, and disappear. It is quite effective to lose killers like this in chase if they don't have some kind of auto reading that is very conveniently happening. The perk will probably let you do a little Houdini disappearance. Now, this is a major counter to several killers. Also gets countered by other killers that do not care about this and can still track you via their power. Things like Legion or Doctor they're going to find you with their power, regardless of whether or not you leave in scratch marks. But then again, it's very good against a Spirit or some other character that's looking very carefully at your scratch marks. So how good is it to try to disappear in chase like that? If you spend too many other perks to make this gimmicky playstyle happen, it can be pretty successful, but it might not be enough. From my experience, if you're a good player, doing this will often make the killer leave and go chase someone else and maybe interrupt the gen. And maybe you don't want that. Maybe you want the killer to actually be on you and waste time on you. So be careful. Do not use this perk if you think your team is going to be in a worse spot. If you're a more stealth-oriented player or you're a little bit newer, I think this perk is just fine if you are okay leaving that responsibility to your team. And overall, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It does have a timer that runs out eventually, and there's a lot of killers that will hit you and do their hit and run tactics and run off, and then the perk will do nothing. But if you heal other people, you can get it back and have it still trigger a little bit during mid-game or end-game. Not bad at all. Very, very solid perk. Next up is Inner Healing. It's a perk that triggers when you have cleansed a totem. There's always 5 totems, so you can use it up to 5 times. And when it triggers, if you go into a locker, 14 seconds later, you will come out healthy. As long as you're not broken or something else preventing the healing, you will heal. And this healing is completely consistent. It doesn't get affected by any anti-healing perks or add-ons or effects. So if the killer has something to make your healing very slow, like Sloppy Butcher or Mangled add-ons, this perk will completely counter that. You will still heal to full in the same time. So that's really, really nice. It helps a lot with that kind of stuff. It's a very nice perk to reliably self-heal yourself. Obviously, if only 5 totems exist and 4 people run this perk, it's not going to be great. Sometimes you will struggle to find a totem if everyone's doing them. But other than that, it works pretty well and it's pretty nice, and it can help you be healthy in an endgame situation where you're the only survivor left and you want to be healthy to try to open the gates and so on. So it's a really nice perk to use in those situations where the gens don't really matter anymore. Maybe they're already all done and you just need to be healthy so that you can try to open the gate or go through the gate without going down. So in that kind of situation, it's a very reliable self-heal, which is incredible. Now, there are some risks associated to running this perk, even if no one else is running it, and that is the fact that cleansing totems can put you on a spot. If the killer has Undying, they will see your aura while doing so. If the totem that you do is a trap totem, such as Haunted Ground, you could put your team in danger, so watch out. And if the killer has Pentimento, which is a punishment perk for cleansing totems, you can severely destroy your own team. If you cleanse a totem or two and the killer relights that totem with Pentimento, you need to remember that and go and do it if it's early on, because that will be a minus 30% speed on gens, which is brutal. It's one of the most powerful effects of any perk in the game. So you need to be very careful not to dig your own grave with this perk. But if you can play around that, the perk is perfectly good, perfectly fine, perfectly balanced in my opinion. Next up is Dead Hard. Dead Hard is an exhaustion perk that has 3 conditions. Number 1, you need to not be exhausted in order to use it. Number 2, you need to be injured and not in deep wound. Injured, but not in deep wound. And then you need to be... you need to be running as well. And it only activates once you are unhooked. So because you can be unhooked twice, this means that you can use Dead Hard twice per game max. When all of these conditions are on and you're injured, off the hook, not in mending state, and you're running, then you can press E or whatever other letter and you'll do a little dash forward. If the killer damages you during this dash forward, you won't go down. Instead, you'll get deep wound as if you just got hit off the hook, and you get the speed boost that you naturally get from that. Now, as you could tell, there are a lot of conditions that make this perk extremely awkward, and because the killer has to hit you at a precise time, this perk on average is far too much trouble to use for the average survivor against the average killer, and it's not something I recommend, and it's not something I place too highly. However, let's talk about the situations where this perk begins to shine. If you are an incredibly good survivor, you will find little ways to make this perk usable. Unlike Off the Record, which disables in endgame, this one doesn't. And unlike Decisive, which disables if you do a conspicuous action, this perk doesn't disable if you do a conspicuous action. So you can be on a gen, injured, doing the gen, and if the killer hits you and you immediately pull it off, you're fine. So if you somehow manage to use a bit of psychology to trick the killer into hitting you, and then you time this perk well, it will buy you a lot of time. This is particularly nice against high-tier killers such as Nurse and Blight, who have a very strong power to catch up and then hit you. Because they don't really get to choose when they hit you, because they have a narrow window of opportunity to hit you, this perk is incredible against them. So if you play against a Nurse and they blink on top of you, you press that hard. If they hit you, you get it. If they don't hit you, they waste their own time. Similar thing with Blight. And also happens very nicely against killers that have other props that can damage you. What do I mean by this? If you're playing against a Nemesis and you're infected and there's a zombie, you can Dead Hard into the zombie to get the speed boost and not go down to a basic attack. If you're playing against a Knight and you're cornered by a guard and the guard is about to ram into you and hit you, you can Dead Hard into the guard to get the speed boost and not go down. So there are a lot of situations against killers like this where you can use this perk creatively to avoid a down, which is awesome if you pull it off. Also, this perk has incredibly good synergy with anti-tunneling perks. A very nasty wombo combo that we'll talk about later is Off the Record, Decisive, Dead Hard. You get hit, then you go down, then you use Decisive, and now because you lost Mending, you can use Dead Hard. And that works really, really well against the aforementioned top tier killers. So, because it does put a little bit of pressure on killers to look out for it, and because it has that skill ceiling where it can be used by smart players to some good effect, the perk still has a little bit of life in it despite the heavy nerfs. Now we're talking about Circle of Healing. It is a boon that takes a little bit of time to set up, Boons give a lot of points, which is a really nice thing. And this one in particular makes every injured survivor within its range viewable to all the other players. That is a minor thing, but it's helpful. It's quite helpful. I still don't think that it makes the perk worth running in solo. It's very risky. People might not cooperate or might not really understand what you're doing with it, but it does help that you see your teammates' aura even if you're on comms. Once you are inside of this, if you heal other people, normally, it doesn't work if you heal yourself, and I believe it doesn't work with medkits, you heal them twice as fast. It's the same as We'll Make It, but instead of working off on hooks, it works in an area. And if you put this, just like any other boon, in an elevated area, it will cover a huge vertical cylinder that covers the entire vertical space. So if you put this on top of some tall building like Ironworks, it covers the entire space around it and across all floors. And the killer would have to waste quite a bit of time to destroy it. Long story short, if you are smart and use this appropriately early on in the match at some point, or even late game where you expect a lot of healing resets to happen, this can be incredible for your efficiency, and it can be really, really good to keep the heals coming, even if you don't have a lot of medkits. But is this really that much better than a bunch of adrenalines or a bunch of medkits? The answer is typically no. So it is a perk that is good, but it's also situational, and it can also backfire if you spend too much time looking for this or set it up only for it to go down. So it does have its utility if you're smart enough to know when to place it, and you think that the 14 or so seconds that you spend blessing the totem, you're going to get them back. If you're going to bless this totem just to heal once, it's definitely not worth it. So you need to have some expectation of what your team is about to do. The next perk we'll talk about is Any Means Necessary. This perk shows you the aura of pallets that are dropped, and this works, I believe, across the map. This is already a very nice information. Sometimes while you're doing gens or minding your own business, you'll see pallet drops across the map, and you'll be able to figure out where the killer is chasing other people. And if the killer is silly enough to not break them and they're good pallets, you can take a bit of time to go and reset them. Takes a few seconds, but it's a really, really nasty thing. How strong exactly? I wouldn't say this is the most game-changing perk in the world. Killers that are very, very strong shred through pallets immediately or don't mind pallets at all, such as Nurse or Blight. So this is not a perk that's going to help you defeat the mightiest of all meta killers, but it is a nice perk that can go well with some gimmick. Strategies. If you drop a pallet on a killer and then rescue a teammate, you might be able to reset the pallet before the killer exhausts the full stun animation, which can be really, really cheeky and can let you recycle some really good pallets. And overall, it's not a bad perk. The combination of information and being able to reset pallets can sometimes make beginner or more clueless killers that find themselves in a bad spot now forever stuck in this place of the map that keeps having good pallets. So it can really, really punish killers. The fact that the perk exists might also convince average killers to waste a bit of time breaking them. Sometimes if I play against a few UEs and I see a few pallets, I'll think, oof, I don't want that pallet to be reset. I'm just going to break it just in case this perk is there. So it is a perk that also passively encourages killers to waste a bit of time on pallets that maybe otherwise they wouldn't bother breaking. So overall, it is a very decent perk. Next up is Wiretap. It is a perk that you activate by doing gens, so it is very, very natural to use. You need to have a little bit of finesse on when you time it, and when you activate it, the gen that you're working on will become a little beacon radius UIV thing. It will basically be an area where the killer gets detected. I've made several times the mistake of chasing people around certain structures where this was on. And oh my god, it feels like you're chasing a cheater. It's like they know exactly where you are. The mind games don't work, back and forths don't work, catching up doesn't work. They see exactly where you are, react perfectly to what you do behind the wall. So obviously it's very, very strong. If the killer breaks the gen and kicks it, it goes away. And you can also block the gen with Repress Alliance, if you will, to keep that as an unbreakable UAV, which is kind of funny. This is not the most consistent perk in the world. Many killers will be busy chasing people away in other parts of the map. And if they chase you, sometimes it's in your best interest not to stay on the generator. Sometimes it's best if you leave so the killer kicks the gen and forgets about you and wastes his time, or they chase you and someone else helps to find the gen. So This is a perk that might encourage you to loop around the gen, which might not be the best idea in the first place. But other than that, it's very usable, and on a few maps where gens and loops are tied together, the perk is definitely serviceable and on average pretty damn good. Now we're going to talk about Boon Exponential, a perk from Jonah that makes it so that anyone inside the Boon area, which is, 24 meters on the side and infinitely up, infinitely down, big cylinder, picks themselves up from the recovery animation, from the recovery state, 50% faster. So it's basically like two Unbreakables together. It's very, very good. It's very, very fast. 50% faster will mean that a survivor will be up from the ground in about 16 seconds, and they can pick themselves up infinitely there. Now, killers aren't stupid. If they realize that survivors are going down and getting up like little lemmings, they will figure out that you have this and maybe go and break it. So it's not something you can abuse forever, or they'll just pick up from the ground and avoid slugging. But it's a perk that can occasionally make a killer's life very, very miserable, especially if you go with a bit of a plan. It can also be a bit of a team Unbreakable, where if you set it up in some corner, anyone that goes on the ground can slowly crawl there and then pick themselves up there on their own without needing help. So it's a little nice backup perk that is not bad to have. If by any chance you happen to play against a slugging killer, or if you bring an anti-slugging build that we'll talk about a bit later when we talk about flip-flop, or God forbid you play against twins, this perk is an absolute kick in the gut for those type of players. Because players like twins rely a lot on slugging. Their power just by their very nature is leaving you on the ground for a little bit until they come and pick you up. And this perk can rob them of even the most basic chance to come and pick you up. So this is a perk that has its occasional spikes of utility. If you run it with other Boon totems, you can have all of the utility of each Boon on the same spot, which is a little bit overkill and not all that great, but it's still nice. It's still nice. And it is a little bit scary also for killers to consider that this perk could be in play, and it does encourage them not to slug if they have heard the Boon at some point. The next Boon is Shadow Step. This is a stealth Boon. If you are within its range and for a few seconds after you leave it, your scratch marks are gone and you do not show up to auras. This is very useful to provide a little blanket of safety in a certain area. And protect survivors from being picked up by auto-reading perks like barbecue and chili. This perk would definitely be a lot better if every map was indoor, but it's not. It would be a lot better if off the record didn't exist, but it does, and many people use it. So it doesn't cover a very nice niche. Let's be honest, some survivors don't care about stealth, and the ones that do have their own perks to procure it. So this perk doesn't really solve a problem that many people have. That being said, against beginner killers, not seeing scratch marks is an absolute, it messes with their mind. I'm not going to say a bad word. And even experienced killers like myself, if I'm chasing a survivor and they suddenly stop leaving scratch marks, I don't always put 2 and 2 together. If it's an indoor map, there's a really good chance I might lose them. This perk also begins to add a little bit of paranoia. If you have heard a Boon and you're chasing a survivor and their scratch marks suddenly fade, now you might not realize what happened. You don't know if they disappear because they enter that area or if they disappear because they started walking. So it does mess with killers in more subtle ways than one. So that's something that's honestly nice about it, but it's hardly the best perk in the world. It doesn't do all that much. It's not too bad though. Next up is No One Left Behind. And I remember the last time I talked about this perk, I wasn't so happy about it. This perk has now received a very significant buff. It is a very nice perk to have right now. It does quite a lot of things, really. It gives you more points for doing altruistic actions in the endgame, which is welcome. It makes you heal other people 50% faster, I believe, in endgame, much like Botany Knowledge. Other people, which is very, very nice for resets and getting everybody ready for some final attempt to unhook someone. It makes you unhook other people much, much, much faster than normal. I believe it's also 50%. It's insanely fast. This can beat fast killers that can hit twice with Save the Best for Last and other quirky add-ons or perks. So it is incredibly, incredibly good at unhooking people very fast. And the person that you unhook during the endgame also becomes faster for longer, so they get a bit more of a speed boost. Basically, this perk is like a little Swiss knife of endgame goodness. Oh, and I forgot one thing. It also shows you the aura of all of your teammates. And all of this happens in the endgame. So, you see auras. You unhook faster. You give them more speed. You heal quicker. You get extra points. That's a lot of stuff, and all of it is honestly really, really good. I have found myself playing, like, when I play solo, I don't trust to reach endgame all that often, but when I play solo, and I do, this perk is amazing. It helps you understand where everyone is, so you can go and heal them, and you can be the leader of the team and get everyone together, which is incredibly, incredibly useful. And even if you're playing with friends, again, seeing their precise location helps a lot to go and take a hit to help them score them to the gate. It is super, super helpful. I'm pretty sure that if you play with your friends in endgame, communication gets pretty chaotic. This helps with that. And the extra healing and faster unhooking, those are things that are really hard to come by. There's not a lot of perks that help you unhook faster. Definitely not any perk that helps you unhook this fast on its own. So it is a very underrated perk, in my opinion. Why is this perk not more popular? Well, most people just run adrenaline and they get the heal anyway. And most people just have other similar perks that cover its niche. It's not all that impactful when you compare it to that, but it's still very nice. The next perk is Borrowed Time. This used to be a perk that was ubiquitous. It was on almost everyone's build, but now it has been made basically a base kit feature. When a survivor becomes unhooked, they have a base kit default always 10-second slightly faster 10% speed and 10-second protection endurance effect. So that means that for those 10 seconds they're a bit faster, and if the killer hits them, they won't go down. With this perk, you extend that time, I believe, another 10 seconds. And this isn't all that useful in most situations, but let's narrow it down. If a survivor gets hit right away by the killer, well, it doesn't really matter that they have endurance for 10 more seconds. If a survivor is bringing off the record, which gives them 80 seconds of self-endurance, it doesn't really matter that you give them an extra 10 seconds of endurance. But this perk, unlike some of those other perks, it works in endgame. And the extra 10 seconds also means that they run faster for an extra 10 seconds, which is not bad at all. This perk allows you to do two things. Number one, in endgame situations, you can rescue people that are very far away from the exit gate. And if they have let's do the math. If they have 20 seconds of endurance, endgame included, and they run at 4 meters per second, that means that they can do 4 times 20 seconds. That's a lot of distance. That's a lot of distance. They can cover half the map in that time. How much would it be, actually? I didn't calculate it. It is 20 seconds, 4 meters per second. That's 80 meters. That's insane. I mean, maybe they waste a little bit in the initial second, but it's still, let's round it down even. Let's assume that they run into a tree a little bit. That's still like 60 or 70 good meters where they can run to the exit gate. And if the killer doesn't somehow manage to body block them or like drag them in somehow with some power, they are out and there's nothing the killer can do. So this makes those late game rescues extremely, extremely reliable, even if the killer has hooked someone far away. Now, there is another situation where this perk is kick-ass, and I don't see it super often, but it can be a major turning point for the game, and that is during the middle game. If a killer is quite smart and is a little bit evil, they might want to tunnel, that is, to immediately chase someone that is off the hook, right? So they will chase, let's say Claudette gets rescued by you from the basement, and the killer comes back, and the killer's looking at their clock, and they're thinking, okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, 10 seconds. Now I can hit. And they will listen, and they will hear Claudette doing injured sounds. So they'll think, okay, if she's doing injured sounds, that means she doesn't have off the record. If she doesn't have off the record, after 10 seconds, I can just hit her. But that's when this perk comes in. Because you have borrowed time, it's no longer 10 seconds. If the killer tries to wait out the 10 seconds and then hits, boop, guess what? Bang. They don't get the down, and this perk will save your team's life. So in that situation, this would also be an amazing perk. Moving on, we arrive at We're Gonna Live Forever. It is a very simple perk that allows you to heal people on the floor, on the dying state, twice as fast. Very much like We'll Make It, which stacks with it. This will let you heal someone on the ground in 8 seconds. That is really good. Keep in mind, a survivor on the ground without any perks takes about 32 seconds to heal themselves to almost full. 31.6 or so. So it shaves off 24 seconds from the worst case scenario. Normally, healing them on the ground would be 16, which is still pretty bad if you really need the time. So healing someone in 8 seconds is awesome. But the perk has a second effect to it. If you rescue someone from the hook or save them from a pallet or a rescue with a flashlight, or if you take a hit for them, if you do any of these heroic things, the perk activates. And when it's active, picking up a survivor from the ground will also give them endurance. So it will be like a borrowed time, which we just talked about, but from the person on the ground. And yes, this stacks or it interacts with mate for this. So if a survivor is on the ground and you have this perk active because you rescued someone, and then you heal them from the ground, which only takes 8 seconds, as we mentioned, you will have 10 seconds of endurance, and they will also have, I believe, 10 seconds of endurance. So basically, you will both be invincible, which is awesome. It's incredibly good. Obviously, a little bit easier to use if your teammates know what they're doing. Question, can you use this with further people? Answer, yes. If you have a survivor on the ground and you heal them and wait a little bit for the game to understand that you're healing and then use the ability to use further people, this perk can trigger. So that means that if a survivor goes on the ground and you instantly heal them with further people, a bit less instant, just after a little bit, then yes, they will be able to take a hit for you and not go down, which is awesome. So that part of this perk is great. There are some problems. It's not all so simple. Some killers, you don't really get the chance to help. It's not something you can do in every chase. If you play against a Wesker that grabs you and slams you and then immediately carries you to the hook, this perk doesn't really do anything. If you play against a Slinger, well, be careful, Like, there's a lot of killers that drag you out and make it a little bit unpredictable, and it's not so easy to use this perk. Then again, there are some killers where this perk can be very mean, and I'm thinking again about the twins. If you play against the twins, they take like almost 7 seconds to switch from Victor to Charlotte. In those 7 seconds, you can kick Victor or whatever, or let the transition happen and heal someone in pretty much that time, if you hit some skill checks. So this perk can be incredibly good at countering killers that are trying to slug heavily, leave people on the ground for extended periods of time. So it is great for that regard, and a pretty solid perk. If you play one of those normal games where no one ever touches the ground, then the perk itself is not all that useful, but still, pretty good overall. Next is Saboteur. Saboteur does two things. Number one, every 60 seconds, it lets you sabotage a hook. The sabotage isn't as fast as with the best toolboxes. I think it takes 2.5 seconds, but it's still pretty serviceable. If the killer relies on one hook specifically, and you sabotage it, you will ruin their day for a bit. The hook stays sabotaged for the standard 30 seconds, which is not too bad, and gives a notification. And yeah, this alone is already pretty good. It is pretty good. There are a lot of situations where if your teammate knows what they're doing and they run towards a certain hook, or if the killer has been carrying from really far, if you start to sabotage, you will absolutely destroy their momentum. Now, there's one really annoying feature about Saboteur, and that is that it goes on cooldown if you accidentally use it. So if you accidentally start to sabotage and then cancel it, you lose it for 1 minute. Many times you will unhook a survivor and try to heal them and accidentally sabotage the hook because there's like a little buffer to it. And this is very annoying. I wish this perk was a little bit different. So that makes this otherwise sweet deal a little bit more sour. And the 60-second cooldown, it is noticeable, sadly. You can sabotage multiple hooks back to back. But this perk also does two more things for information. Number one, whenever a survivor goes down, you see the hooks around the area. So if you haven't fully scouted the area and you need a little bit of help to know which hooks the killer could go to, this perk helps you identify them. And then, if you want to, you can use a toolbox to break them and not use Saboteur. Saboteur is a little bit like self-care, whereas if you're healing with a medkit and you run out of medkit charges, you will finish with self-care. So Saboteur can also help you finish a Sabo if you run out of toolbox. So if you have a toolbox that's like 10% charge left and you don't have enough to finish a sabotage, this perk will help you finish, which is very, 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 very silly, very, very unique, but it might help you. And another thing that it does that might actually be the best feature about Saboteur is that it highlights Scorch hooks in a different color, yellow. Scorch hooks are basically a set of perks where the killer wants to hook on a particular hook to get strong effects. Now, right now, I believe there are 4 Scorch hooks. One of them is pretty meh. One of them gives a bit of info, not too bad. One of them is a little bit too complicated, most people don't bother. And then there's Pain Resonance, which is easily the best perk, or one of the best perks for killer in the game. So this perk will immediately tell you, no matter where you are, when someone goes down, whether or not the killer has a Scorch, which typically is Pain Resonance. This is already very useful information. It's very useful. You can already tell your teammates, hey guys, killer probably has Pain Resonance. Let go of the gen. Don't get hit by it and then eat the Deadman switch that typically follows. So you can avoid a lot of inconveniences just by the information alone. And if then you go and sabotage the one Scorch hook that the killer has, there's a very good chance that you're gonna get that Sabo play, and then it turns this otherwise unassuming perk into quite the menace. So that alone makes this perk a little bit more usable. Next up is Blood Rush. This is a bit of a weird perk that again has several conditions. It has 3. You need to be dead on hook, which is bad. Sometimes if a game's going too well, you don't ever get dead on hook, and you might not really get to use it. And if a game is going too badly, you might just die on your first hook, and you're not going to be dead on hook. So that's already a problem. You need to be dead on hook. You need to be healthy, and this is complicated, because when you get unhooked, guess what? You're injured, so you need to be in a delicate position, but also have enough time to heal. And then you need to be exhausted. Not exhausted, you need to be exhausted. And then the perk becomes available. So what this allows you to do is to reset your exhaustion. And this doesn't do anything by itself without other exhaustion perks, but it resets your exhaustion. It makes you injured for a little brief time, and then it makes you broken and injured. And then after a few seconds, the broken reverts and you heal back. So basically, it's almost like you're stabbing yourself with a little knife or something. You're injured, and then you pull the knife out, and you're back to fine. And during that time, you get your exhaustion back. So what is the most common way to use this perk? So, for example, in an endgame situation, you get unhooked, you heal. Let's say you get adrenaline, so you heal and you're exhausted. The killer catches up to you, and now you're exhausted from adrenaline, but you still have sprint burst. So what you do is you use this perk by pressing the ability button, and because you get exhaustion, you use sprint burst and you go away. And by the time the killer catches you, you're healthy back. So you basically get a second sprint burst. So that's pretty nice. There's nothing wrong with that. That's really, really good. That's amazing, in fact. And it counters some of the weaker killers or some of the more difficult killers to play very, very directly. A Nurse or a Blight, not so much, but this can make a number on some of the weaker killers, which is awesome. You can also use it in a bit more of a creative way. You can do really silly things like head on a killer, then use the perk, and head on them again shortly after, or head on them, then use the perk, and then use sprint burst. You can use it to use balance landing multiple times on the same building and keep a killer there forever. You can... what else can you use it for? You could use it with Lithe, I suppose, if you want to get 2 of them. So basically, that's some of the ways you can get this perk. Most of the time, it's far too much work for too little reward. That might not even be guaranteed to happen. But there are some very, very stupid ways you can use this perk as well. In order to be healthy, you can use a syringe on yourself, or other forms of healing automatically, like adrenaline, as we mentioned. So this perk has some very mean interactions, and you might, if you are particularly mean and or lucky, you might make a killer catch up to you several times, which is obviously, not very nice for them and gives the rest of your team quite a bit of time. Overall, a bit of a complex perk that has some potential. Next up, we have Mettle of Man. This is a bit of a weird perk. It activates, or rather, it gains a point every time you take a hit for a teammate. And once you have done this 3 times, the perk is active, and it will give you a free tank hit when you're injured and prevent you from going down. Now, this is very, very important to narrow it down. This isn't a free endurance hit like Dead Hard. This will not trigger endurance. So that means that if you're injured and you take a hit, you will not have, you can use Dead Hard afterwards, you can get Adrenaline afterwards and heal. You will be able to heal immediately or use a Styptic. You will be fine. You don't even have the Deep Wound. So that's pretty unique, and that sounds pretty good. But you have to be injured. This is also a bit unique. Some other abilities that give you endurance, you can be healthy and they work. So for example, if you have Off the Record and you get insta-hit by a chainsaw, guess what? You won't go down. You have endurance even when healthy, but this perk doesn't work if you're healthy. So it's a bit weird. It kind of makes you want to take multiple hits and then stay injured and then, you know, bait the killer into thinking that they can down you, and then they don't, and maybe you make a big play. Also, after the perk has worked, it has a downside where if you heal, the killer will see your aura from a distance. That last part almost never comes into play. It typically triggers way too far into the end game, and there's too many conditions. Forget about it, but it's a stupid thing about the perk that's still there, so I thought I'd mention it. So basically, how can you get this perk to work? This perk is actually not too bad. If you play against a certain killer that is easy to take hits against, you can go and take a hit for your teammate, then heal with a medkit. Then you can have a Sabotage toolbox, for example. And when the killer picks up, you can make them hit you, then start to sabotage. Then the killer will hit you again. And even if you go down, well, you've activated the perk because you took 3 hits during that time. If you take any hit while the killer is carrying, that's like a protection hit, 100%. So it's pretty nice. And then you have this perk and you can use it in endgame. I have seen some incredible endgame shenanigans in situations where normally the killer would know what to do, but they get baited, they get confused, and they hit a person with this. And then everyone is out. So it's not too bad. It's not too bad. Again, a bit too much work for what it can typically give back. And there are some killers where this is basically impossible. If you play against a killer that is very good at injuring everyone, such as Plague, you're not going to have chances to take hits. If you play against a killer that insta-downs, taking hits is very difficult. If you play against a killer where every hit is super dangerous to give, such as Blight or Oni, who gets blood from you, you definitely don't want to... You don't want to... Just because you run this perk, you don't always want to throw everything out of the window to make it happen. So it's quite risky. Next up, we have one of the most elegant and beautiful perks in the game. It's called Open-Handed. This is a perk that once you put it on, it affects everyone in the team all the time, forever. So it is a perk that doesn't stack with itself. And thus, there's no reason to ever run 2 of this perk. If one person has it, everyone benefits. And it doesn't really, there's literally no reason for more than one person to ever run this. This perk will make all auto reading that is centered on you be bigger by 16 meters. That's a very fancy way of saying that it basically makes all the auto reading perks better. Not all of them, there's a bit of an asterisk, but most of them. So for example, the perk Windows of Opportunity will show you pallets from further. The perk Kindred will show you the killer from further, because it's measuring from the person on the hook. The perk Boon will show you teammates from further. What else? Keys with a Blood Amber will show you the killer from further. Detective's Hunch. Yeah, we're starting to run out, but it basically makes all the auto-reading perks better. In reality, this perk, Visionary, will show you gens from further, etc, etc. In reality, this perk is a lot simpler than that. You put it on with Kindred, and that will be a wombo combo, because Kindred is a perk that already affects the whole team. So if you have this and Kindred, you help yourself and you help the whole team. So that's an amazing combination. And the fact that only one perk helps everyone potentially to see further and see better and get more information is extremely useful. Now be warned, this perk doesn't help with certain perks that show the auras based on certain objects. So it doesn't help with Know It, to see the Know It from further. It doesn't help with Alert or other perks that have infinite range, which we're going to talk about in a second. And it doesn't help with Wiretap, because Wiretap is not centered on the survivor, it's centered on the generator. So don't use this with Wiretap. It sounds tempting, but it doesn't work. Other than that, the perk is quite excellent. Next up, we have Alert, a perk from Famin that's also extremely simple and elegant. Anytime the killer performs the break action, you see their aura unless they're undetectable. Even if they're undetectable, you will still hear the perk go off, even if you don't see them, so you will know that something's happening. This is pretty amazing. It will show you when a killer is breaking a wall, when a killer is breaking a pallet, when a killer is kicking a gen. Some killers don't do that too much, but still, this is Like, if you play against a nurse and she's very aggressive, you might never really see her kick too many things. But even if she does once, seeing her auto through a wall can be really useful. And knowing which pallets have been destroyed, and knowing where the action is taking place, and knowing which areas of the map have no pallets and you should avoid, all of that alert gives you very, very reliably. Not to mention that at the start of the game, you also might see the auto of the killer and figure out who it is, even if it's from afar. So if you're playing against, say, a spirit, and you see her break a pallet on the other side of the map, well, you know it's a spirit. Now you don't need to panic that it might be a stealth killer, and you can have your entire focus on doing generators or whatever else you need to be doing at the moment. So it is a really nice perk for overall early reconnaissance, sit reps, and also helps you a little bit in chase. If sometimes a killer breaks a pallet very, very quickly in chase, you can sometimes see their aura to notice that they do a little fake out or do a little mind game and know exactly where to go. There are some killers that break pallets immediately with their power, such as Nemesis, Cannibal, Hillbilly, and this perk works as well with that. So that's also really, really nice. And yeah, helps a little bit in chase. Overall, very, very solid perk. As usual, it is an information perk. An information perk sometimes can be a bit redundant or not so useful. But overall, very, very good. Moving on, we have Kinship. This is a common perk that is very easily accessible, and that makes it a really nice pick for some people. And it is essentially a much worse Reassurance. Kinship is a perk that triggers when you yourself are on the hook and a teammate gets within a certain distance, which is much bigger than Reassurance. When it triggers, it will pause the hook for 34 seconds maximum. And then after that, you'll start dying again. So, whereas Reassurance works on other people and it's 30 seconds, this perk only works on yourself and it's 34 seconds. So if you think about it, if a team has 2 Reassurances, they will always have one available. So if you have a team, right, and everyone is on the hook and one of the people has Reassurance, well, they can use it on the other 3. And if any one person is on the hook, there will always be 1 Reassurance left. With Kinship, you don't have that nice feature. If 3 people have Kinship, but 1 person doesn't, and that person gets camped, you don't benefit from Kinship. Not to mention that Kinship is one of those perks that it does have an indicator, but it is a little bit hard for most people to realize. And if they don't have good comms or good experience, they might not realize that it's even there. So it's one of those perks that's tragically difficult to use for solos, even though they need it the most. And on teams, you might as well just run Reassurance. So, my conclusion, this perk sucks. Always use Reassurance instead. However, if Reassurance by some miracle didn't exist, this perk would be pretty much the only perk to help you against camping. And this perk, even though it's much worse than Reassurance, it's still very good and very easy for anyone to use because it's a basic perk. So this is a perk that if you have a friend who is not very good at the game, who has not too many hours, and they're playing with you, who is a bit more experienced, and they are constantly getting bullied by the more experienced killers, give them this perk and watch the killers lose every single time they try to camp. The extra 34 seconds are still very, very nice. They are very easy to trigger. It's easy to use as a team. You only need to walk a little bit and bam, the perk triggers. Most killers are painfully unaware that this perk even exists, and they might not realize that they're eating it, and the extra 34 seconds will make a difference. And this is the most crucial thing. The range on this perk is very generous, so it works even through basement. If you get close to the vicinity of basement, you will trigger this perk, even if the killer is camping the top of the stairs. You don't need to get that close. So that perk, that does make this perk have a little bit of a niche to help those kind of players. And otherwise, if it wasn't for Reassurance, it would be honestly a really, really nice perk to have. And a really necessary resource for survivors. Hold up. I want to make sure I got this right, forgive me. Next up, we have Fogwise, a really simple perk. Every time you hit a great skill check on a generator, not anything else, not healing, not totems, no nothing, a generator, you will see the auto of the killer for, I believe, 6 seconds. Now, there are 2 main barriers to using this perk. Number one is if the killer has a blindness add-on or perk. If the killer has Fearmonger, Fearmonger hard counters this perk because you will be blind for 5 seconds and anytime you're on a gen. And if you stay on the gen, you don't see the killer. And if you leave the gen right away, you will see the killer for 1 second, which makes this perk a lot less powerful, but still usable. Still usable because you can see the killer for 1 second if you leave the gen, in case you're curious. Other than that, if you can hit skill checks, which is the other barrier, this perk is amazing. This perk is great. As a solo player, you can focus on doing gens, hit great skill checks relatively often, and keep an eye on the killer and what they're doing as long as they're not in stealth mode, which is awesome. It is particularly mean against trappers and hacks, especially trappers, because before they even go on any chase, you might already figure out where they are, what they're doing, and where they're setting out their traps and call it out to your team. And yeah, it's a really, really nice perk. Now, if you play on PC at higher and stable FPSs, that might help you be a bit more consistent with skill checks. If you play on a console where the FPS is really shaky, I personally think it's really, really difficult. Even on PC, I struggle with my FPS is shaky. So this is a perk that might not be for everyone, but if you can hit great skill checks, it is a really nice source of information. Now, breakdown from Jeff. A perk that triggers every time you get unhooked. This will happen up to twice per match. It will show you the aura of the killer, no matter where they are. This is not a huge deal. Typically, if a killer is really close, it doesn't really matter that you see them. It's only a few seconds. And if the killer's really, really far, it's also not a huge deal, even though sometimes it might save you. It might let you know that the killer's coming back. And more importantly, it makes the killer, it makes the hook that you were on broken for 3 whole minutes. Now, in DBD time, 3 minutes is an eternity. That might as well be half the match. And that is super incredibly good. This perk is really hard to quantify, but anytime I go against it, it does put a stress on me. If that hook is gone, many things can happen. The killer might not realize it, go towards a hook, and then realize that, wait, it's not here, and then lose the person, best case scenario. The killer might have a Scorch Hook perk, such as Pain Resonance, and then they might not be able to use it for a long time. Very good scenario as well. And even if the killer doesn't really mind the hook being gone, even if there's other hooks, it will still waste a bit of time. Let's say that a very common scenario happens where you're on the hook, you get rescued, but the person that rescues you goes down saving you, which happens all the time. Guess what? The killer can't just pick up hook and then come after you. The killer has to pick up and now find a different hook. So this is one of those perks that it goes well on sabotage builds, sure, but even if you run it by itself as a nice little filler perk, it will occasionally damage the killer quite a bit and make some situations a little bit harder. It can also make it very difficult in endgame for a killer to recycle the same hook and put them in a bit of a spot. So it's quite nice. It's not a perk that carries super hard, but it is a nice perk regardless. Next up is Reactive Healing from Ada. This is a powerful perk. The reason why it's not any higher and why it's not quite meta is because other healing perks are more consistent or a little bit more immediate. Perks like Adrenaline will make it, Botany, Inner Healing will typically beat this perk, but it's still a powerful perk. Whenever another survivor takes a hit that injures them or downs them, and you are anywhere near them, there's quite a generous range, I think it's 16 meters, this perk triggers and it covers 50% of the healing progress that you have left. That means that if you haven't healed at all, this perk will heal you from 0 to 50%. And if you're at 50%, then this perk will heal you from 50% to 100. What is the half point? 75. So that means that if you have 3 teammates take 3 hits for you, you will go from 0 to 50, from 50 to 75, from 75 to, what is it? 87.25. It will cover the next 50%. It will never fully heal you, but it will get you very, very close. With a medkit or even with self-care, this perk can save chunks and chunks and chunks. Be careful. If the killer has some kind of add-on or perk to make you hemorrhage, you will lose this progress. But if you can heal it fast, it can be really nice. So with a bit of teamwork or a bit of luck, you can be sitting for a normal heal and end up saving 10 seconds or more during the course of several heals thanks to this perk. And it's not bad. It's really not bad at all. Just a little bit difficult, you know, considering that, again, some killers like Plague, you're never going to really get to heal normally or take hits normally. And some killers are not going to be hitting you a lot. They're going to hit you once and you're down and you're done. So, a bit inconsistent in that regard, but pretty fun regardless. Next up is Hyper Focus, and this perk is simultaneously really hard to use and really mediocre, but also one of the most game-changing perks in the game. So whenever you hit a great skill check while doing gens or healing, but let's focus on the gens first, this perk triggers, and the next skill checks that you hit will be a little bit stronger in that they'll give you more of a percentage. So for example, your first skill check will be 1%. That's normal. Your second one will be 1.3. That's not too crazy. The next one will be 1.6. The next one will be 1.9. And just like that, it will keep going up in increments of 0.3% all the way up to 6. So 6, if you multiply it by 0.3, that would be 1.8. So there will be a point where basically every skill check is doing roughly 3% of a gen. Now that doesn't seem super crazy in paper, but if you get a few skill checks back to back and each of them is doing almost 3% of a gen, you're saving some mad time. But there's a catch. Every single time that you hit a skill check, you need to keep doing consecutively for the perk to keep getting stronger. If you stop working on the gen or are interrupted by perks, which is fairly common, the perk will stop working. And if you miss a skill check, it will stop working. Even if you hit a good skill check, it will still stop working. You need to hit great consecutively. And here's the kicker. Every single time you do it, the skill check will become harder to hit. It will move faster. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, if you're a beginner, or if you play on console, or if you play on unstable low FPS, or all three of those things, never use this perk on its own. It's nearly impossible. If I play on PC and I'm focused on my FPS is stable, I can kind of do it. But even then, it is difficult. And while you're busy with everything else, it is very, very difficult. This perk does a similar thing for healing, whereas you get more progress. But funnily enough, the extra speed on the skill checks doesn't apply. So when you do this on healing, you do get the increased chance to get skill checks, which also happens on gens, but you don't get the downside. So when you do this perk for healing, it does help a bit, but it's not crazy. I tried this with self-care for many games, and I don't think it was worth it. So this perk, even though it affects healing and indirectly a bit, it's not any crazy thing. So how to make this perk worth it? If you get a little bit lucky with skill checks and you use this perk very, very well, you can shave off a good 20 seconds of a gen. But that is very, very difficult. You need to be very precise and you need to get good luck with skill checks. I don't recommend you use this perk on its own. This perk shines when two conditions are met. Number one, obviously, you need to not be interrupted. That's a given. And number one is toolboxes. Toolboxes naturally increase your chance to get skill checks, which means that you're not going to do half a gen without any skill check, which can totally happen when you work empty-handed. So this perk with toolboxes is already a very, very good synergy because you'll get it charged up soon. In order for this perk to really, really, really shine, you need to get 5 or 6 stacks early and then hit a bunch after that. That's when this perk really shines. Otherwise, you might as well be running Deja Vu or Resilience because those few seconds are worth nothing compared to how difficult it is. So don't run this perk if you're not going to do that. So you need toolboxes for the most part. And the other thing that really, really helps is the perk Stakeout, which we're going to cover in a minute. Stakeout is a perk that turns good skill checks into greats and it gives you bonus. And both of these things are good. Number one, if you miss a great, you have up to 3 or 4 chances to still keep going and not break the streak, which is incredibly good for this. And also, seemingly, and this is not 100% confirmed, but seemingly, the extra skill check from Stakeout also gets multiplied by this perk. So Stakeout, which is a decent perk on its own, gets even more crazy with this perk. So this perk with Stakeout, with a toolbox, now we're talking. What can that really translate to? that can translate to you doing gens in 40 seconds, like half the time. That is incredibly, incredibly broken. That is super, super disgusting. At that point, you are dedicating half your build to doing gens faster, which is a little bit overkill and not extremely necessary because there are other options that might be a bit more consistent and less RNG dependent. But still, it is very, very powerful if you use it in that context. This perk is really strong. Anything else, it falls off really, really quickly. Moving on, Iron Will. This is a perk that makes you 75% quieter while you are injured. This still makes you do some sounds, but they are harder to listen to. If you crouch, you're even quieter. If you go into a locker, you make zero sound because it gets to a point where it's inaudible. And if you're already playing a quieter character, for example, Ace or Sheva, then you are basically unhearable. Survivors still make stepping sounds and other noises, so watch out, you're not completely quiet like you used to be with Iron Will. But it's a pretty nice thing. Now, unfortunately, much like Made for this is a perk that only works if you're not exhausted. So you cannot use Sprint Burst and then have this perk. So this is a perk that doesn't have the best synergy with other perks. If you use it with Made for this, or if you use it with Resilience or some other build where you are comfortable being injured, this perk can give you incredible value in chase and allow you to do a lot of cheeky things. You can take a hit and hide inside the killer's model and they might lose you. You might hide inside a bush while you're injured mid-chase and the killer will go right through you because they're expecting to hear certain other things. And also just work nicely in general while you're in chase and the killer loses track of you. If you're behind some wall while you're mind gaming, and say you have Troubleshooter and you see the killer's aura and they're mind gaming themselves, you can run away and they might not realize that you have run away because they don't hear the sound of you dissipating and disappearing. So it's pretty nice. That being said, keep in mind, off the record makes you 100% quiet. So why would you want a perk that makes you 75% quieter? It does overlap a little bit badly with off the record since it's so overshadowed by it. Otherwise, though, a decent perk that probably is best suited for experienced players. Next up, we have Tenacity. So when you're on the ground, you move at 0.7 meters per second. That means that if the killer downs you 20 meters away from an exit gate, it's gonna take you a decently long time to get there. Let's say if it's 20 meters, it's gonna take you a little bit, more than 20 seconds since you go less than 1 meter a second. So you're pretty useless. You're pretty useless when you're down. Most of the times, you need to recover, and when you recover, you have to be standing still. But this perk changes both of those things. It makes you crawl 50% faster. So now you go more than 1 meter per second, which is insanely quick and very easy for the killer to lose you if they're not looking at you directly. It makes you quieter while you're on the ground, which can also be a nice boon if you're like stealthing while the killer's looking for you. And it allows you to recover from the dying state while you crawl, which is the best part. If a killer somehow decides not to pick you up on the spot and tries to do some other little task, they will find out that you're gone. And you will not risk being caught and not be recovered. You will get the best of both worlds. The best of recovering and the best of going away. This perk, with a little bit of teamwork and ingenuity, can be awesome. You can also slowly crawl to a teammate to get picked up. It can help in a lot of situations. Unfortunately, most killers in most situations will pick up right away. And sometimes being able to recover in itself doesn't help that much. If you can't pick yourself up with Unbreakable, it's not that good. If you don't have some kind of help like Soul Guard, it's not that foolproof. So it's not a perk that's all that amazing, but it is pretty good and allows you to set up with other perks some funny scenarios. Overall, not too bad, and definitely a big punish if the killer tries to leave you on the ground for any reason, for any period of time. Next up, we have Leader. Much like Streetwise or Prove Thyself, it's one of those perks that you give to your teammates around you, and it lingers for a little bit afterwards. So if you run by a teammate, they will get the effect of this perk, and when you leave, they'll keep it for a few, I believe, 15 seconds. Leader is a bit like a reverse Resilience. You make everyone else do things faster. They will heal faster themselves or you. They will open gates faster, which is pretty nice. They won't do gens faster. That's the only thing. They will... what else? They will cleanse totems faster. If they have to heal you and then heal themselves, that helps everyone. If it's multiple people, you affect all of them. They will also unhook you faster. So every time you're on the hook and someone comes to get you, there will be a slightly faster animation, which can make a huge difference sometimes. So this is a really nice perk. It's a really sweet, subtle perk that just helps in a bunch of different ways. Is it better than No One Left Behind for unhooking? No. Is it better than Botany Knowledge for healing? No. Is it better than Wake Up for exegates? No. But it does a little bit of everything everywhere all the time. It's a nice comfy perk that if you run it often, you will get a little bit of value here and there. Very cute perk. Next we have Visual, which also acts as a team perk. It does, however, unlike Leader, it stacks, much like Streetwise. So this is a perk that you give to yourself, like Streetwise, and to anyone around you. And when that person around you leaves, they keep it for a little bit. And what it does is quite original. It makes you recover faster from all negative status effects. Some of them inflicted by you, some of them inflicted by the killers. So for example, if you have Sprint Burst and you run away and then you stand still, this perk will make you recover 30% faster. Instead of 40 seconds, I think now it will be like, how much? It's a tricky formula. It's not as simple as taking 30% off, but it will shave off like a good 8 or 7 seconds of your recovery time, which is really nice. And if your teammates have it, you also give it to them. And if your teammates also have Visual, it doubles. So that's really nice. More importantly, or more critically, this perk also affects negative effects from killer. So if a killer has Haunted Ground, which is a perk that exposes you for 60 seconds, you will, if the killer hits you at the last second, you will have already recovered from it. If the killer has a perk to exhaust you or to give you a time blindness effect, you will recover quicker from it. One of the craziest things that this perk can do is help you against Clown. With the Clown, when he hits you with a bottle, and you leave the bottle, you get slowed down for, I believe, an additional 1 second, I believe. I think it's an additional 1 second. Well, with this perk, it's now less than that because it's technically a hindered. So you recover from that faster. So it's pretty incredible. It does a lot of little things. And if you have a build that's heavily focused on recovering from these things, it can be an overall nice perk and an occasional clutch against these situations. Now watch out, because there are some things that this perk doesn't help you against. Some status effects last forever, and this perk doesn't change that. And some killers have timed effects that are not affected by this perk. So for example, if Ghostface marks you for 60 seconds, this perk doesn't change that. You are exhausted forever during 60 seconds. I know it sounds weird, but it doesn't change that. If Myers has tier 3 for 60 seconds, this perk doesn't make you special. It's still 60 seconds. So you need to do a little bit of math in your head and figure out what this perk does and doesn't. But overall, it's pretty nice. Next up, Parental Guidance. This perk triggers every single time you stun the killer. With a pallet, with a pallet rescue, with, I believe, a flashlight rescue as well. A head-on stun, a decisive strike. Mostly it comes from pallets, but there's a number of ways to do it. And every single time you do it, this perk will hide your grunts of pain, your scratch marks, and your blood, basically making you completely invisible or untrackable for, I believe, 6 seconds. Which is pretty nice, considering that the killer is being stunned and you have a bit of a head start. This perk is actually really mean. It's true that many killers are hard to stun. You know, you play against a Huntress, it's going to be a little bit hard to get her with a pallet. But when you do, and you run away, you can very easily reset the chase in a way that catches most killers way off guard. It's also really nice to pair it with Decisive Strike. You could use Decisive Strike, pretend to run away, and then sit in the middle of the killer. You can sit under their skirt, and they won't hear you at all. They'll have no idea what you're doing, and they won't see scratch marks. So maybe they'll remember that you used this perk, and they think you run away, but then you didn't. You're right underneath them. So you can do a lot of cheeky little things with this perk, and it's actually really fun to use. So I somewhat recommend it, even if it's just for the fun factor. Then again, as we always say, this is a perk that can backfire. Anytime you try to stun the killer, it could backfire horribly. Maybe you will, mess it up, end up not stunning them, or end up getting hit while you try to stun them. So try to measure the risk carefully of using this perk. we arrive at Head On. It is the most original exhaustion perk. You use it by leaving a locker quickly, and if the killer gets caught in the debris area, you will stun them for a good 3 seconds, which gives you plenty of time to run away. Now, because this perk exhausts you, you can't really combine it with other perks. You can use Sprint Burst right after. And keep in mind that if you've been in the locker for a long time and there's birds on it because you're AFK, the perk doesn't work. So you can't hide there forever. It does have that downside. However, after stunning the killer, many good things can happen. If the killer was carrying a teammate, guess what? You save them, which is awesome. If you have a flashbang on you, you can drop it at their feet and guarantee a blind, which is really mean. And yeah, you can do some nice little things about it. Really, really strong teams can use this perk in very creative ways. It requires a little bit of finesse and a little bit of teamwork, but I've seen really strong teams use this perk to break a chase in the endgame and guarantee a 4-man out. So it is a perk that has a very high skill ceiling in terms of individual finesse and timing, but also teamwork and using it well. So it's a fun perk that is kind of fun to use and can have that level of gameplay. Obviously, you know, it doesn't pair all that well with other exhaustion perks and has its own risks and downsides. If you play against a killer that has Iron Maiden, oops, now you can be instant down. If the killer makes a read, oops, now you give them a free hit or a free down, watch out. So yeah, has a bit of its risk, much like parental guidance. Now we arrive at Flip Flop. Flip Flop takes the time that you've spent recovering on the ground and transforms it into progress towards your wiggle bar. These are separate things, right? If you're on the ground for a long time and you're recovered and the killer picks you up, you now have to wiggle out for 16 seconds. And if the killer doesn't find a hook, then you're out. Well, this perk helps you to punish a killer that's left you on the ground, and it converts 50% of your progress up to 50%, obviously, into wiggle bar. Now, you can't recover more than 100 or 99.9. So if you get picked up at 99.9, that means that when the killer picks you up, they will only have 8 seconds to hook you. And that already is pretty good. If you go down in a corner and then the killer picks you up and they take a little bit too long and they're not thinking that you have this perk, you will break free. And that will be a second chance in chase and an incredible turn of events. Most of the times, killers down you, pick you up right away, and this perk will do nothing. But the real potential of this perk comes from 2 facts. Number 1, every perk that makes you recover faster, such as No Mither, Unbreakable, Exponential, helps to make this perk faster. So if you have Unbreakable, you will power up this perk quicker. And the really, really nice thing about this perk is that if you recover to a certain threshold, which I believe is 20%, yeah, I believe it's 25% or so, then you can activate the next perk to save yourself. What is the next perk? Next perk is Power Struggle. If you have recovered, I believe, up to 12% of your progress. So basically, if you have recovered a little bit, if you have wiggled a little bit of the whole wiggle bar when you get picked up, you now activate this perk and you can drop a pallet that the killer walks through to save yourself. So in other words, if the killer picks you up on a pallet, you cannot use it. But if the killer picks you up and then walks through a pallet, you can use it to save yourself. Right off the bat, this perk is an incredible. Most of the times, killers don't go through pallets, and if you go down a pallet, they'll pick you up immediately, so it does nothing. But there are some situations where this perk can save your life. Say you're playing on the game, GDM Midplant, and you go down in the bathroom, and the killer picks you up, and now they want to go basement. Guess what? They can't. They can't because there's only one way through, and it's through a pallet. Same with shack. If someone wants to hook you in basement and there's a shack, if they go through the pallet, they can be outplayed by this perk. So this perk introduces a little bit of fear, a little bit of healthy fear into a killer's mind and makes them sometimes take roundabout longer paths to avoid the potential of this perk. I certainly do it sometimes because I don't want to lose a game just because someone has this funny perk. So that's on its own not too bad. And maybe sometimes where the perks load. The real strength of this perk, however, is when you pair it with Flip Flop. If you pair it with Flip Flop, if you're on the ground and you recover, you automatically get Wiggle. So that means that you can go down on a pallet, and if the killer leaves you there for a few seconds, your flip-flop will activate Power Struggle automatically. So how do you do this? Very simple. You are in chase, you go down on the pallet, make sure you go down straight on the pallet, your teammate is there, and there's two situations, right? If the killer picks you up, the killer gets stunned by the pallet when your teammate drops it, and you're saved. Hooray. And if the killer doesn't pick you up and waste a few seconds, then you activate this, your teammate leaves, and now you are self-capable of unhooking yourself. This is such a dumb strategy. It works like a charm, and they ban it in tournaments. That's how good it is. So it is something that you can do, especially now during the event when you can make fake pallets. It is so funny, and it is so good. So this combination is actually really, really underrated, and not bad at all. Next up, we talk about Blast Mine. Blast Mine is a perk that you need to charge up by doing gens, so that's not very difficult, you do that normally. And when it's ready, you apply it to a generator. This generator becomes yellow, which is a really nice way of letting your teammates know that you're there and that the perk is about to go off. And if during the next few seconds the killer kicks the generator, they will be stunned and blinded both. If the killer has Lightborn, they don't get the blindness, but they still get stunned in animation. This, I believe, stuns them for approximately 6 seconds if you count the time they take to kick it. So that's pretty damn good. Getting 6 seconds of momentum on a killer can be nice to rescue during a hostage 3-gen situation. It can just be nice to get away. You can even do cheeky things such as go there and block the gen with Repress Alliance. So there's a few things you can do. And also, if you have perks to stun the killer, such as Parental Guidance, or some archive to stun the killer, this counts as well. So that's pretty nice. And it's not bad at all. It will not trigger Smash Hit, which we'll talk about later. But overall, it's a nice little utility perk. Unfortunately, if the killer doesn't kick the generator during that time, or if the killer has perks to automatically damage generators, this is a bit of a missed opportunity. And I will tell you, I've played a lot of killer with gen kick oriented builds, and sometimes survivors bring this, and guess what? I can eat it up. I remember vividly playing Wraith recently with a gen kick build, and I ate 3 of these perks, but the survivors still died. They still waste a bit of time setting this up, and it's not the most incredible game-changing interaction in the game. But it is cute, and it is easy to use, and it's a nice filler perk if you're looking for one. Next up, we have Scavenger, which is the final Gabriel perk. It's probably by far his weakest, but it's also not as useless as I thought. So this perk has 2 effects. Let's talk about the secondary one, which is not that important. If you search a chest and a chest is out of the open, you can rummage through the chest, which is like a secondary search function, and then get a basic toolbox. This toolbox will save you a few seconds on a gen. It doesn't have any add-ons. It's not anything crazy, and it can be used for sabotage in endgame. But overall, this part of the perk is completely pointless. There's really no need to get a toolbox later on in the game, and it's quite a waste of time. It takes you 10 seconds to search, 10 seconds, actually not 10 seconds to rummage, but it will take you a little bit of time to do that. So it's really not very efficient or worth it, but it's there. And the main point of this perk is that it lets you recharge a toolbox while you do gens. So when you have a toolbox that is empty, typically your own, the perk will trigger, and then you need to hit 5 great skill checks. Now, for as we mentioned for Hyperfocus, if you're on console, play on lower FPS, or you're new, hitting 5 greats is pretty damn hard. Even if you're not, sometimes you will be unlucky and not get many skill checks, you know? So this is already a little bit tricky. You cannot use a toolbox to get more skill checks because you need to have an empty toolbox for this perk to work. So there's no way to alter the RNG to give you more skill checks. It's not easy at all. However, if you do get 5 great skill checks, your toolbox will be automatically refilled back to 100% of its charges. If you have a brand new part, the add-on will not reappear, so that's not ideal. But everything else, the toolbox will be back to new. Normally, you do this not with a Sabotage toolbox, but rather with a Generator Repair Speed toolbox. But here's the catch. You will do gens for 30 seconds, 50% slower when this happens. So, there are two scenarios where this perk works. Number one is the ideal scenario. The ideal scenario is you have a toolbox, you use it up, perfect. You hit 5 great skill checks, beautiful. You hit the 5th great skill check right as you finish a gen. And now, during the next 30 seconds, you heal, you unhook, you save the president's daughter, and then you get to another gen, and bam, you have a new toolbox, completely refilled, and you get all the benefits, none of the downsides. The other less ideal situation is that you get the toolbox back in the middle of a gen, and now you have a toolbox, but you also do gens 50% slower. Question, is this a big deal? Not really. Surprisingly, not really. If your toolbox is one of the best toolboxes in the game, you can actually outdo the 50% slower because the toolboxes they give you a bonus that is greater than that. And even if they don't, as long as they outlast the 30 seconds, they give you extra skill checks. So if you have a toolbox and you get a 4 or 5 extra skill checks, that's 4 or 5 seconds that you're saving thanks to this perk. And then if the perk runs out, then you have a bit of toolbox left. You get all of that afterwards. So on some commodious toolboxes, this can still be really, really decent. Maybe not quite as straightforward and as nice as Streetwise, and not quite as unconditional as Build to Last, but still somewhat usable. So would I recommend this for beginners? Absolutely not. Would I recommend this for anyone running a normal toolbox that's not very strong? Certainly not. Would I recommend this for someone that is a bit of a creative wizard that wants to squeeze more value out of a toolbox? Surprisingly, yeah. And if you find yourself in one of those matches that goes on forever and ever and ever and ever, you can actually get your toolbox back several times. So I've been in matches where my teammates have used the same toolbox 3 times, and even though they do get the debuff speed, you can kind of time it so that you sit on a gen and start doing the gen fast and putting pressure on it while the killer is busy holding the other 2. So it can be quite nasty and situationally quite powerful, but you need to know what you're getting into. Next up is Potential Energy. This is a tragic perk. It is a perk that solo players really, really need, but that solo players cannot efficiently use. And conversely, it is a perk that teams can use, but that teams don't necessarily or often need. So I don't recommend it super highly, and in my opinion, if you want a perk to avoid helping you with 3 gens, the new and improved Deja Vu is a little bit better. So this perk is like a little piggy bank of progress. If you are working on a generator for a few seconds, you can trigger it, and instead of progressing towards the generator that you're currently repairing, the progress will go into your internal piggy bank. Now, the conversion is not ideal. You lose a bit of progress. You lose like a third of your efficiency. So basically, if you work for 30 seconds on a gen while activating this perk, you will only get 20 seconds of gen time. But still, that's 20 seconds. And you can use this with toolboxes. You can use this with Prove Thyself. You can enhance those 30 seconds with whatever else you want. And the max is exactly 20%, so 20 seconds. So that means that if you activate this perk, instead of finishing a gen, you can put that in your personal piggy bank, and then you can carry that piggy bank and place it into another gen. Now, this piggy bank is fragile. If you get hit or go down or lose a health state, the perk disappears, and you lose all of the progress. You lose 30 seconds worth of progress, which is bad. But if you don't, you can immediately go on a gen and then pluck it, and then bam, you immediately add 20%. So, how does this work out? Why would anyone ever want to do this? Well, I'm going to tell you how to use this perk in its most basic form. There might be other scenarios, but this is the most common one. It's actually not too bad. Let's say that we are at the end of the game. There are 3 generators left, and they are somewhat close, and then one that is pretty far. You're working on the one that's pretty far, and the one that's pretty far is basically done. It's like 90%. Now you activate this perk. You're safe. The killer is busy with the 3, so you are completely confident that you can activate this perk. And then before you finish this gen, you charge up your little piggy bank. Now you go to one of the gens that's like at 90% or 80%, and bam, you can insta-finish it. So you can carry the progress from a safe generator onto an unsafer generator to immediately give it a bit of a boost. It's not bad, and with a bit of teamwork, you can make this pretty nice, and it can help you outplay certain perks, which is awesome. But as I said, this is something that you can only do confidently in a team, and if you're in a team, you're probably going to avoid those situations in the first place. So it's a bit of an awkward perk that is actually fairly fun and interesting otherwise. Next up is Stakeout. Stakeout is a perk that charges up to 4 tokens. It charges by being within the terror radius of the killer, but not in chase or not downed or anything. So basically, hiding next to the killer or having the killer be around you while you're not directly being chased makes this perk gain 1 token every 15 seconds. And sometimes you can be a bit stupid and chase the killer around to charge it up. I don't recommend it. Or you can just be doing gens and be minding your business or be doing something that you were already doing. And then this perk gains power. And that's awesome. Every single time you fail to hit a great skill check and you have a token of this perk, the perk will consume a token, and instead of giving you a good, it will give you a great. A great skill check on healing is 3%, which is not a lot. And a great skill check on a gen is 1%, which is not bad. So from doing 0 to doing 1%, that's pretty good. That saves you about 1 second on gens. But there's a catch. If you do this on gens, you also get an extra 1%. So if you hit a good, instead of getting 1, you get 2%. And this gets multiplied by Hyperfocus, as we mentioned earlier, which is by far the best combo with this. So yeah. You can be in the final gen and hit 2 good skill checks, and you do 2 and 2 and save 4 seconds or so. That's pretty nice. That's not bad at all. It's honestly a cute little helpful perk that helps a tiny bit. That's it. And it has really nice synergy with great skill check perks, mostly Hyperfocus. So, what are the main downsides of this perk? If you are chased a lot yourself, this perk does nothing. If you're getting tunneled and harassed constantly, this perk does nothing. If you play against one of the not too uncommon stealth killers that have a very small or insignificant terror radius, it's very hard to charge this perk up. So keep an eye out for those weaknesses, and this perk, you'll soon realize, it's not as universal as you might realize. Or as you might have thought initially, rather. Next up is Soul Guard. Soul Guard is one of those perks that has multiple aspects to it. The first and always on aspect of Soul Guard is that anytime that you go from dying to injured, anytime you get picked up from the ground, in any shape, in any way or form, this perk triggers and gives you an endurance for 8 seconds. It has a cooldown. You can't keep going down, up and down, up and down. It has a cooldown to avoid some kind of exploits, but unless it happens twice in a row, this perk will always protect you. That means that if you're on the ground and you get adrenaline, you will tank the hit. If you get picked up by further people, you will tank the hit. If a teammate just spends a bit of time picking you up, or if you use Unbreakable, or if you use No Mither, or if you use anything at all, a syringe, anything at all that would pick you up, this perk will give you 8 seconds of the killer not being able to hit you. And some killers will smell it out, but most killers won't, and they'll hit you, and you'll get a speed boost out of it. So that's really nice. And the main goal of this perk is to pair it with such perks to make it really difficult on the killer to know what the hell is going on and to cut their chances of like coming back from such a situation. Now, there is a second aspect to this perk, and that is that if you are cursed by a hex, it allows you to pick yourself up from the ground without any help. It's not like Unbreakable in that it lets you pick yourself up faster, but after the 32 seconds of self-pick-up, or less if you have Unbreakable on top, you will be able to pick yourself up. And as long as you are hexed, this is infinite. So if you play against a killer that has Noid and the Noid has been revealed, you're hexed. If you play against Ruin and the Ruin has been revealed, you are hexed. Most hexes reveal themselves at the time when they are visible, and then you get a little hex status effect. And as long as you have that, as long as you see that, then this perk works, which is awesome. Unfortunately for you, hexes are not the most powerful and common perks in the meta for killer right now, so this perk is not that insane in that regard. So this is more like a utility perk that you put on for some fun anti-slugging builds, but doesn't have much utility beyond that. Next up is Soul Survivor. This is a perk that people are very confused. they get very confused about. But let me try to explain it, okay? So essentially, this perk becomes stronger as your teammates die. Every time your teammates die, the perk grows a little bit stronger upon its final one, and it's essentially like a little distance shield that prevents your aura from being red. So the more and more this perk gets triggered, the further and further that you have a shield around you, where if the killer is within that distance, they won't see your aura. So starting from one teammate dead, a killer that is right next to you will not be able to see you with aura reading add-ons or aura reading perks like Nurse's Calling. So this is a nice little stealth perk to help you maybe avoid death in the endgame when you're the last person left or someone is onto you. More importantly though, this perk gives you a massive second chance if you're the last survivor left. It makes you do gen 75% faster. I don't really know why. I guess if there's a last gen about to be done, you could finish it. But more importantly, it lets you open gates 50% faster if you're the last person. This doesn't translate to exactly... I believe this is actually... Hold up. I think 50% faster doesn't mean that it's half. I believe it's not 100%. Otherwise, it would be 100. This doesn't translate to you opening gates in 10 seconds, but it's still a massive, I believe. But it's still a massive... Actually, why do I say I believe? Let me just double check it to make sure I'm not misinforming you. Yeah, forgive me. I would hate to give you misleading information in a guide, so I wanted to double check. Yes, it increases your speed by 50%. It doesn't cut down the time by 50%. So this means that you do it a third faster. So you save, how is it? You save a good 7 or 8 seconds, give or take, on a gate. That is really, really incredible, and you can make it go even higher if you have Wake Up on. So what this means is that with this, if you are the last person, you can sit by a gate and start opening it right away, and there's a very good chance that you will open it before the killer has actual time to reach you. You can also do the little trick where you open a gate to about 20-24% of the progress, so it doesn't have the red light on it, which happens at 25, which is a quarter. And then when the killer checks it and goes away, you finish the rest super, super fast. So basically, this is a perk that the main goal of which is to help you open the gate in a 1v1 situation faster. And it's pretty damn good at that. So if that's something you care about, the perk is clearly very decent. If that's not something you care about, if you're a team player, then this perk should have and hold very little value to you. Next up is Dark Sense. It's a perk that triggers every time a generator gets completed, which in most games will happen at least a few times. And the really nice thing about this perk is that when it triggers, it gets put on hold until you get close to the killer. And this is not something that many other perks have. Many perks that trigger upon certain conditions, if they are wasted, they are wasted. But this perk is not like that. This perk will be active, and the next time the killer comes close to you, the perk will light up, and you'll see the killer's aura. If the killer is undetectable, you will be told about it, but you won't see the killer. But it's still really, really nice. And the really sweet thing about this perk is that it helps you with adrenaline in the endgame. It helps you if you're on the hook to see where the killer is roaming. It helps you in chase. It almost helps you in every single situation where the killer is close to you or getting close to you after a little bit. And seeing the aura of the killer is just super helpful, and it's such an easy perk to use. Sometimes the information can be a little bit redundant, But in my experience, this is an extremely decent perk to use and a great beginner perk if you're looking for one or recommending one to a friend. Next up, we have Empathy. This is a perk that is extremely reliable. It has a range that might as well be infinite. It has an extremely long range. And within this massive range that covers basically the entire map, any survivor teammate that is injured will be revealed to you. This is nice. Most of the time, what this translates to is that you're doing a gen, your teammate gets hit, you see them run in the distance, so now you know where the killer is. Now that you see them running towards you, you know to run away, or maybe you go and help them. So it's helpful to go for flashlight saves, to go for body blocks, to help a teammate, to avoid getting in trouble. If you play against one of those killers that gets everyone injured, like Legion and Plague, this can be basically wall hacks on your teammates the whole match, which is awesome. It's very, very helpful, and it helps you protect other people. It goes well with healing perks such as Botany for the people, Autodidact, so that you know where your services are needed. And is overall an amazing pick for beginners. Now, this perk can be defeated by blindness. It can be defeated by insta-down killers. Some killers, they just go from healthy to down in one hit, and this perk doesn't do a lot. But then when they become unhooked, you'll still see them, so it's not too bad. Very nice perk, very nice info perk, one of the best ones out there. Even though, again, it's an info perk, it's not the most game-changing thing in the world. The next perk is Aftercare. It's a really cute perk that, unlike many other info perks, it works both ways. Whatever you see, the other person sees in reverse. Anytime you finish a heal on someone, anytime that person heals you, anytime you unhook them, or anytime they unhook you, you create a bond between you two, and they will see you and you will see them until you go down and you get hooked again, I believe. So this is a really cute perk, and it works on tier 3 on all survivors. So if you heal Claudette, even if she's 99 and you finish the heal, and then you pick up Dwight from the ground, which is also finishing a heal, and then you unhook Jeff. Well, all of those survivors, you see them and they see you. And this is not quite as immediate as Kindred, but it works all the time until you go down, and then it resets. So it's a really, really nice perk that can help you develop a bit of camaraderie with your random teammates potentially. See exactly what they're doing and get a bit more synergy in your teamwork. So I think it's fantastic. The only problem, of course, is that you might have unlucky situations where teammates refuse to be healed. Maybe they have Deliverance, so they unhook themselves. There might be some games where you don't get the chances to do the things that this perk requires, or you get chased a lot and you never get a chance to do it, and then this perk literally collects dust and does nothing. So it's a nice info perk, but obviously has its shortcomings. Next up, we have Wake Up. Wake Up does two things. The first one, which is pretty useful in situations where your teammates have no idea what's going on, it lets your teammates know where you are when you open gates. So when you open a gate, your aura is shown to your teammates. Now, if your teammates are paying attention, they should already see in the HUD that you're opening a gate. But in some indoor maps, I'm not gonna lie, many teammates will get lost. They'll be on the game on a different floor. They won't realize which gate you're opening on Larry's. And this can really help them find the light, find the place. And maybe with their hope and their adrenaline, they'll last just long enough to make it to the gate where you can open it, maybe take a hit for them, and you're all out. So it's a nice little info perk, and it also lets you open the gate a little bit faster. It doesn't shave as much time as you might think. I think it's about 4 seconds it saves off, but that is not insignificant. Much like Soul Survivor, this can be helpful for the whole team. It's really, really nice having a gate a little bit earlier for everyone to immediately leave. And it can also help you if you're the last survivor left and you have to open the gate as, you know, when the killer closes the hatch. This perk and Soul Survivor both get hard countered by No Way Out, sadly. But despite this, they are still decent perks and they're not too bad. That being said, the main counter is No Way Out, and these perks don't do anything about that. And saving a few seconds on an exit gate, if the team is already very competent, is hardly the most impactful thing ever. So, Wake Up is a modest and somewhat useful perk. Next up is Desperate Measures. Desperate Measures is an interesting perk. It gives 14% faster healing, and 14% faster unhooking to your ability to heal both you and others, and unhook others, obviously, for every person injured. Now, obviously, by the very definition of the perk, anytime you heal someone, at least one person is injured. So this perk goes from 14 to 28 and all the way to, I believe, 56, I suppose. So at most, this perk gives a 56% faster healing. Not bad. And 56% faster unhooking. That's pretty crazy. Unfortunately, most of the time, you're not going to get these values. Most of the times, it's going to be 28 or 14. And this perk is not that crazy. But it's still nice. It is a decent replacement for No One Left Behind. And a decent replacement for Botany Knowledge. Personally, I think that in the middle game, Botany is much more consistent and much better. And I recommend that instead. And in the end game, No One Left Behind has the auto reading and the other benefits. So I think this perk is hard outclassed by those two, which we talked about already. But if you don't have them, or if you want to stack this perk with them, oh my god, it's kind of fun. Unhooking people like at the speed of light is really fun and can throw some killers off. So it's not bad. It's really not too bad. It's just one of those perks that has a modest effect that's not extremely game changing. Obviously, when you have this perk, you need to be a little bit smart. If it's possible, if there's not any killer perk that prevents it, you might want to keep people artificially injured. So say you have a medkit, you can heal yourself to 99 and then heal someone else. And since two people are technically injured, you heal them faster. And then afterwards, you can finish healing yourself. So you might decide to keep you or other people artificially 99% healed to get the most benefit out of this perk without necessarily being in risk. So that's a nice thing to do with this perk. It's not too bad. Up next, we have Fixated. It's now called Self-Aware. This perk is a really interesting one. It's useful for beginners. It's not very useful for intermediates. And then it's useful again for advanced players. It's useful for beginners because it shows you your own scratch marks. Scratch marks are the thing that you leave on the map that the killer sees, but survivors don't. And seeing your own scratch marks gives you a great idea of the effect that your chase has on the environment, on whether or not your lucky break is working, on whether or not your dance with me is working, on whether or not the killer has predator for whatever reason, whether or not lightweight is doing its thing. Like, it lets you understand your perks and your stuff. It's not bad. It's really not bad at all. For beginners, I think it's a great boon. It also lets you walk, I believe, 20% faster. Now, this walking speed is not super helpful. You shouldn't be walking places. You should be running to save time. But occasionally you might want to walk to be a little bit stealthier, to lose a killer in chase, to maybe avoid disturbing birds or stuff like that. Watch out, you can still do it if you don't crouch. So there are certain situations where you might want to walk, and this perk lets you save a bit of time to get your sprint burst back and so on. So it's really not too bad. Now, the really advanced players, however, will get a different value out of this perk. They'll definitely use it to micromanage their sprint burst. Very advanced players will realize that this perk actually hard counters some killers, namely Pinhead, the Cenobite. The Cenobite, when he hits you with his chain, you're forced to walk, and this perk makes you walk faster, so it's a straight debuff to the Pinhead's chain's slowdown. Anytime you hold a flashlight out, there's not a lot of reasons to do this, but anytime you hold a flashlight out, you're also forced to walk. So if you have a flashlight and you want to be super mega aggressive in how you use it and blind the killer while you're helping someone else, with this perk, you walk faster while you do it. So that's also a little advantage. And again, some players use this perk to force the chase to end. And what I mean by this is that the game detects, the game tries to look for certain cues to know if a survivor is being chased. And if a survivor is constantly breaking line of sight and constantly walking, the game suddenly thinks that they're no longer in chase. And if you, as a survivor, can trick the game into thinking that you're not in chase, you can make some windows not block themselves soon and take more times. So you can run killers around certain tree logs and stuff in swamp maps, for example. And with this perk, it's much harder for the killer to actually catch up and make the window block itself. I've also seen survivors do some really funny fast vaults with the speed. Like they can transition from walking into fast vaulting quicker. So it's one of those perks that has a little bit of a weird skill ceiling to it that fancy players will use. For the most part, nothing super incredible, but worth chatting about it regardless. Next up, we have Detective's Hunch. This is a perk that also triggers every time a generator gets completed. It doesn't matter if it's you or a teammate that completes it. Whenever it's completed, you develop a massive, I believe, 48-meter radius around you, which can be extended by open-handed, and it follows you. So if you're in a place and you keep running, the radius follows you, and everything within this radius gets revealed to you, and if you have a map, it gets added to the map. And what do I mean by everything? Totems, generators, chests, not the hatch, not the hatch. Many other things, I believe hooks as well. I'm not sure if hooks. Either way, it adds a lot of useful tracking. Oh, exit gates, I believe. It adds a lot of tracking items to your map and to your own view. If you have a map, then you can use the map from anywhere to see these items, to quickly find totems. You can also use a map with a certain add-on to reveal these items to other players. So basically with this, you can highlight totems, you can find know it, you can find nasty hexes, you can find chests if you have a chest build. You can be in an indoor map where gens are hard to find and find them no problem. So all of this utility is actually kind of nice. And if you keep running, you can cover basically the entire map with it. And yeah, this is quite useful. For the most part, if you want to find totems, there are simpler ways. And if you want to find hexes, there's other ways. And if you want to find chests, there's Plunderous Instincts. So this perk doesn't... And we're now in a meta where killers run hexes all the time, and doing a bunch of totems is not always that useful. So this perk is not as useful as it used to be, but so it's overall quite alright and fills a niche. And perhaps the most important part is that it helps you find gens quickly if you refuse to run Deja Vu, even in maps where it's sometimes a bit tricky to locate them room to room. Next up, we have Pharmacy. Pharmacy makes you open chests much quicker. I believe it cuts down the search down to, I believe, 6 seconds instead of 10, which feels a lot faster. And when you open a chest and you're injured, you will always come out with a medkit. A simple medkit that gives you 1 heal to yourself or to another survivor very quickly. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. And you can use this infinitely, as many chests as you can. Normally, most maps have 3, sometimes 4 chests. So, without offerings. If there's offerings, it's always a bit more. And you can use offerings. So this is really nice. Getting a free medkit on command, that's not too bad. If you're in the mid-game and your teammates are doing well, but you are in a bit of trouble, you can go into the basement. Probably no one's going to know you're there. Probably. There are some perks that could put you in trouble. And then find a medkit. Really quickly use it. Now you're healthy and you can go back and be helpful and not be in risk. You can also do this during the end game and at many other points. And you can also be a bit of a gremlin. You can be injured, 99 your heal, and then go and open several chests and have medkits for everyone. Be a little Santa, give them out to your friends. This isn't bad. It's not bad. It's really not too bad. Is it better than adrenaline? No. Is it better than your healing? Arguably, in some situations, no. Can it get you in trouble? Yes. Can you be found in basement by at least 3 or 4 different perks and die to it? Yes, I've seen that happen many times. So it's a bit risky. And you might also run aimlessly and not find chests. Some of them are guaranteed, some are not. And you can also find that someone else is stealing your items. Overall, it's almost better to just bring your own items from home. But that being said, it's not too bad. If you run this perk with another perk called Ace in the Hole, you are guaranteed to get items with medkits with add-ons. And nowadays, medkits cannot have any negative add-ons, which is a new thing, as of a recent patch. So that's a really good thing. It has a bit of, it is a fun little scavenging build that you can do with it. Overall, not the best, but definitely usable. Next up, we have Slippery Meat. Slippery Meat increases the amount of times that you can try to unhook yourself from normally 3 to 6, depending on how quickly you start. and it also increases the chances that you have to unhook yourself on each of them. So I'm not going to bore you with the math. Probability is a bit complicated, and from the top of my head, I don't remember the numbers exactly. But let me just put it this way, right? If you are hooked and everything is going down, everything, your teammates are all dying, you have no hope of being rescued, you need to try to escape. By default, you get 3 chances, and your cumulative chances to escape on a normal game with no modifiers are about 11.5%. So let's round it down. You have about a 10% chance to get out. About a 10% chance to get out. That's pretty grim. That's pretty bad. Most of the times it will fail, but I mean, it's 10%. It's not too bad. Sometimes you can win a game thanks to that 10%. With this perk, that 10% spikes up to an about approximate 40%. Is that as good as Deliverance, which is 100%? No, it's not. It's awful. 40%, you don't want to die on a 40. That's like a big gamble. If you do make it though, you don't have the broken status like Deliverance, which is nice. But yeah, if that was all the perk did, this perk would be terrible, and I would never encourage you to use it. However, as we're going to talk about in a minute, there are a lot of offerings and another perk that can increase your luck. And then you can make that luck go all the way from 40 up to the high 90s%. And when you have a 90-something% chance to unhook yourself, this perk suddenly becomes really, really good. It's a bit like flip-flop and power struggle. It's this, damned if you do, damned if you don't, lose-lose situation for killer. But it requires quite a lot of teamwork and many people to run the same build. So it is a fun, strong strategy that requires the entire team, and as such is not the most flexible thing ever. Not to mention that if you play against a killer that is like a pyramid head that sends you in a cage, it is completely useless. But, let's talk about the new perk, about the next perk, and we'll shed a bit more light into what the numbers can be. Next is Up the Ante. This is easily the most useless perk in the game if you run it by itself without a plan. It literally does nothing on most normal average games. When you have this perk, every survivor gets a little bit of luck, including yourself. And this is increased the more survivors that are alive. So if everyone's alive and you have this perk, everyone gets even more luck. And it stacks, which means that 4 survivors can all run this perk, and it increases the luck of everyone by a lot. If on top of this, you also bring the strongest luck offerings, which are the salted lips, then everyone has massive amounts of luck. Otzdarva, what does luck do? Luck does 2 things. If you have the perk Ace in the Hole, it makes you more likely to get a second add-on, I believe. I don't think they changed that. And the second one is it makes you more likely to unhook yourself from the hook. Now, as I said, this is not something you want to half-ass. This is not something you want to do half measures. You want to go full luck build. And if you do, if you bring Slippery Meat, Up the Ante, and 4 proper, or at least 3 or 4 offerings, then it actually is pretty good. I believe the chance goes all the way up to 96% chance that you will unhook yourself in one of your attempts. If you unhook yourself with a 96% chance, that's insane. Think about it. There are 4 survivors. You chase one of them. They all split up. You chase one of them. 3 of them are doing gens. And then you hook one of them. That one unhooks themselves. They have off the record, so you can't tunnel them. And the other 3 continue to do gens. No matter what, you're going to have 2 to 3 survivors doing gens at any given time. And you can't tunnel, you can't camp, you can't do anything. It's super hopeless and super unfair for the killer. But it requires quite a lot of setup. And it's literally a whole team effort. So, how strong is it? It's a little bit difficult to quantify. Ultimately, I leave it up to you. Next, we have Breakout. Breakout is a perk that triggers when you are in close proximity to a killer that's carrying a teammate. It makes you 7% faster, which is quite a lot. It's like Hope, and it stacks with other speeds as well, as far as I know. And this is incredible. This makes it so that the normal killer will almost never, ever, ever dream of hitting you because they are so much slower than you normally, let alone with this perk. And even if the killer has Agitation, which is a decently strong perk, that lets them move a little bit faster than you. With this perk, you still outspeed them. I've had many situations where I have agitation and I'm confident I'm going to hit someone, and because this perk exists, I don't. So it can bait the killer into making a potentially fatal mistake. While this is happening, you also make the person that is being carried wiggle out, I believe, 20% faster. This is not something you can stack, so you cannot have like 3 people doing this. It's just a one-time effect. It's a bit like Prove Thyself. Multiple people can have it, but only one effect of it happens at a time. The effect of the faster wiggle is not insane. You cannot get away with, running in front of the killer and preventing them from hooking everywhere. But it essentially makes it impossible for the killer. Oh my god, I see a moth. It's a friendly moth. It makes it impossible for the killer to make a last-second escape. So many situations, a killer will bring a survivor to a hook. You will sabotage the hook, and the killer will drop, and they'll be fine. But with this perk, it becomes very difficult. If you drop a survivor as a killer, they gain, I believe, a 20% wiggle progress. So that means that if you're dropping a survivor that's like 80% wiggled out, they break free. And with this perk, they reach that a little bit more often. So this is a great perk to run on sabotage builds. A great perk to run if you can take hits with Mettle of Man and other similar forms of endurance or future endurance. So it's pretty nice to guarantee that the person that you're trying to rescue gets out. A little bit gimmicky, and in most games where sabotaging is impossible, this perk literally does nothing, hence why it's not all that good. It can, however, have its clutch moments and help if a killer tries to play too much by their inner clock. This perk is going to mess with them. If a killer tries to carry a survivor from the exit gates all the way out to the middle of the map and they think they can barely do it, guess what? They're going to escape. So this perk is a great tool against that. Up next, we have Guardian. Guardian is a cute little perk. When you rescue a teammate from the hook, it does several things. It gives them a faster still speed boost. That means that the survivor moves not at 110, which is the normal, but at 117, which is pretty insane. It means they're literally faster than most killers. They also leave no blood and no scratch marks, which, let's be honest, if the killer is onto them, it's not going to be a big deal. And it shows you the aura of the killer. In my opinion, this last part is really, really nice because it pairs really well with Will Make It. If you rescue a survivor who's in very much a situation where they're going to get tunneled, this perk helps. And if they don't and you see it, then you can heal them. So that's nice. It's a little plan A, plan B sort of thing. And the extra speed is absolutely gross. Much like Borrowed Time, this is a perk that is not as strong as Off the Record or Deliverance or any other perk like that, but it works in the end game. If you have this perk and you rescue someone in the end game and they have hope or made for this, they are going to be comically faster than the killer for a very long time while still keeping the endurance effect for 10 seconds. So yeah, pair this with Borrowed Time and you'll see just how funny it is. It is a bit of a perk that in the mid game and in the early game doesn't shine all that much, however. Next up, we have Reassurance from Jill. This perk triggers whenever you are unhooked. This can happen twice, so you can use this perk up to twice. And it automatically brings your healing progress to 50%. So that means that if you get off the hook and your teammate starts to heal you, they'll start halfway and it will only take them 8 seconds or maybe a little bit less. If they have, God forbid, Will Make It, it will take them half of half, which is 4 seconds. With this perk and Will Make It, you can heal in 4 seconds, which is insane efficiency. You can also immediately use a medkit on yourself to heal at, half the speed as well. And if you have one simple medkit, you can heal yourself twice with this, which is really, really nice. You can get 2 heals out of 1 medkit, which is sweet. So that is maybe the best part about this. But admittedly, this assumes the best case scenario. In the worst case scenario, the killer is going to immediately camp you and prevent you from being unhooked, or tunnel you and hit you immediately, and then this perk goes immediately to waste. 0 demon qualities, immediately to waste. That is the worst thing about it. And if the killer has a hemorrhage add-on or perk, like Sloppy Butcher, which is increasingly common, This perk has a very small window. If you get unhooked and you get 50% from this perk, the 50% of the healing immediately begins to regress back to nothing. So if you don't get healed quickly, because you get interrupted or because you have to go elsewhere, the perk does nothing. So it is a perk that can help you with efficiency, or it can do nothing. And in my opinion, that nothing part is a bit scary. I would much rather run Will Make It, and I would much rather run Botany and other more consistent perks or Renewal, which we talked about earlier, than this. But if you're willing to stack them, or if you don't have them, it is a perfectly serviceable perk. Up next is Background Player. Background Player is a fascinating exhaustion perk that actually has, I believe, the biggest number out of all. Is it? Oh, I forgot. Let me check. Yes, indeed, it is tied with Smashhead for being on the tier of the biggest speed boost, other than Adrenaline. It gives you a 4-second speed boost of 150. That is really, really massive. And if you're in a situation where you need that speed boost to make it somewhere, it is super, super helpful. The way this perk works is really ingenious. If during the time someone gets picked up, you are running, you will trigger the perk and get the speed boost. But if you don't run, you don't trigger it. So you can choose whether or not you want to use this. And this makes this a perk that you can run with other exhaustion perks. So you can have Lithe and this, Balance Landing and this, Dead Heart and this, or other combinations like that, which is honestly amazing. Using that little speed boost is incredible for flashlight saves. It's extremely scary for the killer if you are under a pallet. Basically, for most killers, if you down a survivor under a pallet, if you pick up right away, you're fine. But if a survivor teammate is nearby, you need to be very careful because they could rescue. If they are nearby with this perk, you're screwed. You're absolutely screwed. There's nothing you can do. If you chase them out, you will take a lot of time. And if they hover over very, very far away distance with this perk, they can immediately zone in on you and zoom into the area and then drop the pallet on you if they're good and they know their timing. So this is a really scary perk on the hands of a capable teamwork-oriented player. Very, very scared of it. Luckily, you still have other tools, so it's not the end of the world as a killer, but it's a really, really nice perk in that regard. If you love saving your teammates and going for flashy saves, you will love this perk. In terms of normal gameplay, when you're the one being chased and all those things, this perk is not the most incredible thing ever. And sometimes the time you waste helping other players is time you would have better spent doing objectives. So try to measure the risk carefully. But other than that, it's a great, fun perk. Next, we have Quick and Quiet. It is a perk with, I believe, a 20-second cooldown. Luckily, this is not an exhaustion perk, so you can use it with exhaustion perks, and it has its own its own inner cooldown. You don't have to play around other perks. It will trigger every single time you do a rushed action, such as leaving a locker, entering a locker, vaulting a window, or a pallet. And I believe that's it. I believe there's no other things. So this allows you to do such things without necessarily giving away a notification. If you don't know, a killer that is near you will hear a loud noise notification every time you do these things. If the killers are really far away, they don't actually hear it. Like, there's actually a very distant limit. But for the most part, vaulting a window fast, going into a locker fast, for whatever reason, will be a risk. And this perk reduces that completely. There are some perks on the killer side, such as Amaliers, that trigger when you do a fast vault. And this perk also counters them, which is super, super nice. This perk is a big counter to Amaliers for all 5 people running it. So that's really, really sweet. And obviously, it pairs well with other perks that have to do with vaulting and entering lockers. The most obvious pair for this perk is Head On. With this perk and Head On, you can immediately go into a locker and stun the killer if they go in front of it after a few seconds. You can also run it with Lithe to immediately vault a window and disappear into the distance. I don't personally recommend you run it with Dance With Me. I think it's a bit gimmicky and kind of easy to tell for the killer that's there, but it's also an idea. And personally, I think maybe one of the best uses of this perk is to run it with Inner Healing and Lucky Break. You take a hit, you run around some corner, get into a locker immediately. The killer looks for you. They see no scratch marks. They hear no grunts of pain, hopefully, if you have Iron Will or if you're quiet, and then you're suddenly healing inside a locker and they have no clue what just happened. And this perk allows that and makes it all very, very smooth. So it's really, really brilliant in those situations. Otherwise, this perk it's not all that crazy. Most killers, they have a good eye on you at any point during chase. And more importantly, once they see you use this perk, they will remember it. So if I'm chasing a Meg and I notice that she falls a window and she's quiet, next time I chase her, I'm going to be extra alert and I'm going to remember the cooldown and I'm going to remember that anytime I don't see her, she could be doing some kind of shenanigans. So make sure you don't reveal this perk to the killer unnecessarily, or else any shenanigans you're trying to plan will probably backfire on you later. Next up, we have self-care. Self-care is a bit like Saboteur. It allows you to do something that you can normally only use with an item, but forever. The catch, however, is that it's very slow. Self-care allows you to heal yourself anytime you're injured, but it's at a 35% speed. The normal speed of self-heal would be, I suppose, 50%. That's what it used to be. Well, now with 35%, you are looking at a 44-ish second heal. 44 seconds. That's pretty big. That's pretty significant. Yes, if you hit great skill checks, you will save 3% off every time, but you also have a chance of not hitting many or any at all during the 40 seconds. So it's not very reliable to rely on that. I'm just going to tell you right now, this perk can be a huge noob trap. Many new players, they hate the thought of being injured. It makes them feel vulnerable. So anytime they take an injury, they go on a corner, they start using this perk, they spend 44 seconds there, then last second they get interrupted by the killer. Oops, the killer had mangle, it takes even longer. Oops, the progress is going away due to hemorrhage. Oops, they get interrupted, they wasted 50 seconds for nothing, and they die. You need to be a bit more bold than that. Bring a medkit, which will help you heal once or twice. And after that, try to be a bit more bold, rely on adrenaline, rely on teamwork. And at the last second, if you need to use self-care to heal yourself and go through the exit gate when time is no longer a problem, then self-care is completely fine. Other ways to make self-care a little bit better without necessarily having to throw away 44 seconds of your time. Botany knowledge makes it a much more reasonable heal. Now it will only take a little over 30 seconds. Which is not too bad if everyone else is doing fine and you're the only person in trouble and you want to heal somewhere safely. We also have reactive healing. Every time anyone takes a hit around you, you will cut half the time. So it can make this perk heal you in 20 seconds or less, which is pretty damn competitive then. But you're using 2 perks. Oof. There's also desperate measures and maybe a few other options like resilience, but they start to fall off in effectiveness. So use this perk wisely. Try to assess whether or not the time is on your side. And if it is, then this perk is fine. This perk is completely fine. It can also help you in some situations where if you run out of a medkit, you can finish healing the last bit of it without any help. If a teammate is healing you and they get interrupted, guess what? You can finish the last 5% or the last percentage with self-care, which is pretty good. So that situation, it's a serviceable perk. Just make sure you don't fall into the trap of wasting too much time on it. Next up, we have Empathic Connection. This is a reverse auto-reading information perk. Instead of you seeing your team, it helps your team see you. It also gives you a very modest, very tiny, almost insignificant, but I guess welcome 10% faster healing speed boost. So you get a 10% faster healing, period. That's nice. And anytime your teammates are injured, they see you. Now, this can be good or great. If your teammates are amazing, they will come to you. Maybe you will pair this with some other healing perk and you will heal them and everything will be good and great. If your teammates are a little bit smart, they'll try to use this information to take the killer away from you and away from the gens that's being done. So they can use that. So it's a really nice perk. It's really hard to see how good it is because you never really benefit from it too much yourself, but it can help your teammates. And if you're one of those players that complains about your teammates being clueless and you're very confident about your own skills, you might enjoy this kind of perk and other alternatives such as Aftercare and Kindred. So it's not too bad. Then again, you know, maybe that survivor already had bond. Maybe that survivor is already on comms with you. Maybe that survivor already knows what they're doing. So It's a little bit difficult to really rely on this perk. It's however not bad at all. Next up, we have Lightweight. This perk has two effects. The first one is fairly simple. It makes your scratch marks fade away sooner. This isn't super mega noticeable in chase, but anytime the killer has a little bit of a break and maybe gets confused and checks the wrong way and then comes back, the scratch marks going away sooner is a big deal. I also routinely find a lot of survivors by scratch marks that are barely there. And with this perk, I wouldn't catch those at all. So I believe 4 seconds or 3 seconds sooner disappearing scratch marks, that's not too bad. Though it's also not enough to shake off killers that are right on your tail, especially if you're bleeding and they're following your blood, which this perk does nothing about. However, the nice thing about this perk is that it also has an irregular effect where your scratch marks go on and off. This I find pretty inoffensive, pretty unnoticeable as a killer in most maps, but in some it's actually a big deal. If you play in a map that's very cluttered or very red, or very saturated, everything blends in with scratch marks. We're talking Borgo, we're talking Garden of Joy, Tobo Landing. This perk is a menace. This perk makes me lose survivors even around just the most simple corners, and it's pretty awful. In indoor maps, especially Larry's, anytime you see scratch marks going around the corner, you almost immediately assume that they're going a certain way, and this will constantly make you think that you're going into dead ends and will make you lose people. So it's a really easy perk to run that any beginner can put on, and it will throw off killers occasionally. That is not as reliable as Lucky Break, but I mean, it's something. Personally, I don't feel like this perk is very strong outside of these maps against experienced killers, but it's something that you can use as you learn and eventually decide whether you like it or not. Feel free to run it with the other perk, Self-Aware, so that you can see exactly how this perk is affecting the environment. Next up, we have Boil Over. Boil Over does 3 things. The first one is that it creates a little aura around you when you get picked up, where the killer doesn't see the aura of the hooks that he has to carry you to. In some indoor maps, and especially against beginners that don't have a good inner sense of the expected hooks, this can be brutal. If you do this to me, who has a lot of hours, I already know, and players with my hours, or even much less than my hours, they know that certain hooks always spawn in certain spots. And this perk might not help you too much in there. But against newer players that don't have that knowledge, or if you use some of those altering hook offerings, this can be brutal. You can have killers be very confused and miss very obvious hooks, and then go to other hooks that are much further. And while they do that, you have 2 other benefits. Whenever you hit your skill checks and the killer is wiggled side to side, the effects of this are increased by this perk. This in the open is a minor inconvenience and not a big deal, but in indoor maps or building maps, it is a nightmare. Carrying a survivor through tight doorways when they're kicking side to side like a wild coyote, it's super awful, very uncomfortable. Even I struggle with it. So it's a really nasty perk in those situations. It also has another effect where if the killer drops from a height, it will multiply by a little bit the wiggle progress. So if they've been carrying you for a little bit and then they drop off a hill, or you throw them off a hill, or they try to take a shortcut or something, they see the outcome of the perk, so they're gonna be if they're knowledgeable, they're gonna try to avoid it. But if they somehow forget or don't notice it, they will find out that you are wiggling out faster. So if you go up in some building and then go down, and the killer has to carry you through tight doorways, and then they drop down, and then this can make it so it's super easy for you to wiggle out. It, as you can imagine, it works well with sabotage gameplay. It works well with flip-flop, so that you can begin to struggle even faster. So it has a lot of nasty things where if you send yourself to a certain map and go to a certain spot, many killers will find it almost impossible and struggle to hook you. And this can be anywhere from gimmicky to really, really mean and powerful. Then again, there's also many times where the killer will have agitation and they won't care, or they'll down you in a place where it won't matter, or you won't get chased and it will be your teammates, or you'll get chased and you'll get hooked and you'll get camped, and then this perk will do nothing. So it's hardly the most versatile perk ever, but it's occasionally a little thorn to a killer's side. Next up, we have Situational Awareness. This is a common perk, which is one of the most nice things about it, that it's easy to access. But it's so much more complex than other perks, and it's not as nice as Kindred or some of the other also freely available perks. So it's a niche perk, but it's not too bad. Basically, when you work on a generator, survivors within a certain radius, I believe 36 meters, see the generator turn as yellow. Not gonna lie, most survivors probably don't even expect that and probably don't even know this perk exists, so they're not gonna really know what the hell is going on, but maybe in an indoor map it helps them find a gen, which is nice. Also, anytime you're working on a generator and a teammate goes down, you will have a quick show of the auras of all of your teammates, including the one that went down. Normally, when a survivor goes down and they get carried, you don't see them. Their aura is obscure to you. But this perk lets you see them while they're getting carried. So you can actually see before it happens that a survivor is going up into a building, going up into a hill, going down into the basement, coming towards you. So it gives you a little bit of information. It's similar to Kindred, and also lets you know what your teammates are doing while you do gens. So it's not a bad thing. It's not a terrible thing. It lets you know that, okay, I'm the closest, maybe I should go for this save. You can run this with Prove Thyself to encourage other people to come and do a gen with you. Not too bad at all. It's just a cute little info perk, but it's hardly the most game-changing thing ever. And as I said, sometimes people don't see it because they're too far or don't understand what the yellow perk is. And there's just better info perks out there. Next up, Clairvoyance. This perk triggers when you cleanse a totem. We've already explained on Inner Healing that cleansing totems can be risky. When you cleanse a totem, you open yourself up to hex traps, to pentimento, and other nasty things. So watch out, there's a bit of a risk to it. But especially if you do this in endgame, it's not that big of a deal. And if you do this with Inner Healing, you can do one and the other. So when you activate Clairvoyance, you now have a secondary power that you can trigger when you use your empty hand. You cannot use this with an item or a special item, but you can use it if you have an empty hand. So this is a perk that prevents you from holding an item, which is a little bit sad because items are typically pretty good to have. But it's good. It's very good. It shows you the aura of gens. It shows you the aura of chests, which can reveal where the basement is. It's not too bad. It shows you the aura of gates, which can be occasionally useful. And more importantly, it shows you the aura of the hatch if we're already at that point of the game. So if your teammates are already dead or escaped, and you're in a bit of a troublesome spot, and you can already tell that it's going to be difficult to get the gates, what you can do is cleanse a totem, maybe heal with Inner Healing, and then go around the map. And this perk has a massive reach. It can be increased even with open-handed if you want to go crazy. And you can immediately begin to scout around you and find all of these things out and see the hatch, and then immediately go straight for it and probably beat the killer who doesn't have any perks to find it. So that's pretty awesome. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty great. Pretty fantastic. Much like Soul Survivor, this is a perk that can help you find gens and stuff. Yes, but its strength comes mostly from the fact that it can save you in a desperate situation like that. Finding gens in indoor maps and stuff, that's not bad at all. But again, you need to do a totem. Now, another thing that's a little bit silly about this perk is that while you use the perk and while you charge it up, you lose collision with the killer during some animations. So you can actually use this perk in a chase sort of way. It's a bit stupid. But while a killer is vaulting a window, for example, you can use the perk to go right through them and do some really stupid mind games that are really easy to do. So that might be something that you're interested in as well. Next is Left Behind, and this perk is similar to Clairvoyance, but it doesn't have any condition, and it only shows the hatch. It only works when you are the last person left, either because your teammates have left or because they have been killed. If you're the last survivor left, this perk activates, and it will show you the aura of the hatch. It's a pretty lengthy distance, but you can also enhance it with open-handed. This is pretty great. It can help you in situations where everyone's dead. It can help you in situations where you're injured and you have to take a risk because you can't go through the gate because the killer's there. So it helps with survivability a little bit. Not a team perk by any means, as you can imagine. But also, you can also use a hatch offering. I suppose, if you wanted to. And then those guarantee that the hatch will spawn at shack or main building. But if you don't have that certainty, then this perk is pretty okay. As I said, it's up to you to value how much you appreciate being able to save your own skin. Next up is Smash Hit, one of the most original perks in the game. Definitely the most original, or one of the most original exhaustion perks in the game. It gives you a massive 4-second sprint of 150 when you stun the killer with a pallet. Now, mind you, this is not like some other perks that are about stun. Head-on stuns, decisive stuns, any other stun doesn't work. You need to stun the killer with a pallet. Whether it's a normal stun or a altruistic rescue from grass stun, doesn't matter. You need to hit them with a pallet. In fact, they don't even need to get the animation of the stun. If you play against a nurse and they are in animation of fatigue and you drop the pallet on them, they will not actually react to the stun, but it will still trigger. So as long as you get the stun points, which can be done against a few killers without actually stunning them, you will get this perk working. So that's pretty nice. However, let me tell you, when you put this perk on, you're most likely going to realize that many killers are very hard to stun. It's very hard to stun a nemesis that constantly holds their tentacle. Very hard to stun a huntress that holds her hatchet. There are a lot of killers that just respect the distance with the pallets and don't get too close. And then this perk is really hard to use against them. It's a bit of a letdown against those killers and against some of the strongest killers that just shred through pallets no problem. That being said, if you trigger it, the 4%, the 4-second 150% sounds really juicy, but it's not. This perk is a little bit weird. The 4-second timer starts as soon as the stun happens, and during that time, you're still stuck in animation. So if you use flip-flop and power struggle, you will literally lose half of this perk during the animation of getting out. If you hit a normal stun, you will lose 1 of the 4 seconds in starting to get the sprint. So it's not as sweet as it sounds. If you pull it off, though, it is a nice perk that can sometimes give you a nice high, and it's fun to use. But ultimately far, far inferior to the other exhaustion perks we've seen. Next is Blood Pact. This is a very strange perk that only works if you are dealing with the obsession. But funnily enough, you cannot be the obsession. You need to heal the obsession or be healed by them. Whether it is from the ground to up or up to fully healthy, you need to be healed or heal the obsession. But you cannot be the obsession. Very important. And this perk makes you less likely to be the obsession, even though it's still possible that you could be the obsession. So that's already a little bit weird, because there are a lot of other perks like Decisive or For the People that turn you into the obsession, and some killer perks that turn you into the obsession when you don't want to be. So that already makes this perk a little bit weird. But regardless, when you heal or are healed by the obsession, this perk activates and you will see each other's aura for the rest of the time until one of you loses a health state, I believe, or you lose a health state rather. And if you remain close, additionally, each of you are 5% faster. Yeah, like actually forgive me. You always see the aura of the obsession, even when, that's a passive of this perk. Yeah, you see the aura of the obsession all the time. That's maybe the best, most consistent part about this perk, is that you get to see someone throughout the game. And that's nice that you get to see each other. And then when you heal or are healed, you both become 5% faster until you split up, until you go apart more than a few meters. The 5%, I'm not gonna lie, on its own is really gimmicky. Against most killers in most maps, it's a nothing burger. But sometimes you can heal someone and then be a little bit faster. And the nice thing is that it stacks with Mate for this and Hope. And with Power of 2 as well, I believe. So I've seen clips of survivors being faster than the killer, and it's ridiculous. And this perk, I think, is a stupid, conditional, complex, not that strong perk, but it's a small gear in a big machine that is using all the speed perks together. So, my thoughts, it's alright, but not my favorite. Next up, we have Flashbang. Flashbang triggers by you doing gens. Every time you do, I think, 60% of a gen, so you can do it once per gen, more or less. You get the perk fully charged, and if you go into a locker, you can come out of it with a Flashbang. And the really nice thing is that flashbangs are now a special item that you can carry with on top of your normal item, and this is awesome. Unfortunately, flashbangs no longer work against some killers like Nurse or Wraith. That made them really, really good. But now they're a little bit more usable with your other items. So you can. What are some of the things you can do with flashbangs? Let me tell you a quick list of them. You can go around the corner and drop it at your feet. If you're playing against a killer like a Huntress that needs to ready up a hatchet and look at you, you will force him to look away, and that is very powerful and gets used by high-level survivors to a great effect all the time. You can drop it onto a killer that's coming to basement or some other hook to try to fool them into looking away and still getting hit by it. Some survivors know how to drop flashbangs in places where even if the killer looks up, they might still get hit by it. You can still use it to blind zombies and do some other interesting interactions on killers, even though the amount of them are pretty limited now. You can drop them on a killer that is stunned by head-on or while they're breaking a pallet to blind them and disorient them just a little bit. I guess this is a list, but yeah, that's about it. That's about it. I'm sure there are some other creative ways, but it's a pretty free thing. It's a pretty fun thing, and it can sometimes help you a little bit in chase. Perhaps my favorite thing that you can do is drop it at a hook while the killer looks away, then use your toolbox that you had underneath to break the hook and get away with it. So some fun little things that you can do there, but hardly the most impactful thing in the world. Next is Kitty Cat perk, Spine Chill. Spine Chill has two effects, actually three effects. Let's go with the simplest one. If the killer is looking at you and they physically see you, they give you a small speed boost at doing everything. Opening gates, doing gens, no longer vaulting, but yeah, it helps you in doing certain things like that. This is super minor. This honestly almost never makes a difference. It might just save your life if you're opening a gate in a super, super tight scenario where you're like 1 second short and this perk maybe gives you that little percentage. But for the most part, this is not very important. Another thing that it does is that it has a visual representation of the terror radius. So the moment you start to hear a terror radius, you will see that the perk fills up in red and it goes up and down depending on how strong it is. And this is a very reliable way to tell if the terror radius is getting louder or quieter. You can sometimes be in a position where you can kind of figure out where the killer is by looking at the perk. And this is perhaps the strongest part about this perk. If you are an experienced survivor and you're in a little jungle gym and you hear a terror radius and you no longer see the killer and the perk is getting stronger, let's say that you can only see both one side of a loop. You see left and he's not coming left. But then you see that the perk is growing stronger. So that means he's coming right. So that means that you know which way to go. So this perk can sometimes fill the gap of your information in chase in a very interesting way. But other than that, it's not a big deal. You can always use the visual terror radius if you want a visual representation of the terror radius. Another thing that's interesting about it, though, and also the most helpful for beginners, is that it functions as a switch that's on and off. This perk will light on, like on top of the red thing going on and off, it will light up and off depending on the killer's position. So if you're playing against a stealth killer with no terror radius, you can tell that they are within X meters of you, I believe it's 32, when the perk lights up. So even if you play against a stealth killer, this perk will warn you that they're coming, even if there's no terror radius. And that can be really handy to make sure that you stay safe in situations where you really, really don't want to get found. Let's say that you're the only person dead on hook, and this perk turns on, and it's a stealth killer. Now you go to maybe... you go on to realize that, yeah, I need to get out of here. I don't want to get caught in this dead corner. Let's start running towards safety. So it's a cute perk in that regard. Moving on, we have Fast Track. Fast Track gives you charges every time a teammate, not yourself, but a teammate gets hooked. And if you hit a great skill check or use stakeout to guarantee a great skill check, you will consume those charges and it will help you do the gen faster. Basically, every single time a survivor gets hooked, you get 3% of a gen. So let's say that a teammate gets hooked twice and then another teammate gets hooked once. You will now have 9% of a gen. And if you hit a great skill check, bam, 9% of a gen done immediately. On average, this perk will maybe give you 9, 6, 12% of a gen. Is that a lot? No, it's really not. Deja Vu would probably be better. A toolbox would be better. Resilience might be a bit more convenient and better and help you with healing. This is not a great perk. The problem with this perk is that it might actually induce you into making a mistake. If you're looking to, if you're trying to hit a great skill check too hard and you miss a skill check and you get a minus 10%, forget about all the progress. You actually messed up big time. And if you are letting your teammates be hooked constantly and you are not helping them, you might actually get your team killed. Forget about the gens. If your teammates are dying and you're not helping and taking hits and rescuing them and doing stuff, it doesn't matter if one gen or two get done, you're going to lose. So this perk can definitely induce you into big mistakes. It doesn't have a great place in the meta because other gen perks are better and other selfish perks are better than this. So I really can't speak its praises. It does feel pretty great, however, if the killer is playing really, really fair and hooking everyone and you accumulate a few charges and then suddenly, bam, hit 20% of a gen or something. That does feel pretty good, but that's about all the praise I can give this perk. Next up, we have Overzealous. Forgive me. I was about to misname it. Overzealous. Overzealous triggers when you bless a totem and when you cleanse a totem. So this can work in a build with inner healing to cleanse totems, or in a Boon build with, say, Boon Circle of Healing to help heal your teammates. When you cleanse or bless a totem, you will do gens 10% faster until you get injured next time and then you lose the perk. So let's do some quick math. Let's cleanse a totem. That's 14 seconds. Okay, 14 seconds. Then I do a gen. 10% faster, that's about 9 seconds. So I waste 14 seconds and save 9 seconds. It's not incredible, but if you go on to do a couple gens, that's pretty good. Now, there's something even better about this perk, and that's what happens if you cleanse or bless a Hex totem. First of all, I highly, highly advise against blessing a Hex totem because it can take forever, especially if there's still the hunt. So watch out. I did that recently and it was a terrible mistake. But if you cleanse a totem that is a hex, you don't get a 10, you get a 20%. So if you get a 20%, that's pretty big. That's pretty big. You're wasting 14 seconds on cleansing a hex totem that helps the team, and then you're saving 18 seconds or so on a single gen. More if you go on to do a couple gens. That's pretty wild. However, there's a problem. You don't necessarily have spare perks if you have a build for boons. If you have a build for boons or a build for inner healing, you're already wasting a perk on something that an item could do. So if you now add another perk onto that build, what's the rest of your build? You're gonna have a problem. You only have 2 perks left. So if your teammates get tunneled and you don't have reassurance, if you get tunneled and you don't have off the record, if you get chased by a good killer and don't have an exhaustion perk, maybe that's bad. So you're giving up a perk that's really valuable for an effect that is pretty negligible on a build that kind of probably needs other stuff. So as long as boons aren't more powerful than they are now, and as long as inner healing or cleansing totems isn't even stronger, and as long as Pentimento on killer, which is a perk that punishes you for cleansing totems, exists in the way it does now, I think this perk is way too risky and I don't recommend it. I don't recommend you use it willy-nilly. Moving on, we have Bite the Bullet from Leon. This is a perk that affects you when you heal yourself and others when you heal them. And it makes the whole animation completely quiet. Even if you're normally a loud character, like say Bill, you don't do any noise during the animation, and you don't do any breathing, and you don't do any normal healing wrapping sounds. None of it. It's completely silent. This is pretty brilliant. This can sometimes occasionally let you go around the bush and start healing and have like a budget budget unexpected Iron Will or Off the Record, which is really funny, and it can make for some hilarious moments, but it's risky. If the killer catches you, you're vulnerable. If the other person that you're healing gets picked up by an auto-reading perk, or if you get picked up by an auto-reading perk, it's terrible. Let's say you play against a hit-and-run killer that has Nurse's Calling, or Floods of Rage, or some other perk that lets them see your aura. This perk doesn't hide your aura, which is really, really scary. You could be wasting a perk or multiple for something that the killer might actually interrupt. So there is a risk. On top of that, it also makes it so that if you miss a skill check, the skill check makes no sound. So it's like a complete second chance to remain undetected. I don't think missing skill checks during healing is all that common, but if it happens, I mean, it's nice. So it's a nice little thing for beginners, I suppose. Not too bad, not too awful. Overall, a perk that's a little bit difficult to use. The most impressive thing I've seen someone do with this perk is against a spirit. A spirit will typically track you by sound very heavily. So if you run in the middle of the field and then start healing in the middle of nowhere with this perk, it will throw them off right away. But even that could backfire, depending on her awareness and if she has an out to detect you. So again, risky. Visionary is a terribly simple perk. It shows you the auras of generators around you. For some reason, it has a cooldown, and when a gen gets completed, you don't get it until a few seconds back. So that's a bit unusual and definitely doesn't help its case. But for the most part, it will show you the gens around you. There are 3 situations where this perk can be alright, and we'll talk about them. Let's talk about the one where it's really not that good. If you go to a map that's really open, or a map that you already know extremely well and the RNG is very fixed, this perk is basically worthless. If you go on Rotten Fields, you look around and you see the beams, the little tall lights of every single gen, it makes 0 sense that you need this perk. It's useless. Sometimes, however, if you have open-handed or something like that, you can see gens from really far, and in some maps, it's kind of helpful. Especially if you go to indoor maps, it can be extremely helpful. Indoor maps, such as Midwich, oftentimes have gens that are in fixed locations, but sometimes have rare gens that spawn in certain rooms where you don't think they do. And they still catch me by surprise, even though I have a lot of hours in the game. So Visionary can help you save 5, 10, 20 seconds trying to find the last gen, and that is really, really good. For beginner players, this perk is not even bad. For intermediate players, this perk would be okay if it wasn't for the fact that we have other perks that do its job better. We have Detective's Hunch, which is alright, and we have Deja Vu, which is a much more straightforward, much more appealing, much more universal, no downsides, no counter, no timer perk. So basically, use Deja Vu and forget about this perk, but if you do, I mean, it's not too bad. Moving on, we arrive at Self-Preservation. Self-Preservation is a cute little perk that triggers anytime a survivor near you takes a hit, and mind you, they don't even need to take damage, just a hit. Sometimes them getting hit by a single knife of Trickster, I believe, triggers this perk. So this perk is actually a lot easier than you might realize to trigger, and the distance is pretty forgiving, so a survivor that's fairly far away from you getting hit will make this perk work. And when it does, it's a little bit similar to parental guidance. It will hide your scratch marks, your blood, and your grounds of pain for the next few seconds. And this is good to get away, but more importantly, it's good to get close in for a flashy save, a rescue save, while making 0 noise, even if you're injured. So it can be a squeaky little, a sneaky little perk for flashlight savers, even though probably background player is better so that you can keep your distance and still make it in time. Background player maybe outclasses this perk a little bit. A really nice combination that you could do with this perk is with Inner Focus, which we'll talk about in 2 seconds, because you will see the aura of the killer and become stealthy at the same time, which is kind of a nice combo. This perk helps with Spirit and helps with other killers that track you by sound and blood. If you're playing against Victor and Charlotte, twins, and they down someone next to you, Victor will have 0 way of tracking you because you don't drop blood anymore. So it's not too bad. It can come in clutch in some situations, but hardly the most amazing perk you've ever seen. Next, we talk about Plunderer's Instinct. Plunderer's Instinct highlights the chests around the map within a big range, which can be extended by open-handed, but why would you? Normally, in a map, there's 3. Some maps have 4, and with coins, you can make a few more spawn. And yeah, you don't open the chests any faster, but you can see where they are, so you waste less time. The nicest thing that this does, even if you don't do any chests, is tell you where things are. If you're trying to stay away from basement because the killer you play against is a basement danger, like say Cannibal, you will see the basement chest from a distance and you will deduce where it is and be able to immediately correct your course in chase, for example, which is a nice thing, can save your life. And once you open chests with this thing, you have a higher likelihood of scoring a rarer item. This means you're more likely to get a nice medkit, but it's the same, a nicer toolbox, which is not too bad, or a nicer map, or a key. It's actually fairly common to get keys, and maybe that's one of the best things this thing can do for you. If you get a key and your teammates die, if it's a rare key, you can open the chest, you can open the hatch with it and escape by yourself. So that's a nice thing about this. You can also run it with open-handed, and which is the next perk we'll talk about, and get some nice items. But it all boils down to, why would you waste several seconds, 10 in particular, a bit more actually, to open the chest and pick up an item when you could just bring a strong item from home? If you're a nice guy and you want to do a bit of scavenging, it's fun. Overall though, however, not too strong. Next up, we have Ace in the Hole. This perk has one of the most unique effects in the game. It affects what happens after the game, which is one of the few perks that does that. And it makes it so that if you use this perk with an item, you don't lose the add-ons afterwards. Normally, if you bring, say, a medkit with 2 charge add-ons, those add-ons are lost at the end of the game, even if you escape with the medkit. But with this, it's like a little protection ward. You will keep the add-ons of the item that you escape with, which is cute. When you open a chest or rummage through it, this will make it have always one add-on that is at least decent in rarity. And it also has a chance to have a second add-on, which depends on luck. You might have a second add-on or you might not. For the most part, this isn't always super reliable. And even if you get a good item, you might not get a great add-on. Say you get a medkit, and you get an add-on that increases the chance to get a skill check. What's the big deal? Say you get a toolbox that is for sabotaging, but you get an add-on for repairs. Say you get a repair toolbox, but you get an add-on for sabotaging. Say you get a map, and then you get an add-on on it that doesn't do anything. You know, there are some situations where this produces garbage and crappy items. And then you can also get good stuff. You can get a key with a blood amber. You can get a medkit with a styptic, which will let you tank a hit, which is incredibly good. And there's no negative add-ons that you can draw anymore. There's no longer... this cannot make your item worse than it normally is, like it used to. So that's not too bad. A niche perk if you really want to hoard your add-ons, but I think it's hardly necessary with how cheap things are in the Blood Wave these days. Small Game. It's a perk that highlights a little invisible cone in front of you and tingles whenever you find a totem. I'm going to be completely honest with you all. I'm going to open up. I find this perk extremely annoying. I am pretty familiar with totems, and even I sometimes have no idea what this perk is saying. It doesn't differentiate between floors extremely well, and the thing is that the cone starts big and gets smaller as you do more and more totems. It's a really unintuitive feature. I swear most people using this perk are going to waste more time looking around, and it can be very, very frustrating. But if you're a little bit lucky or a little bit sharp, you will use this perk effectively to find totems. It also has an inside counter that tells you how many totems have been done by either you or your team, which is useful to kind of know what's going on. It's nice to pair it with inner healing. It's nice to pair it with boons. It's nice to pair it with stuff. Although arguably, I think it's much safer to bring a map, either a pink map or a green map with the red twine, and then you will find totems much quicker. It's a bit more reliable and doesn't take a perk slot. But yeah, Small Game is all right. Killers these days don't bring a lot of hexes, and if they do, they're not a huge deal for the most part. So I wouldn't super mega recommend this perk, but it feels overall, I suppose. Next up is Buckle Up. When you pick up a survivor from the ground and you heal them from the ground to standing up injured, you will see the aura of the killer. Wow, big deal. If the killer is far away, it doesn't matter that much. And if the killer is close, it certainly doesn't matter. It's not for that long that you see it. You also give them a 10% speed boost for a limited time, which should stack with other speed boosts, which is a little bit interesting, but it's also less reliable. Why would you run this when Made for This exists? Just run Made for This. You give yourself a speed boost and you give yourself protection, or run for the people. There are so many alternative perks to this. Like, there is never a build with this perk is a good fourth perk. It is a weak niche perk, but hey, admittedly, the 10% might save your life in some endgame scenario. Next is Power of 2. This perk triggers when you heal another survivor in any situation, and as long as you two stay close together, you will keep a permanent speed boost of, I believe, 5%. Very similar to Blood Pact, but without the information, and thankfully without the requirement. Again, my feelings on this are very similar to Blood Pact. I think it's a really weak perk that on most situations against most killers, it's just a waste. However, it can be a small part of a larger plan if you pair it with other mean speed perks. If you hit the jackpot and you play it in a map against a killer that kind of struggles to catch up, this perk can be an excellent way to make them hate life and probably uninstall the game. And I've seen some examples of that. Other than that, though, I can hardly recommend it, and I would use any of the other perks that we've talked about that do a similar thing before resorting to this one. Up next is Urban Evasion. This perk makes you crouch and move at twice the speed. It makes it so that walking and crouching is essentially at the same speed. Be careful. I've noticed some people, if you have the perk to walk faster, self-aware, and you run this, you don't crawl faster. So don't run those two perks together and think that they stack. They do not. You would still be faster walking with that perk. But yeah, without any other perk, it makes you crouch and move at the same speed as you walk. So if you're walking somewhere, you might as well be crouching because you don't disturb crows, you're harder to see, and so on and so forth. Now, let's talk about the way not to use this perk. Some people have this feeling where they feel safer if they're crouching. Sometimes, especially with new players, you will see players crouch away from the killer, miles away from the killer, even when they know that the killer is nowhere near, just because it makes them feel safer, and they waste a lot of time doing that. Don't be that guy. Don't do like that. Don't crouch every single opportunity, especially if you know what's going on. You're just putting yourself in a bubble and isolating yourself from the reality of the match, and probably making it harder for you to do the things you gotta do to help your team and help yourself. So if you don't fall into that trap, this perk is actually not too bad. Crouching faster means that you can sometimes avoid detection. If you're behind a rock and the killer is chasing you around it, if you start walking or running, the killer will immediately hear you. It's very loud, or at least a little bit loud. But if you crouch and you crouch around, the killer might not see you and they will definitely not hear you. This also happens with Spirit. If you're playing with Spirit, crouching is extremely quiet and makes your Grunts of Pain a little bit quieter too if you're injured. So if you start crouching with this perk against a Spirit, they might lose you super quickly. There are also a few killers where crouching in a loop can help you avoid being hit or being stalked. So if you play against a Huntress and she's holding her hatchet, she might catch up to you. But if you keep crouching and you're faster, you might actually go out on certain loops and make it really difficult for her to hit you. Crouching against some killers makes them harder to land their hitbox on you. There are some examples of that. And it also prevents some powers from triggering. If you play against a hag and she has several traps around and you're aware of it, you can crouch through them and won't trigger them. Play against Pyramid Head and he set trails, you can crouch through them, you won't trigger them. Just be careful, don't be careless. So it's pretty nice. If you play against Victor, you can crouch and get close to him, he won't detect you. Little things like that, this perk can make you do a little bit faster, and it's serviceable. Not the most useful thing, but it's serviceable. It's not too bad. Next up is Inner Focus from Hattie. This perk triggers anytime a survivor gets hit around you or goes down around you. It's very similar to self-preservation in how it triggers, but instead of making you stealthy or anything, it simply shows you the aura of the killer. It also lets you see by default the scratch marks of all of your teammates, which is not super useful, but it kind of helps you to follow them, see what's going on, reach a situation, reach an area and figure out exactly what's happening, and be able to trail behind someone to go for a pallet save, a flashy save, and so on. Seeing the aura of the killer is particularly useful to know which area they're checking out, be on their blind spot, see which place they're going to look at before picking up, and then going for that little flashy save last second. So in that regard, this perk is really useful and triggers a lot more often than you think. Then again, do you want to be that guy that chases the killer, fails to get the flashy save when the killer looks at a wall, and then no gens get done, and then everyone dies? As I said, it pairs really well with self-preservation, but running 2 perks that barely do anything on their own is still not a great idea, so I cannot recommend this perk too much. Try it out though, you might like it. It's definitely not too bad or anything. Next up we have, Counterforce from Jill. This perk makes you 20% faster at cleansing totems at the start, and every time you do a totem, it goes up 40%, 60%, 80%. If the killer has a certain perk, Pentimento, that makes them relight totems, you can go higher than 100% and do totems in like 3 or 4 seconds. It is hilarious, but admittedly, this almost never happens. Anytime you do a totem, the furthest totem from you will be highlighted. Now, if you think that this is enough to quickly find all the totems, let me tell you, it's a horrible idea. The time it takes you to ping pong from one totem to the furthest, to the other furthest, to the other furthest, it's a horrible idea. This perk can send you on a quest line to do nothing for the team, and I am guilty of doing that. I enjoy doing totems. It's like one of my favorite builds to do this stuff, and I find it really fun. But beware, it could be a waste of time, and you could play into certain killer builds, so be very, very, very careful. Doing totems faster, though, certainly can help in some strange situations, and it can help in some clutch. It can come in clutch against some builds, so it's not too bad. And also, obviously, pairs well with inner healing and some other builds that require you to cleanse totems, but not bless, keep in mind. Overall, its risk and its reward don't come into your favor all that much, but it's not too bad. Next up, Residual Manifest. This is a perk that allows you to rummage quickly through and out of the open chest to find a basic flashlight, which is a yellow flashlight. This is a terrible idea. You shouldn't be doing this. If you want a flashlight, just get a normal flashlight and go with it. Opening a chest takes 10 seconds, then you need a second to pick it up, then you need another, 6 seconds to rummage, then another second to pick that up. You're wasting 20 seconds plus to get a basic yellow flashlight that might end up doing nothing at all. Maybe the killer has Lightborn, who knows. Watch out, that part of this perk is not that good. Don't waste too much time doing that. However, the nice part of this perk is that it inflicts blindness upon the killer. This is a very unique thing that no other perk in the game does right now. If you blind the killer, you give them the blindness status effects. They cannot see their own gens. They cannot see auras from other stuff. And this is very debilitating for some killers. It can counter many builds somewhat directly. And more importantly, it destroys beginners. They don't see hooks. They don't see gens. It makes it very difficult for them to do. Even if you end up going down right after, they might hook you and not know where to patrol the gens. It is a particularly mean perk against beginners. Just make sure you don't rely on it too much and you don't blind the killer at times where it makes no sense, because you might die for it and it might not be worth it. But it does provide a fairly unique effect, and it's not too bad. Next, we have Collective Stealth. This is also another teamwork perk that triggers when you heal someone else. And both of you leave no scratch marks for a little while, and then the perk goes on a massive cooldown. This perk is extremely easy to misuse. It's extremely easy to waste. It's very common that you want to use it and you don't have it. And honestly, there are such incredible stealth perks out there. Distortion, Lucky Break, Off the Record. Why would you ever want to run this? I cannot really see it. If you know a great case for this perk, please make it, because I honestly don't see it. Next up, we have Dance With Me. This perk triggers after doing a quick rushed action. This is mostly vaults, mostly comes in windows or pallets, and you don't leave scratch marks for a very, very short amount of time, I believe 3 seconds. This is pathetic. This is extremely weak. It sounds really strong in theory, and there might be some situations where this perk has occasionally given me the slight sense that, oh, wait a minute, I lost this person. But these situations are extremely far in between. Even if you make a build around this entire perk with Lithe, Quick and Quiet, the killer will very quickly pick up on one of the perks and then figure out the rest, and the gimmick is not worth it. In my opinion, Lightweight is a more consistent help with this. Lucky Break is certainly better. Even Distortion can help you lose scratch marks sometimes in the perfect situation. This perk is not that worth it. However, if you know about it and you play around its cooldown, which is 40 seconds, I believe, and you use it here and there, it can throw a killer off quite a little bit. So, and I imagine that it works even better for beginners. So try it if it seems like it's something fun. Next up, we have Deception. Deception is a perk that allows you to do a new action on a locker. If you run by a locker, you can basically bang on the door of the locker and make it do the same noise and animation that it would do if a survivor had gone in. Now, this perk has a massive, massive flaw. Oh, by the way, I need to mention, when you do this, you stop leaving scratch marks for a few seconds, which allows you to make a bit of a getaway if the killer's not looking. Now, this perk has a massive, massive problem. If a killer is right behind you and you use this perk, the killer has two options. Number one is to open the locker immediately. But why would they do that? And number two is to look around to try to figure out what happened. They don't have to open the locker immediately. Even if you have head-on, they have 3 seconds before you can use head-on. So most killers, myself included, if I hear that, I'm going to look around to make sure that you are not using this perk. And once I do have that figured out, guess what? If you are inside the locker, you're still trapped. It's not like you teleport elsewhere. So I'm either going to bait the head on and hit you, or if I'm fast enough, I'm going to grab you out. So this perk creates a situation where the killer most of the time has the upper hand and they don't really need to be in a rush. For that reason, I think it's a pretty weak perk if you use it like this. Now, there's 2 other ways to use this perk that are a little bit more interesting. The first one is to actually gaslight the killer. If you have Quick and Quiet and Head On and maybe play with another survivor, you can try to make them think that you messed up and then hit them for real on another locker, or run away and have the killer immediately open the locker thinking that it's Head On. Or you can have one person use... This would be the funniest, by the way. You can have a person be inside a locker, then you go, then you use this on the locker. The killer sees you do that, so they think that it's a fake. They go in front chasing you, and bam, the person inside the locker then head-ons. So it's like a little fake out. It's like, oh, there's no one there. Oh, there was someone there. So you can use this in those situations, and then it's actually a really, really fun, gimmicky, interesting perk, right? My favorite way to run this as a solo is to pair it with Sprint Burst and be extremely obvious about it. The way you're going to do this is you're going to be on a generator. You're going to hear that a killer is coming or get a call out. Then you're going to go to a locker. You're going to open the locker and immediately Sprint Burst away. And the killer might get the idea that you use Deception. But the thing is, they're not going to know where you run. If you have an alternative way to escape, the killer will have no clue which where that is, unless you trigger some birds or give them a line of sight, because you have a Sprint Burst that takes you really far away with no scratch marks to lead on. So it's like a way of using Lucky Break on command. So that's my favorite way of using it. And then the perk has a little bit more utility. Rookie Spirit is an interesting perk. It triggers and activates forever once you have hit 3 skill checks. You don't even need to hit greats, just normal skill checks. And I believe, yes. And after you do that, this perk will always, always, always make any generator that is regressing turn white and be visible to you across the entire map. Now, this sounds pretty nice. This perk can avoid a lot of disasters. It can immediately alert you to the presence of certain perks. If you're aware of how killer perks work, you can immediately deduce which one is in play. Say you let go of a gen, or a teammate lets go of a gen, and the gen immediately turns white, ruin. Someone gets hooked and a gen turns white, pain resonance. Killer downs someone across the map and a gen turns white, eruption. Killer hits someone and multiple gens in the area turn white, jolt. So you can figure out a lot of perks based on this alone, and then know that, hey, that gen is still regressing. Or that gen stopped regressing. Okay, someone went there. So you can figure out quite a few things, and that's nice. And sometimes this perk on its own will help you to figure out that a gen was 99 and you needed to go and help. However, as of the introduction of the HUD indicator, you should already be paying attention. If a teammate has been doing a gen, you should have seen it in the HUD, and you should put 2 and 2 together, maybe use other more reliable perks like Deja Vu or Bond or whatever to know where that is. So you shouldn't be relying on such a weak perk. There's also a lot of situations where a gen isn't regressing, so this perk will tell you nothing. And yeah, it's a bit of information, but it has a condition, which means that if you get chased, you don't really get it from the start. And it's hardly the most incredible perk in the game. Frankly, I think the other gen info perks have less conditions, and they have upsides like Deja Vu having a bit of an extra speed. So this is a very inoffensive perk that barely does anything. Next up, we have perhaps the worst boon in the game, Boon Dark Theory. This boon affects anyone within its 24-meter radius, and also for a few seconds after you leave it, I believe. It makes you 2% faster. Now, I've made the case that 3% faster and 7% faster is incredibly useful, and it's true, but those perks are much stronger or have side effects. This perk doesn't have any side effects. It's just a 2%. No, it doesn't affect vaults, it doesn't have anything else, just 2% faster. The sad part of it is that you need to waste time to set it up. If you put it with other boons, you have a problem, because it doesn't always combine well with other boons. With this perk, you want this boon in the middle of the action, where you loop the killer, so the 2% is incredibly useful. Not so much with the other ones. With Circle of Healing, you want the boon away from the action so that you have a place to retreat where you won't be interrupted by the killer stopping your healing. So this perk is at odds with the other boons, and on its own is just not strong enough. So it's an awkward child that doesn't really have any parents. It's a bit of a homeless orphan perk that doesn't really pair well with anything. If you want to have extra speed, any of the other perks are typically more reliable, are not confined to a single area, and don't have much or any setup at all. So the 2% speed from Dark Theory is just not that good. Moving on, we have Solidarity. This perk works when you are injured and you heal other people, but very critically without a medkit. So when you heal them with your own 2 hands and you're injured, this perk converts 50%, I think it's 50, right? 50% of your healing onto self-healing. And if there's a bit of hemorrhage, don't worry, you don't lose it while you heal. So even if you have the worst case scenario where you're affected by hemorrhage, you can heal someone, and if you heal them from 0 to 100, by the time you're finished, you will be at 50% healing, which means that the next healing will take half as much. This sounds really, really good, and don't get me wrong, in some situations, it can be incredible. It also helps a lot if you heal someone from the ground. If you heal someone from the ground and then fully heal them, that's 2 heals. So you will be fully healed yourself. So there are some situations where healing someone can get you healed at the same time, which is awesome and feels great. It also goes well with Autodidact, because the regression from Autodidact doesn't get deduced from this perk. So with Autodidact, you can heal someone a lot and get more than 50% heal on you and not waste so much time. So it's a nice little perk, but here's a fundamental problem. If a survivor is injured, they are vulnerable. And if they are vulnerable, sometimes the last thing you want is for you to also be healthy and vulnerable there. You don't typically send injured people for rescues. You don't typically send injured people to be the rescuer, because that's very risky. If you both go down, the entire team is in shambles. So most of the times when you heal other people, you're healthy, you're in a good position, and this perk is not the one you want to bring. That alone just bottlenecks this perk's potential very, very heavily and makes it just less desirable. Next up, we have Technician, and I have an interesting insight about this one. So Technician is a perk that is meant mostly for beginners. If you miss a skill check while repairing, instead of having a big explosion that alerts the killer from across the map, the explosion will be completely muffled. Here's the interesting part. This perk has a penalty that makes you lose more progress from an explosion, which is normally 10%. It makes you lose an additional, I believe, 4%. And that sounds bad. It's like, oof, I'm getting punished more for missing skill checks. But this is actually not the case, because this perk makes the gen immediately begin to accelerate again. It actually makes up for it. Normally when a gen explodes, there's a period where you can't repair it. It's like stuck, it's like frozen. But this perk reduces that. So this perk is actually, it doesn't actually have any downside. The time that you lose from missing a skill check with or without this perk is actually identical. And I wouldn't be surprised if the developers didn't even realize this, but it's true. This perk doesn't have a downside, which is good. That being said, for beginners, missing skill checks, yeah, it can happen. What's up about this perk? Why would I want to run it as a more veteran player? This perk has a secondary side effect that many people forget about that is actually fairly nice. And it is the thing that makes you have quieter repair noises that can only be heard from 8 meters closer. Let me say that again in simpler words. If you're repairing the gen, the killer doesn't hear you until they are right on top of you. Right on top of you. Until they are literally with the red stain at your feet. That is really nice. Now, make no mistake, the generator itself still makes the little normal sounds, which get heavier and heavier and noisier as the gen approaches 100%. But the little noises that you make with the cables or the levers, those are completely gone until the killer is really close. So if a killer approaches your gen and you leave at the last second, the killer will probably think that no one is in there. They will think that no one's there. And that is awesome. A lot of situations where that can actually help you, which makes this perk not completely useless, but obviously hardly the best perk in the game. Premonition is a weird perk. When you look at the direction of the killer, it gives you a sound cue, and then it goes on a massive cooldown where you can do it again. Importantly, this detects even undetectable killers, like stealth killers, so it can be a bit of a safety net for players that are really, really, really scared. The truth is, other perks, such as Spine Shield, Kindred, and so on, are so much better at finding the killer and narrowing down their position or seeing their precise aura, that this perk is just sorely outmatched by them and doesn't really have a nice niche. Not to mention that the cooldown makes it maybe not... Like, if you're relying on this perk, you're basically holding your breath between the massive cooldown and hoping that nothing happens in between. So, if you're relying on this perk, it could actually backfire and get you killed. Yeah, it's just not very precise, doesn't tell you much, and it's not fantastic. So, it's not something you can hugely rely on. But, I mean, it's there. While you level up, maybe you can use this perk before you get something a little bit better. Next up is Autodidact. Autodidact only works when you heal other people, not self-care, and when you heal them without a medkit. It makes all of your skill checks a big, big skill check, and the gimmick is that you start out healing slower, you actually lose progress on skill checks, but then it gets faster and faster and faster and faster, to the point where if you hit one skill check, you will heal half a person when it's max stacks. Now, let me say one nice thing about this. It makes healing kind of fun because it's kind of like a gambling game. And if you ever go against the rare but not impossible slow healing builds, this perk is awesome. If you go against a doctor that has massive terror radius, coulrophobia, Unnerving Presence, Sloppy Butcher, all of these things to make healing take 25 years. This perk will destroy that because the extra percent that you get from it completely ignores healing speed. So if you're healing super, super slowly, you have sloppy, all that stuff, and you hit skill checks, you will jump right through that. So that's really, really nice. Problem. Until you get to that point, you will waste a lot of extra time healing. Your first heal or two will be so slow that you could get someone killed. And even if you do get the skill checks and you do level it up and make the perk actually strong, you might not actually get any more skill checks after that. You might get lucky to get 5 skill checks and power it up, and then after that get nothing. Or worse, you might get chased and now you can't heal anyone. So it's one of those extremely situational, extremely unreliable, extremely RNG on top of RNG on top of RNG perks that just doesn't really help so much unless you are in a massive battle of attrition and you're gonna go for 25 heals back to back. Unfortunately, the skill check increasing medkit add-ons don't work because you cannot use a medkit with this perk, and there's just not too many perks to increase chances to get skill checks, so it just doesn't work out so well. Next up is Cut Loose, and this is a tragic perk that could be really, really good with just a few changes. This perk is like a different Quick and Quiet. If you do a quick vault into a pallet or a window, and then you follow it up by another quick vault, the second one will be silent. And if you have Quick and Quiet, both of them will be silent. So the idea of this perk is to basically do a fake out. You go through a window, the killer sees you, they go through a different window, and then you vault back immediately, quickly, but make no noise. And the killer is completely bamboozled. The idea behind this is amazing, but there's one tiny little problem. And it would be honestly quite good otherwise, but there's one problem. The perk triggers on your first window. It doesn't trigger on the second, it triggers on the first, and then it goes on a massive cooldown. So that means that if you take a window, and then you go to another window, and now you want to use the perk, too bad, you've already wasted it on the first one. And that absolutely kills any versatility and utility this perk could have in an extended chase. It kills your creativity, it kills your ability to choose where. If you don't use it on your first window, then it's useless. And even if you pull it off once, now the killer notices it on the next chase. Again, you need to use it on the first one. So yeah, it's a real shame. And I'm really sad about it. Poised is an extremely simple perk. Anytime a generator gets stunned by you or anyone else, you lose your scratch marks for a little while. 10 seconds, I believe. If you're in the middle of a chase, that sounds helpful, but if you're on the hook, or if you're doing a gen, or if you're readying up to open a gate, all of these things will happen a lot. By the way, this perk does absolutely nothing. If you want to juke the killer in chase, Dark Sense is simpler. You could run them both. If you want to lose the killer mid-chase, I mean, Quick and Quiet, Lucky Break, we've talked about other much head-on, Iron Whale, like, all of these perks would be just so much better. This perk is extremely situational. Very few situations where this is incredible. The best thing I can say about it is sometimes you pop a gen and you run away, and the killer looks, and they try to look behind the gen, and you're gone, and you've disappeared. And then this perk can be worth the perk slot, but way too situational. Next up is This Is Not Happening. This perk is extremely niche. Whenever you are injured, it makes your skill checks when healing and doing gens 30% faster. 30% larger. Needless to say, you might want to pair this with Resilience to stay injured longer. You might want to pair with Hyperfocus. It does make Hyperfocus a little bit easier to land, but as I mentioned for the Hyperfocus part, you still want to run Stakeout. So just run Stakeout and don't run this. It's not worth the extra slot. Just run anything else. The speed that you would get from skill checks, which are not guaranteed to happen, by the way, you could still get no skill checks, is not that significant. You might as well run Deja Vu. So run Deja Vu, or run Lithe, or run Botany for healing instead of this. It's just so small. It's very easy to hit normal skill checks. Hitting great skill checks is a little bit tougher, sure, but it's not worth running a perk to make it a little bit easier. If you're good at skill checks, this perk is unnecessary. If you're bad at skill checks, this perk is not that great either. You do get more points, so yeah, it barely does anything at all. The best thing it can do maybe is to help you with the hyper focus skill checks, but even that I think is pretty negligible. Up next, we have friendly competition. Now, typically, it is my policy to say that any gen that does, and any perk that helps with gen speed even a little bit is good, but this perk is pathetic. It has a lot of conditions. It triggers when you complete a gen with another survivor on it. This is not too crazy. Yes, there are some gens that are one-person gens, so this is impossible to do. But most of the time, you're going to finish at least one gen with someone at some point. If it's at the end of the game, yeah, well, it's not very useful because, yeah, this is a gen speed perk. But anyway, so let's say that you trigger it. Let's say that you do the first gen with someone. For the next 60 seconds, both you and that person do a gen 5% faster. Now think about it, 60 seconds. It's going to take you maybe 20 or 30 or more to reach the next gen. And then when you do, you're going to do it 5% faster for another 30 seconds. What is 30 seconds 5% faster? It's pathetic. It's like maybe 2 seconds. Like, this is so bad. And remember, if the other person leaves the gen a little bit sooner, then the perk doesn't even trigger. It's just so bad. It's just so bad. This is a perk that at best, it will save you 2 or 3 seconds, maybe. And for what? For what? Why wouldn't you just run Proof Thyself? Run Proof Thyself, run Deja Vu, run Boon so that you can find your teammates, run Adrenaline so that you can not do the final healing and do the final gen faster. Run any of these perks over this incredibly niche, incredibly time restrained, incredibly mild perk. Oh, talking about mild restrained perks, we have another contender, Better Than New. When you heal another survivor with Better Than New, until the next moment when they are injured, they are 16% faster at healing others, at opening chests, and cleansing totems and some other things that are in gens that aren't all that important. Now, remember, if you have Leader, you make everyone 25% faster. Why not run that? And that's much sooner, like much quicker, and it lingers for a while as well. Like, this perk is just, the numbers are just so weak. 16% faster at doing a totem? Like, why? Why? It's incomprehensibly bad. It's just, the numbers on this perk are so bad. You know what would, like, if you want to heal someone and you want them to heal you faster, guess what? You know what would make them heal you faster? If you are done sooner too. I'm going to keep this PG-13. We're very far into the video to get demonetized now. But if you have a perk like Botany Knowledge, not only will you heal the other person faster and safer, now they can heal you faster too. So it's much better than this. Much better than this. Not to mention that it goes away if they get hit. It's a pathetic perk that you should never use, and hopefully give a reason to the devs to buff it. Next up, we have Appraisal. Appraisal makes it so that you can rummage any item. So forgive me, I think I need a break. Apologies, I've been recording for a long time, and there was a part of my brain that thought that I was hallucinating. I couldn't believe that what I was about to say was so stupid. I had to double check, but no, it's true. This perk is just really terrible. It lets you do a second search on any chest up to 3 times. Why would you want to do that? To have a chance to get another item. Okay, this is the nicest thing I can say about this perk. If you want a medkit, or if you want an item that is good, run Plunderers. If you want a flashlight, run Residual Manifest. And if you want medkits, run Pharmacy. Why would you want this perk? Why would you want a second chance to get something that can be anything at all? It's terrible. The best thing that can happen with this perk is that you go to a, say, basement. You are desperate, and I mean desperate for a medkit. You need it super badly. You search, you get a toolbox, and then you get a medkit on your second, and now you're safe. But what if you get 2 toolboxes? Well, you're screwed. And this perk guarantees you nothing. It is one of the, like, most hard to understand perks. Keep in mind that the items that you find in a basement, for example, are not really useful, depending on how much time you spend them. It's going to take you 10 seconds to open your first chest, and then your second search is going to be a bit quicker with this perk. It's like 80% faster. So you're still gonna waste a good few seconds getting an item that might not save you very much time at all if it's not a medkit that you really need. So it's a really weak perk that will probably send you on a wild goose chase for an item that might never be there or might not be what you need it to. Next up is Repressed Alliance. Repressed Alliance charges up when you do generators, and it gives you the ability to block a generator for 30 seconds. Now, when you block a generator, the generator becomes effectively frozen. If it's at 99%, it cannot go up, but it can also not go down. So essentially, this is a perk that you can use to try to protect the gen while you are busy doing something else. Say you need to go for a rescue and you're afraid that your generator is about to get popped, pain rest, eaten up by ruin, eaten up by a gen kick, anything at all, you can just block it. But there's no way to undo this. Once you block it, if you realize that you actually made a mistake and you want to go back, you're going to be sitting at that. And that is the main risk of this. Say that the killer is coming to your gen after hooking someone, and then you block the gen. And then the killer sees that, they will notice it, and then they go back and camp. What now? What now? What now? You have 30 seconds where you cannot do anything. If you're lucky enough that you can use that time to heal or do something else productive, great. If not, you're screwed. You just gave a killer a 30-second guarantee that that gen's never gonna get finished. And if they're smart or resourceful or both, they might use that against you. So I think this is a terribly risky perk to use. Not to mention that maybe your teammates are coming into the gen with potential energy or with a scavenge toolbox or with some other thing where they want to help and finish it. And they need the adrenaline and now you can't finish it. I think it's a it's a lot of risk for very little return. It's not like the gen's getting done passively. So unless this perk gets reworked and has a bit less risk of a downside, I would highly advise against using it willy-nilly. If you know what you're doing and you want to go for some memes and you want to make the gen explode and then block it in the killer's face, that's all fun in games. You know, I am not against that, so have fun with this perk doing that then. We're now at the tier of perks that begin to be really unusable or really wacky or have too many conditions. Honestly, this one's not even too bad. This one's called Diversion. It charges up when you're in the terror radius of the killer, much like Stakeout. It also acts as a terror radius visual indicator. So if you see it starts to move, if you don't hear very well, that's a terror radius indicator. Not very useful anymore, but it's a nice thing. And when you get it, you can activate it and you can crouch to throw a pebble. This pebble goes through walls and lands about 20 meters in front of you on the same vertical plane. And it will create a small little bit of scratch marks and a loud noise notification. If a killer is already confused, this can throw them off. This can throw them off hardcore. And you will occasionally be able to do some really fun plays with it. Most killers that are focused are either gonna not care, they have something else to do, or if they're keen and sharp, they're gonna notice it right away, and then it will do nothing. Is it worth to run a perk slot for something that could do nothing? In my opinion, no. But the fun part of it, I have to admit, is not too bad. Next up is Low Profile. This perk triggers when you are the last survivor standing. When every other survivor is dead, dying, or on the ground, you know, disabled in some manner, not actually up and running, where you're the only person standing, this perk triggers. And it hides your scratch marks, blood, and grunts of pain. This isn't very good. This isn't very good. If the killer is on top of you and everyone else is on the ground and you're the last person and you need to run the killer for a while, why would you want this perk? Oh, my teammates have Unbreakable. Well, maybe it would be better if you had something else. Maybe it would be better if you had made for this so you could pick them up safely. Maybe it would be better if you also had Unbreakable in case you go down. There are so many other options. Preparing for that extremely niche scenario. If a killer is on you, the lack of scratch marks for a few seconds, even if it's a long timer, it's such, like, this is such a crazy perk. Like, do you really think you're going to be the last person to be up? And even if you are, what it does, it's just not that important. In that situation, the killer is right on top of you. Or if everyone's dead, they're looking for the hatch. They don't really care where you're going or who you are or where you're from. They're just going to close the hatch and then patrol the gates and you're dead. It doesn't matter. In my opinion, this perk is hard to use, and when it works, it does nothing helpful for you given the situation. It would really benefit from a rework, in my opinion. Next up is Corrective Action. This perk starts with a few tokens, and if you hit great skill checks, it gains tokens. These tokens are lost when a teammate who is doing a gen with you fails a skill check, and then it prevents that from happening. And that's it. If you are chased the whole game, this perk does nothing. If you do gens on your own, this perk does nothing. If your teammates don't miss skill checks, this perk does nothing. If your teammates miss too many skill checks, I mean, this perk will still won't help you. If you, I don't know. If your teammates don't get skill checks, this perk does nothing. Like, that's it. It's a perk, honestly, that is a very paternal perk. It's a perk that you can put on if you are playing with a friend who's newer and you want to be really close to them to really teach them the ropes, and you're a little bit afraid that they'll miss skill checks and you want to take that pressure off them. In that situation, this perk is really, really cute. Maybe you play with someone that's hard of hearing and they struggle with skill checks, maybe your partner, you know, then this perk can fill a niche role. Other than that, oh my goodness, it is terrible. Coming up next, we have Object of Obsession. It is a perk that is more likely to make you the obsession, heads up. And if you are the obsession, every X time, you and the killer will see each other. And anytime, whether you're the obsession or not, anytime your aura is revealed to the killer, you see theirs as well. In other words, it's a reverse unocard perk for auto reading. If the killer has lethal, you will see them. If they see you with barbecue, you will see them. And they, you know, and it's like a way to turn it on them. The problem, this perk has, like, this perk could be used to reverse engineer and figure out and deduce the presence of certain perks. But Distortion already does that. If you want to know that the killer has lethal and counterplay lethal, Distortion. Barbecue, Distortion. Anything like that, Distortion would be much, much better. And Distortion, unlike this perk, doesn't run the risk of giving your exact location away to the killer. I've played a lot of matches against object users, and it is true that sometimes, if they see your exact aura, they're very hard to catch because they have wall hacks on you. And it can be a bit confusing and a bit frustrating. But there's also a lot of situations where I've killed their entire team, they're the only person hiding, and I see them unless they hop into a locker. And if there's ever a situation where I have half the team on a chokehold, someone on the ground, someone on the hook, then the other two survivors, if one of them has Object of Obsession, they are constantly, every now and then, giving me a UAV radar read, which is super useful because the more I know about the survivor's entire location, the more I can pin them down and figure out, okay, this is how I can pressure them to make them have to make a really big sacrifice to come out of the situation. So it is a really risky perk that doesn't achieve anything that Distortion doesn't do, and obviously is a horrible, horrible idea for beginners. Next up, we have Red Herring. You charge this perk by doing a little bit of a gen for a few seconds, and then if you go into a locker, that gen will blow up. It won't actually blow up physically, but for the killer, it will make the sound notification as if it did. It is a terrible idea. It is a terrible idea. Yes, you could engineer some situation where you use this perk to make the killer think that the last survivor is in the complete opposite end of the map. You could do something like that, but it could also backfire terribly. What if you go to a gen and you use this perk and then you go to a locker, you waste all the time, and then you use it and then your teammate goes on the gen? What happens then? The killer comes and they kill your teammate. Oops, he was dead on hook. Oops, you killed him. There are so many chances for this perk to do nothing, to be ignored completely, or to waste your time and then get someone else killed. I cannot recommend it. It is a gimmicky perk that could be reworked to work in a more seamless manner, but until then, it's clunky, it takes time, and it provides almost nothing good. The saddest part is that one of the last times someone used this on me, I could tell immediately what it was due to circumstantial evidence and cues. So it's really not guaranteed to work. It's a bit too artificial in some ways. And some killers are so happy to check gens anyway. It just doesn't work out most of the time. Next up, we have Calm Spirit. The best part about this perk, by far, is that it makes you not disturb crows. A lot of killers make a lot of decisions based on the crows they see or don't see move. So this could save you in a really, really tight scenario where you're trying to hide and you accidentally make a crow fly away. So that's really, really nice. It also makes you completely immune from screams. And this is super weird. When the killer hits you with their weapon, instead of going, you're going to be completely quiet, and it's super unnerving, and the killer will immediately notice, and they might put two and two together and start to look at crows differently, so watch out. This, however, does have a few side effects. There are a few killers that make you scream with their power, namely Doctor and Clown, and the fact that you don't scream at all from this, it doesn't change their power, they still work, but it does make it a little bit harder for them to notice exactly where you are. Other perks, such as Make Your Choice, such as Iron Maiden, also make you scream and reveal your location, Infectious Fright, and this perk counters them. Guess what? Those perks are extremely rare in today's meta, and the saddest part about Calm Spirit is that it has a debuff. It makes you quiet while you cleanse totems and open chests, but you also do them, I believe, 30% slower. Most of the times you're doing these things, you're already kind of away from the killer. You're not stupid, you're not doing them in their face, and killers don't immediately go and check on totems or chests in the basement. So a perk that is already pretty niche and is already pretty weak, having a downside of this caliber is just insulting and makes it a good reason not to run this perk, even if you hate Clown, even if you hate Doctor and want to stick it up to them. Next, we have Quick Gambit. This is a perk that triggers while you are in chase and you are nearby gens that are being done by other survivors. These gens will be done 8% faster while you're in chase next to them. You need to be about 24 meters, so it needs to be a little bit close. Now, right off the bat, some killers break chase during their actual chase. If you play against a Wraith that cloaks, even though you are technically being chased, it doesn't count as chase. So against those killers, this works kind of badly, but that's fine. And let's just address the elephant in the room. If you are being chased next to gens, there's a really good chance that the killer will leave you or down you and then go and disturb that gen, or worse, hook you next to that gen, and now you and the gen will be both defended at one place, which is super beneficial, and it's one of the easiest ways a killer has to turn a game around and start winning. But if you are a little bit lucky, you could be in one of those maps where gens are on one platform and the chase is happening right below or right above. And in this situation, you have the best of both worlds. You're chasing next to the gen, but not so close that the killer can go up and down quickly. So you could get a bit more benefit. It still sucks. It's still terrible. If the killer downs you, sometimes unexpectedly, and they have Jolt, guess what? They hit the gen. If they have Pop, guess what? They're gonna go kick it. They have Pain Rush, well, now they get a bit faster. This perk gives you an 8% faster gen sometimes, but it gives you a much, much, much higher likelihood of absolutely messing things up. And it is a terrible, 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 terrible idea to run in almost any circumstance. I have played this game many hours since this perk has been out, and I think I can count on one hand how many times I've seen it useful. Maybe one hand with three fingers missing. I think I've only seen it twice. So yeah, go figure. Really, really bad perk. Next up is No Mither. No Mither gives you some amazing benefits. You are very quiet when injured. You don't leave any blood whatsoever. You can pick yourself up from the ground infinitely amount of times, like an Unbreakable, but forever. And you also pick yourself up faster. You're also somewhat immune to insta-downs, but that's because you're always injured. Forever. You're broken. That's the main goal of this perk. It makes you broken forever. And it has those little upsides that I mentioned. Outside of some interesting slugging, anti-slugging builds or interesting always injured build, this perk has a massive downside that makes, all the little upsides that it has are cute, but the downside of instantly going down upon your first hit potentially makes it obviously a gimmicky hard mode perk. And you know what? I'm not going to complain because the developers themselves have acknowledged that this is a gimmicky, fun, hard mode type perk. So that's fine. That's the worst perk in the game, and we're not too upset. Now, we've talked about all the best perks in the game. Let's try to show some practical examples of what some meta builds could look like with them assembled in a more organic way. Let's not just talk about them one by one. Let's have a look. Right, so if I had to pick the most meta or the build that uses the most meta perks at once, it would look something like this. The combination of Off the Record and Adrenaline is incredible. With Off the Record, the average killer will have to hit you so many times, assuming that you don't get camped, and we'll get to that in a minute. You will have to be hit once, then twice, now you're down, then 2 more times, then 2 more times, and then you're dead. That's assuming that you don't even get to heal. That's a lot of hits that will make you very hard to tunnel off. Into the end game, Off the Record stops working, and that's where Adrenaline kicks in and hopefully buys you enough time for you or for your teammates to get out. Very powerful combo. If at some point the killer decides that they want to camp, if 2 people in the team or 1 person in the team has Reassurance, you can turn that into a very, very bad time sink for them. And then on top of this, to help yourself and the team a bit, by buying them time, you would have an exhaustion perk. Lithe is very dependable and great. Sprint Burst is fantastic, and made for this is very good and has the secondary effect of giving you endurance, which is super, super disgusting. So any build like that would really, really work. You can also go the Prove Thyself route. Again, not everybody in the team needs this. It's a team perk. Deja Vu if you want to be extra fast and find gens faster, but anything else would work. And the same Off the Record Adrenaline. This with a toolbox is one of the most disgusting things you can bring. Do gens really, really fast. The first gens will be knocked out really quickly unless the killer is really good or has great perks to help in the first couple minutes. Another thing that you can do is go full support. Same Off the Record Adrenaline, remember? Now we can use Deliverance, and when we come out of a hook, we will have Off the Record to protect us. We are running Distortion to make sure that we don't get spotted first, and we let other people take the first chase so that we can use Deliverance when we rescue them. And this is incredible. And with Distortion, we will be calling out all kinds of information to our teammates. Anytime we identify a perk being used or an add-on being used, we will call it out. Hey, this killer has this add-on to see autos, watch out. More builds. This is a very popular build, which is really, really flexible, which is the combination of Made for This and Hope. Instead of having Adrenaline and healing, you instead have Hope and either stay healthy or stay injured, or a combination of both in the endgame, to be extremely fast and made most chases in endgame for many killers a bit of a stalemate. You can also bring Resilience, which pairs extremely well with Made for This, staying injured. And if you have a medkit, as I said, you can have a healing 99, leave your healing almost finished to get the benefit of Resilience and heal if you need it. Troubleshooter or any other info perk like Windows of Opportunity would help you stay away from your teammates and know where the safety is, and in the case of Windows, and help you in chase, which would suit this build alright. Moving on, we also have a similar combination of keeping Made for This and Hope, which is going to make us be very comfortable when injured. And with further people, we can save someone. Watch out, because it interacts a bit weirdly with Made for This. And activate Renewal. This is not a super, super common build, but this would be really, really sick. No matter what, you are getting some value out of this, and you will be a bit of a bodyguard. Another one that would be really helpful for solo would be, again, Windows of Opportunity, which we mentioned earlier, and Kindred. This will help you know what your team is doing. This will help you know where the safety is and where to run in chase. And with open-handed, both of them are extended, and you see even further. You'll know even what's going on and what's ahead from a much further distance. And then you can have inner healing if you are allergic to medkits, so that you can heal yourself. And next we're going to feature some builds that are not super, super meta perks, but that are still extremely effective if you use a bit of teamwork. We mentioned briefly how Flip-Flop and Power Struggle together are an extremely mean combo. If you have a teammate that can cover for you, you will put the killer in a situation of a lose-lose, where if they pick you up, you get pallet or flashy save by your teammate. And if they don't pick you up, then you become able to pick yourself up. And if the killer leaves you, you have Unbreakable in case you need to help. And if you pick someone else on the ground that's trying to do this, you protect yourself with Made for This, which is ridiculous. We also mentioned how strong the luck offering and luck perk build is. You can pair that with off the record and adrenaline for an incredibly strong build. You can also use strong items here. This is something that the whole team needs to be on board, but it is fearsome if they do. And we also cover quickly that Proof Thyself is obviously really good with toolboxes, and that Streetwise and Build to Last make already very long-lasting toolboxes even stronger. Put on Adrenaline, and very quickly you'll be in a situation where the killer has no hooks, no pressure, and everyone's about to get an extra health state. And this is what meta builds look like in DBD right now. But obviously, you can all spice it up according to your own playstyle. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one, hopefully after my throat's recovered a bit. Bye-bye. See ya.